Well, asked Morgan. Well, replied Valençal, it ended most prosaically. They undressed themselves, blew out the candles, and lay down, the captain on his bed, Roland on a mattress. They are probably trying to outsnore each other at the present moment. In that case, said Morgan, good night to them and to us also. 10 minutes later, the wish was granted, and the two young men were sleeping, as if they did not have danger for a bedfellow. Chapter 41, The Hôtel de la Poste. That same morning, about 6 o'clock, at the cold gray breaking of a February day, a rider, spurring a post-hack and preceded by a postilion who was to lead back the horse, left Bourg by the road to Macon or St. Julien. We say Macon or St. Julien because about 3 miles from the capital of Brest the road forks, the one to the right keeping straight on to St. Julien, the other, which deviates to the left, leading to Macon. When the rider reached this bifurcation, he was about to take the road leading to Macon, when a voice, apparently coming from beneath an upset cart, implored his pity. The rider called to the postilion to see what the matter was. A poor marketman was pinned down under a load of vegetables. He had evidently attempted to hold up the cart just as the wheel, sinking into the ditch, overbalanced the vehicle. The cart had fallen on him, but fortunately, he said, he thought no limbs were broken, and all he wanted was to get the cart righted, and then he could recover his legs. The rider was compassionate to his fellow being, for he not only allowed the postilion to stop and help the marketman, but he himself dismounted, and with a vigor one would hardly have expected from so slight a man, he assisted the postilion not only to right the cart, but to replace it on the roadbed, after which he offered to help the man to rise. But the latter had said truly, he really was safe and sound, and if there were a slight shaking of the legs, it only served to prove the truth of the proverb that God takes care of drunkards. The man was profuse in his thanks, and took his horse by the bridle as much, it was evident, to hold himself steady as to lead the animal. The riders remounted their homes, put them to a gallop, and soon disappeared round a bend which the road makes a short distance before it reaches the woods of Monet. They had scarcely disappeared when a notable change took place in the demeanor of our marketman. He stopped his horse, straightened up, put the mouthpiece of a tiny trumpet to his lips, and blew 3 times. A species of groom emerged from the woods which line the road, leading a gentleman's horse by the bridle. The marketman rapidly removed his blouse, discarded his linen trousers, and appeared in vest and breeches of buckskin and top boots. He searched in his cart, drew forth a package which he opened, shook out a green hunting coat with gold braidings, put it on, and over it a dark brown overcoat, took from the servant's hands a hat which the latter presented him, and which harmonized with his elegant costume, made the man screw his spurs to his boots, and sprang upon his horse with the lightness and skill of an experienced horseman. "Tonight at 7, he said to the groom, be on the road between Saint Just and Césariat. You will meet Morgan. Tell him that he whom he knows of has gone to Macon, but that I shall be there before him." Then, without troubling himself about his cart and vegetables, which he left in his servant's charge, the ex-marketman, who was none other than our old acquaintance Montbar, turned his horse's head toward the Monet woods, and set out at a gallop. His mount was not a miserable post-hack, like that on which Roland was riding. On the contrary, it was a blooded horse, so that Montbar easily overtook the 2 riders, and passed them on the road between the woods of Monet and Pauliat. The horse, except for a short stop at Saint-Cyr-sur-Menthon, did the 28 or 30 miles between Bourg and Macon, without resting, in 3 hours. Arrived at Macon, Montbar dismounted at the Hôtel de la Poste, the only one which at that time was fitted to receive guests of distinction. For the rest, from the manner in which Montbar was received, it was evident that the host was dealing with an old acquaintance. "Ah, is it you, Monsieur de Jehu?" said the host. "We were wondering yesterday what had become of you. It's more than a month since we've seen you in these parts." "Do you think it's as long as that, friend?" said the young man, affecting to drop his R's after the fashion of the day. "Yes, on my honor, that's so. I've been with friends, the Trefforts and the Haudecourts. You know those gentlemen by name, don't you?" "By name and in person." "We hunted to hounds. They're finely equipped, word of honor. Can I breakfast here this morning?" "Why not?" "Then serve me a chicken, a bottle of Bordeaux, 2 cutlets, fruit, any trifle will go." "At once. Shall it be served in your room or in the common room?" "In the common room, it's more amusing. Only give me a table to myself. Don't forget my horse. He is a fine beast, and I love him better than I do certain Christians, word of honor." The landlord gave his orders. Montbar stood before the fire, his coat-tails drawn aside, warming his calves. "So you still keep to the posting business," he said to the landlord, as if desirous of keeping up the conversation. "I should think so. Then you relay the diligences." "Not the diligences, but the mail coaches." "Ah, tell me, I want to go to Chambery some of these days. How many places are there in the mail coach?" "3, 2 inside, and 1 out with the courier." "Do I stand any chance of finding a vacant seat?" "It may happen, but the safest way is to hire your own conveyance." "Can I engage a place beforehand?" "No, for don't you see, Monsieur de Jehu, that if travelers take places from Paris to Lyon, they have the first right." "See the aristocrats," said Montbar, laughing. "Apropos of aristocrats, there is one behind me posting here. I passed him about a mile the other side of Pauliat. I thought his hack a little wind-broken." "Oh," exclaimed the landlord, "that's not astonishing. My brothers in the business have a poor lot of horses." "Why, there's our man," continued Montbar. "I thought I had more of a lead of him." Roland was, in fact, just passing the windows at a gallop. "Do you still want chamber number 1, Monsieur de Jehu?" asked the landlord. "Why do you ask?" "Because it is the best one, and if you don't take it, I shall give it to that man, provided he wants to make any stay." "Oh, don't bother about me. I shan't know till later in the day whether I go or stay. If the newcomer means to remain, give him number L, I will content myself with number 2. "The gentleman is served," said the waiter, looking through the door which led from the kitchen to the common room. Montbar nodded and accepted the invitation. He entered the common room just as Roland came into the kitchen. The dinner was on the table. Montbar changed his plate and sat down with his back to the door. The precaution was useless. Roland did not enter the common room, and Montbar breakfasted without interruption. When dessert was over, however, the host himself brought in his coffee. Montbar understood that the good man was in talkative humor, a fortunate circumstance, for there were certain things he was anxious to hear about. "Well," said Montbar, "what became of our man? Did he only change horses?" "No, no, no," said the landlord. "As you said, he's an aristocrat. He ordered breakfast in his own room." "His room or my room?" asked Montbar, "for I'm certain you put him in that famous number 1. "Confound it, Monsieur de Jehu, it's your own fault. You told me I could do as I liked." "And you took me at my word. That was right. I shall be satisfied with number 2. "You'll be very uncomfortable. It's only separated from number 1 by a partition, and you can hear everything that happens from one room to the other." "Nonsense, my dear man. Do you think I've come here to do improper things, or sing seditious songs, that you are afraid the stranger should hear or see what I do?" "Oh, that's not it." "What is it then?" "I'm not afraid you'll disturb others. I'm afraid they'll disturb you." "So your new guest is a roisterer?" "No, he looks to me like an officer." "What makes you think so?" "His manner, in the first place. Then he inquired what regiment was in garrison at Macon, and when I told him it was the 7th Mounted Chasseurs, he said, 'Good, the colonel is a friend of mine. Can a waiter take him my card and ask him to breakfast with me?'" "Uh-huh. So you see how it is. When officers get together, they make so much racket and noise. Perhaps they'll not only breakfast but dine and sup together." "I've told you already, my good man, that I am not sure of passing the night here. I am expecting letters from Paris, paste restant, which will decide me. In the meantime, light a fire in number 2 and make as little noise as possible to avoid annoying my neighbors. And at the same time, send me up pen and ink and some paper. I have letters to write." Montbar's orders were promptly executed, and he himself followed the waiter to see that Roland was not disturbed by his proximity. The chamber was just what the landlord had said. Not a movement could be made, not a word uttered in the next room, that was not heard. Consequently, Montbar distinctly heard the waiter announce Colonel St. Maurice, then the resounding steps of the latter in the corridor, and the exclamations of the two friends, delighted to meet again. On the other hand, Roland, who had been for a moment disturbed by the noise in the adjoining room, forgot it as soon as it had ceased, and there was no danger of its being renewed. Montbar, left alone, seated himself at the table, on which were paper, pen, and ink, and remained perfectly motionless. The two officers had known each other in Italy, where Roland was under the command of St. Maurice, the latter being then a captain and Roland a lieutenant. At present their rank was equal, but Roland had beside a double commission from the first consul and the minister of police, which placed all officers of his own rank under his command, and even, within the limits of his mission, those of a higher rank. Morgan had not been mistaken in supposing that Emily's brother was in pursuit of the Companions of Jehu. If Roland's nocturnal search at the Chartreuse of Salon was not convincing, the conversation between the young officer and his colleague was proof positive. In it developed that the first consul was really sending 50,000 francs as a gift to the monks of Saint Bernard, by post, but that this money was in reality a trap devised for the capture of the Companions of Jehu, if all means failed to surprise them in the Chartreuse of Salon or some other refuge. It now remained to be seen how these bandits should be captured. The case was eagerly debated between the two officers while they had breakfast. By the time dessert was served, they were both agreed upon a plan. That same evening, Morgan received the following letter. Just as Adler told us, next Friday at 5 o'clock the mail coach will leave Paris with 50,000 francs for the fathers of Saint Bernard. The 3 places, the one in the coupe and the 2 in the interior, are already engaged by 3 travelers who will join the coach. One at Sens, the other 2 at Tunera. The travelers are in the coupe one of Citizen Fouche's best men, in the interior M. Roland de Montreville and the colonel of the 7th Chasseurs, garrisoned at Macon. They will be in civilians, clothes not to excite suspicion, but armed to the teeth. 12 mounted chasseurs, with muskets, pistols, and sabres, escort the coach, but at some distance behind it, so as to arrive. During the fray, the first pistol fired will be the signal for putting their horses to a gallop and falling upon us. Now my advice is that, in spite of these precautions, in fact, because of these precautions, the attack should be made at the place agreed upon, namely the Maison Blanche. If that is also the opinion of the comrades, let me know it. I will myself take the coach as postilion from Macon to Belleville. I will undertake to settle the colonel, and one of you must be responsible for Fouche's agent. As for M. Roland de Montreville, no harm will befall him, for I have a means, known to me alone and by me invented, by which he can be prevented from leaving the coach. The precise day and hour at which the mail to Chambéry will pass. The Maison Blanche is Saturday at 6 in the evening. Answer. These words, Saturday 6 of the evening, and all will go on. Rollers, Montbar. At midnight Montbar, who had complained of the noise his neighbor made, and had removed to a room at the opposite end of the inn, was awakened by a courier, who was none other than the groom who had brought him his horse ready bridled and saddled in the morning. The letter contained only these words, followed by a postscript. Saturday, 6 of the evening, Morgan. P.S. Do not forget, even when fighting, above all when fighting, that Roland de Montreville's life is safeguarded. The young man read this reply with visible satisfaction. The matter was no longer a mere stoppage of a diligence, but a species of affair of honor among men of differing opinions, with clashes of courage and bravery. It was no longer a matter of gold spilled upon the highroad, but of blood to be shed, not of pistols loaded with powder and wielded by a child's hands, but of deadly weapons handled by soldiers accustomed to their use. For the rest, as Montbar had all the day that was dawning and the morrow before him in which to mature his plans, he contented himself with asking his groom to inquire which postilion would take the coach at Macon at 5 o'clock for the 2 stages between Macon and Belleville. He also sent him to buy 4 screw-rings and 2 padlocks fastening with keys. He already knew that the mail was due at Macon at 4:30, waited for the travelers to dine, and started again punctually at 5. No doubt all his plans were previously laid, for, after giving these directions, Montbar dismissed his servant and went to sleep like a man who has long arrears of slumber to make up. The next morning he did not wake, or rather did not come downstairs until 9 o'clock. He asked casually what had become of his noisy neighbor, and was told that he had started in the Lyon mail at 6 in the morning with his friend the colonel of the chasseurs. But the landlord thought they had only engaged places as far as Tonnerre. If Monsieur de Jehu had interested himself in the young officer, the latter, in turn, had made inquiries about him, asking who he was, whether he came habitually to the hotel, and whether he would be willing to sell his horse. The landlord had replied that he knew Monsieur de Jehu well, for he was in the habit of coming to the hotel whenever business brought him to Macon, and that, as for the horse, he did not believe, considering the affection the young gentleman showed for the animal, that he would consent to part with him for any price. On which the traveler had departed without saying any more. After breakfast, M. de Jehu, who seemed to find time hanging heavily on his hands, ordered his horse, mounted it, and rode out from Macon by the Lyon road. As long as he was in the town, he allowed his horse to take the pace his fancy dictated, but once beyond it, he gathered up the reins and pressed the animal with his knees. The hint sufficed, and the animal broke into a gallop. Montbar passed through the villages of Varennes, La Crèche, and Chapelle-de-Guinchay, and did not stop until he reached the Maison Blanche. The spot was exactly as Valençol had described it, and was admirably adapted for an ambuscade. The Maison Blanche stood in a tiny valley between a sharp declivity and a rise in the ground. A little rivulet without a name flowed past the corner of the garden and made its way to the Saône just above Chal. Tall bushy trees followed the course of the little stream and described a half-circle, enclosing the house on 3 sides. The house itself was formerly an inn which proved unproductive to the innkeeper. It had been closed for 7 or 8 years, and was beginning to fall into decay. Before reaching it, the main road coming from Macon made a sharp turn. Montbar examined the locality with the care of an engineer choosing his ground for a battlefield. He drew a pencil and a notebook from his pocket and made an accurate plan of the position. Then he returned to Macon. 2 hours later his groom departed, carrying the plan to Morgan, having informed his master that Antoine was the name of the postilion who was to take the coach from Macon to Belleville. The groom also gave him the 4 screw-rings and the 2 padlocks he had purchased. Montbar ordered up a bottle of old Burgundy and sent for Antoine. 10 minutes later Antoine appeared. He was a fine, handsome fellow, 25 or 6 years of age, about Montbar's height, a fact which the latter, in looking him over from head to foot, remarked with satisfaction. The postilion paused at the threshold, and carrying his hand to his hat in a military salute, he said, "Did the citizen send for me?" "Are you the man they call Antoine?" asked Montbar. "At your service, and that of your company." "Well, you can serve me, friend, but close the door and come here." Antoine closed the door, came within 2 steps of Montbar, saluted again and said, "Ready, master." "In the first place," said Montbar, "if you have no objections, we'll drink a glass of wine to the health of your mistress." Oh, my mistress," cried Antoine. "Can fellows like me afford mistresses? They're all very well for gentlemen such as you." "Come, you scamp," said Montbar. "You can't make me believe that, with your make-up, you've made a vow of chastity." "Oh, I don't say I'm a monk in that particular. I may have a bit of a love affair here and there, along the high road." "Yes, at every tavern, and that's why we stop so often with our return horses to drink a drop or fill a pipe." "Confound it," said Antoine with an indescribable twist of the shoulders. "A fellow must have his fun." "Well, taste the wine, my lad. I'll warrant it won't make you weep." And filling a glass, Montbar signed to the postilion to fill the other. "A fine honor for me, to your health and that of your company." This was an habitual phrase of the worthy postilion, a sort of extension of politeness, which did not need the presence of others to justify it in his eyes. "Ha," said he, after drinking and smacking his lips, "there's vintage for you, and I have gulped it down at a swallow as if it were heel taps." "That was a mistake, Antoine." "Yes, it was a mistake." "Luckily," said Montbar, refilling his glass, "you can repair it." "No higher than my thumb, citizen," said the facetious postilion, taking care that his thumb touched the rim of the glass. "1 minute," said Montbar, just as Antoine was putting his glass to his lips. "Just in time," said the postilion, "it was on its way. What is it?" "You wouldn't let me drink to the health of your mistress, but I hope you won't refuse to drink to mine." "Oh, that's never refused, especially with such wine. To the health of your mistress and her company." Thereupon citizen Anton swallowed the crimson liquor, tasting and relishing it this time. "Hey," exclaimed Montbar, "you're in too much of a hurry, my friend." "Pooh," retorted the postilion. "Yes, suppose I have several mistresses. If I don't name the one we drink to, what good will it do her?" "Why, that's true. Sad, but you'll have to try again, my friend." "Ha, try again, of course. Can't do things halfway with a man like you. The sin's committed, we'll drink again." And Anton held out his glass. Montbar filled it to the brim. "Now," said Anton, eyeing the bottle and making sure it was empty, "there must be no mistake. Her name." "To the beautiful Josephine," said Montbar. "To the beautiful Josephine," repeated Anton. And he swallowed the burgundy with increasing satisfaction. Then, after drinking and wiping his lips on his sleeve, he said, as he set the glass on the table, "Hey, one moment, citizen." "What now?" exclaimed Montbar. "Anything wrong this time?" "I should say so. We've made a great blunder, but it's too late now." "Why so?" "The bottle is empty." "That one, yes, but not this one." So saying, Montbar took from the chimney corner another bottle, already uncorked. "Ah," exclaimed Anton, a radiant smile lighting his face. "Is there any remedy for it?" asked Montbar. "There is," replied Anton, holding out his glass. Montbar filled it as scrupulously full as he had the first three. "Well," said the postilion, holding the ruby liquid to the light and admiring its sparkle, "as I was saying, we drank to the health of the beautiful Josephine." "Yes," said Montbar. "But," said Anton, "there are a devilish lot of Josephines in France." "True, how many do you suppose there are, Anton?" "Perhaps 100,000. "Granted, what then?" "Well, out of that 100,000 a tenth of them must be beautiful." "That's a good many." "Say a 20th. "All right. That makes 5,000. "The devil, you're strong in arithmetic." "I'm the son of a schoolmaster." Well, to which of those 5,000 did we drink, hey?" "You're right, Anton, the family name must follow, to the beautiful Josephine." "Stop, this glass was begun, it won't do. If the health is to do her any good, we'll have to empty it and fill it again." He put the glass to his lips. "There, it's empty," he said. "In full," added Montbar, putting the bottle to the glass. "I'm ready, to the beautiful Josephine." "To the beautiful Josephine Lallier." And Montbar emptied his glass. "By the Lord," exclaimed Anton. "Wait a moment, Josephine Lallier, why, I know her." "I didn't say you didn't." "Josephine Lallier, why, she's the daughter of the man who keeps the post horses at Belleville." "Exactly." "Damn it," exclaimed the postilion, "you're not to be pitied, a pretty slip of a girl. To the health of beautiful Josephine Lallier." And he swallowed his fifth glass of burgundy. "Now," asked Montbar, "do you understand why I had you sent up here, my lad?" "No, but I don't bear you any grudge for it, all the same." "That's very kind of you." "Oh, I'm a pretty good devil." "Well, I'll tell you why I sent for you." "I'm all ears." "Wait, you'll hear better if your glass is full than if it's empty." "Are you a doctor for deaf folk?" asked the postilion, banteringly. "No, but I've lived a good deal among drunkards," replied Montbar, filling Anton's glass again. "A man is not a drunkard because he likes wine," said Anton. "I agree with you, my good fellow," replied Montbar. "A man is only a drunkard when he can't carry his liquor." "Well said," cried Anton, who seemed to carry his pretty well. "I'm listening." "You told me that you didn't understand why I had sent for you." "That's what I said." "Still, you must have suspected that I had an object." "Every man has an object, good or bad, according to our priest," observed Anton sententiously. "Well, my friend," resumed Montbar, "mine is to make my way by night, without being recognized, into the courtyard of Master Nicholas Denis Lallier, postmaster at Belleville." "At Belleville," repeated Anton, who had followed Montbar's words with all the attention he was capable of. "You wish to make your way by night, without being recognized, into the courtyard of Master Nicholas Denis Lallier, postmaster at Belleville, in order to see the beautiful Josephine. Ah ha, my sly dog. You have it, my dear Anton, and I wish to get in without being recognized, because Father Lollier has discovered everything and has forbidden his daughter to see me. You don't say so. Well, what can I do about it? Your wits are still muddled, Anton. Drink another glass of wine to brighten them up. Right you are, exclaimed Anton. And he swallowed his 6th glass of wine. You ask what you can do, Anton. Yes, what can I do? That's what I ask. Everything, my friend. You? Ha, I'm curious to know what. Clear it up, and he held out his glass. You drive the mail to Chambery tomorrow, don't you? Yes, at 6 o'clock. Well, suppose that Anton is a good fellow. No supposing about it, he is. Well, this is what Anton does. Go on, what does he do? In the first place, he empties his glass. Done, that's not difficult. Then he takes these 10 louis. Montbar spread 10 louis on the table. Aha, exclaimed Anton, yellow boys, real ones. I thought those little devils had all emigrated. You see there are some left. And what is Anton to do to put them in his pocket? Anton must lend me his best postilion's suit. To you. And let me take his place tomorrow night. Ah yes, so that you can see the beautiful Josephine tomorrow night. Of course, I reach Belleville at 8, drive into the courtyard, and say the horses are tired and must rest from 8 till 10, and from 8 to 10. You can fool Pierre Lallier. Well, there you are, Anton. There I am. When a fellow's young, he goes with the young uns. When he's a bachelor, he's in with the bachelors. When he's old and a papa, he can go with the papas and cry, "Long live the papas." Then, my good Anton, you'll lend me your best jacket and breeches. I've just got a new jacket and breeches that I've never worn. And you'll let me take your place. With pleasure. Then I'll give you 5 louis for earnest money. And the rest. Tomorrow when I pull on the boots, only there's one precaution you must take. What is it? There's talk of brigands robbing diligences. You'll be careful to put the holsters on the saddle. What for? For pistols. No, don't you go and shoot those fine young fellows. What, do you call robbers who pillage diligences fine young men? A man's not a robber, because he takes government money. Is that your opinion? I should say so. Besides, it's the opinion of a good many other people, too. As for me, if I were a judge, I'd never in the world condemn them. Perhaps you would drink to their health. Of course, if the wine was good. I dare you to do it, said Montbar, emptying the last of the second bottle into Anton's glass. You know the proverb, said the postillion. What is it? Never defy a fool to commit his folly, to the health of the Companions of Jehu. Amen, responded Montbar. And the 5 louis? Asked Anton, putting his glass on the table. There they are. Thank you, you shall have the holsters on your saddle, but take my advice and don't put pistols in M, or if you do, follow Pierre Jerome's example. He's the conductor of the Geneva diligence, and put powder and no balls in M. And with that philanthropic advice, the postillion took his leave, and went down the stairway singing a postillion's song in a vinous voice. Montbar followed the song conscientiously through 2 verses. Then, as the voice died away in the distance, he was obliged to forgo the rest of the song, however interesting he may have found it. Chapter 42, The Chambery Mail Coach. The next day, at 5 in the afternoon, Anton, anxious, no doubt, not to be late, was in the courtyard of the Hôtel de la Poste, harnessing the 3 horses which were to relay the mail coach. Shortly after, the coach rumbled into the courtyard at a gallop, and was pulled up under the windows of a room close to the servants' stairway, which had seemed greatly to occupy Anton's attention. If anyone had paid attention to so slight a detail, it might have been observed that the window curtain was somewhat imprudently drawn aside to permit the occupant of the room to see the persons who got out of the coach. There were 3 men, who, with the haste of famished travelers, made their way toward the brilliantly lighted windows of the common room. They had scarcely entered, when a smart postilion came down the kitchen staircase, shod simply with thin pumps over which he intended to pull his heavy riding boots. These he received from Antoine, slipping 5 louis into his hand at the same time, and turned for the man to throw his riding cape over his shoulders, a protection rendered necessary by the severity of the weather. This completed, Antoine returned hastily to the stables and hid in the darkest corner. As for the man who had taken his place, reassured no doubt by the high collar of the cape that concealed half of his face, he went straight to the horses which stood ready harnessed, slipped his pistols into the holsters, and profiting by the moment when the other horses were being led into the stable by their postilion, he took a gimlet, which might in case of need serve as dagger, from his pocket, and screwed the 4 rings into the woodwork of the coach, 1 into each door, and the other 2 into the body of the coach. After which he put the horses to with a rapidity and skill which bespoke in him a man familiar from childhood with all the details of an art pushed to extremes in our day by that honorable class of society which we call gentlemen riders. That done, he waited, quieting his restless horses by voice and whip, judiciously combined or used in turn. Everyone knows the rapidity with which the meals of the unhappy beings condemned to travel by mail are hurried through. The half-hour was not up when the voice of the conductor was heard, calling, "Come, citizen travelers, take your places." Montbar placed himself close to the carriage door and recognized Roland and the colonel of the 7th Chasseurs, perfectly, in spite of their disguise, as they jumped into the coach, paying no attention whatever to the postilion. The latter closed the door upon them, slipped the padlock through the 2 rings and turned the key. Then, walking around the coach, he pretended to drop his whip before the other door, and in stooping for it, slipped the second padlock through the rings, deftly turned the key as he straightened up, and assured that the 2 officers were securely locked in, he sprang upon his horse, grumbling at the conductor who had left him to do his work. In fact, the conductor was still squabbling with the landlord over his bill when the 3rd traveler got into his place in the coupe. "Are you coming this evening, tonight, or tomorrow morning, Pierre Francois?" cried the pretended postilion, imitating Antoine as best he could. All right, I'm coming," answered the conductor, then, looking around him, "Why, where are the travelers?" he asked. "Here," replied the 2 officers from the interior, and the agent from the coupe. "Is the door properly closed?" persisted Pierre Francois. "I'll answer for that," said Montbar. "Then off you go, baggage," cried the conductor, as he climbed into the coupe and closed the door behind him. The postilion did not wait to be told twice. He started his horses, digging his spurs into the belly of the one he rode, and lashing the others vigorously. The mail coach dashed forward at a gallop. Montbar drove as if he had never done anything else in his life. As he crossed the town, the windows rattled, and the houses shook. Never did real postilion crack his whip with greater science. As he left Macon, he saw a little troop of horse. They were the 12 chasseurs told off to follow the coach without seeming to escort it. The colonel passed his head through the window and made a sign to the sergeant who commanded them. Montbar did not seem to notice anything, but after going some 400 or 500 yards, he turned his head, while executing a symphony with his whip, and saw that the escort had started. "Wait, my babes," said Montbar, "I'll make you see the country." And he dug in his spurs and brought down his whip. The horses seemed to have wings, and the coach flew over the cobblestones like the chariot of thunder rumbling past. The conductor became alarmed. "Hey, Master Anton," cried he, "are you drunk?" "Drunk, fine drinking," replied Montbar. "I dined on a beetroot salad." "Damn him, if he goes like that," cried Roland, thrusting his head through the window. "The escort can't keep up." "You hear what he says," shrieked the conductor. "No," replied Montbar, "I don't." "Well, he says that if you keep this up the escort can't follow." "Is there an escort?" asked Montbar. "Of course, we're carrying government money." "That's different, you ought to have said so at first." But instead of slacking his pace, the coach was whirled along as before. If there was any change, it was for greater velocity than before. "Antoine, if there's an accident, I'll shoot you through the head," shouted the conductor. "Run along," exclaimed Montbar. "Everybody knows those pistols haven't any balls in them." "Possibly not, but mine have," cried the police agent. "That remains to be seen," replied Montbar, keeping on his way at the same pace without heed to these remonstrances. On they went with the speed of lightning through the village of Varennes, then through that of La Crèche and the little town of Chapelle de Guinchay. Only half a mile further, and they would reach the Maison Blanche. The horses were dripping, and tossed the foam from their mouths as they neighed with excitement. Montbar glanced behind him. More than a mile back the sparks were flying from the escort's horses. Before him was the mountainous declivity. Down it he dashed, gathering the reins to master his horses when the time came. The conductor had ceased expostulating, for he saw that the hand which guided the horses was firm and capable. But from time to time, the colonel thrust his head through the window to look for his men. Halfway down the slope Montbar had his horses under control, without, however, seeming to check their course. Then he began to sing, at the top of his voice, the Réveil du Peuple, the song of the Royalists, just as the Marseillaise was the song of the Jacobins. "What's that rogue about?" cried Roland, putting his head through the window. "Tell him to hold his tongue, conductor, or I'll put a ball through his loins." Perhaps the conductor might have repeated Roland's threat to Montbar, but he suddenly saw a black line blocking the road. "Halt, conductor!" thundered a voice the next moment. "Postilion, drive over the bellies of those bandits," shouted the police agent. "Drive on yourself," said Montbar. "Do you suppose I'm going over the stomachs of friends? Hoo-ah." The mail coach stopped as if by magic. Go on," cried Roland and the colonel, aware that the escort was too far behind to help them. "Ha, you villain of a postilion," cried the police agent, springing out of the coupe, and pointing his pistol at Montbar. "You shall pay for this." The words were scarcely uttered when Montbar, forestalling him, fired, and the agent rolled, mortally wounded, under the wheels of the coach. His fingers, convulsed by death, touched the trigger and the pistol went off, but the ball touched no one. "Conductor," shouted the two officers, "by all the powers of heaven, open, open, open quickly." "Gentlemen," said Morgan, advancing, "we are not attacking your persons, we merely want the government money. Conductor, that 50,000 francs and quickly too." Two shots from the interior made answer for the officers, who, after vainly shaking the doors, were still more fruitlessly attempting to force themselves through the windows. No doubt one of their shots took effect, for a cry of rage was heard and a flash illuminated the road. The colonel gave a sigh and fell back against Roland. He was killed outright. Roland fired again, but no one replied to him. His pistols were both discharged. Locked in as he was, he could not use his saber, and he howled with rage. Meantime, the conductor was forced, with a pistol at his throat, to give up the money. Two men took the bags containing the 50,000 francs and fastened them on Montbar's horse, which his groom had brought ready saddled and bridled, as if to a meet. Montbar kicked off his heavy boots and sprang into the saddle. "My compliments to the first consul, Monsieur de Montrevel," cried Morgan. Then, turning to his companions, he cried, "Scatter which way you will, you know the rendezvous for tomorrow night." "Yes, yes," replied 10 or a dozen voices. And the band dispersed like a flock of birds, disappearing down the valley into the shadow of the trees that lined the banks of the little river and surrounded the Maison Blanche. At that moment the gallop of horses was heard, and the escort, alarmed by the pistol shots, appeared on the crest of the hill and came down the slope like an avalanche. But it came too late. It found only the conductor sitting dazed by the roadside, the bodies of the colonel and of Fouche's agent, and Roland a prisoner, roaring like a lion gnawing at the bars of its cage. Chapter 43, Lord Grenville's Reply. While the events we have just recorded were transpiring, and occupying the minds and newspapers of the provinces, other events, of very different import, were maturing in Paris, which were destined to occupy the minds and newspapers of the whole world. Lord Tanley had returned, bringing the reply of his uncle, Lord Grenville. This reply consisted of a letter addressed to M. de Talleyrand, enclosing a memorandum for the first consul. The letter was couched in the following terms. Downing Street, February 14, 1800. Sir, I have received and placed before the King the letter, which you transmitted to me through my nephew, Lord Tanley. His Majesty, seeing no reason to depart from the long-established customs of Europe, in treating with foreign states, directs me to forward you in his name the official reply which is herewith enclosed. I have the honor to be, with the highest esteem, your very humble and obedient servant, Grenville. The letter was dry, the memorandum curt. Moreover, the First Consul's letter to King George was autographic, and King George, not departing from the long-established customs of Europe in treating with foreign states, replied by a simple memorandum written by a secretary. True, the memorandum was signed Grenville. It was a long recrimination against France, against the spirit of disorder which disturbed the nation, against the fears which that spirit of disorder inspired in all Europe, and on the necessity imposed on the sovereigns of Europe, for the sake of their own safety, to repress it. In short, the memorandum was virtually a continuation of the war. The reading of such a dictum made Bonaparte's eyes flash with the flame which, in him, preceded his great decisions, as lightning precedes thunder. "So, sir," said he, turning to Lord Tanley, "this is all you have obtained?" "Yes, citizen First Consul." "Then you did not repeat verbally to your uncle all that I charged you to say to him?" "I did not omit a syllable." "Did you tell him that you had lived in France 3 years, that you had seen her, had studied her, that she was strong, powerful, prosperous, and desirous of peace while prepared for war?" "I told him all that." "Did you add that the war which England is making against France is a senseless war, that the spirit of disorder of which they speak, and which, at the worst, is only the effervescence of freedom too long restrained, which it were wiser to confine to France by means of a general peace, that peace is the sole cordon sanitaire which can prevent it from crossing our frontiers, and that if the volcano of war is lighted in France, France will spread like lava over foreign lands? Italy is delivered, says the King of England, but from whom? From her liberators. Italy is delivered, but why? Because I conquered Egypt from the Delta to the Third Cataract. Italy is delivered because I was no longer in Italy. But I am here. In a month I can be in Italy. What do I need to win her back from the Alps to the Adriatic? A single battle. Do you know what Messina is doing in defending Genoa? Waiting for me. Ha, the sovereigns of Europe need war to protect their crowns. Well, my lord, I tell you that I will shake Europe until their crowns tremble on their heads. Want war, do they? Just wait, Burian. The door between the First Consul's study and the secretary's office opened precipitately, and Burian rushed in, his face terrified, as though he thought Bonaparte were calling for help. But when he saw him highly excited, crumpling the diplomatic memorandum in one hand and striking with the other on his desk, while Lord Tanley was standing calm, erect, and silent near him, he understood immediately that England's answer had irritated the First Consul. "Did you call me General?" he asked. "Yes," said the First Consul, "sit down there and write." Then in a harsh, jerky voice, without seeking his words, which, on the contrary, seemed to crowd through the portal of his brain, he dictated the following proclamation. "Soldiers, in promising peace to the French people, I was your mouthpiece. I know your power. You are the same men who conquered the Rhine, Holland, and Italy, and granted peace beneath the walls of astounded Vienna. Soldiers, it is no longer our own frontiers that you have to defend, it is the enemy's country you must now invade. Soldiers, when the time comes, I shall be among you, and astounded Europe shall remember that you belong to the race of heroes." Burian raised his head, expectant, after writing the last words. "Well, that's all," said Bonaparte. "Shall I add the sacramental words, Vive la République?" "Why do you ask that?" "Because we have issued no proclamation during the last 4 months, and something may be changed in the ordinary formulas." "The proclamation will do as it is," said Bonaparte. "Add nothing to it." Taking a pen, he dashed rather than wrote his signature at the bottom of the paper, then handing it to Burian, he said, "See that it appears in the Moniteur tomorrow." Burian left the room, carrying the proclamation with him. Bonaparte, left alone with Lord Tanley, walked up and down the room for a moment, as though he had forgotten the Englishman's presence. Then he stopped suddenly before him. "My lord," he asked, "do you think you obtained from your uncle all that another man might have obtained in your place?" "More, citizen First Consul." More, pray, what have you obtained?" "I think that the citizen First Consul did not read the royal memorandum with all the attention it deserves." "Heavens," exclaimed Bonaparte, "I know it by heart." "Then the citizen First Consul cannot have weighed the meaning and the wording of a certain paragraph." You think so? I am sure of it, and if the citizen first consul will permit me to read him the paragraph to which I allude. Bonaparte relaxed his hold upon the crumpled note and handed it to Lord Tanley, saying, "Read it." Sir John cast his eyes over the document, with which he seemed to be familiar, paused at the 10th paragraph, and read. The best and surest means for peace and security, and for their continuance, would be the restoration of that line of princes who, for so many centuries, have preserved to the French nation its internal prosperity and the respect and consideration of foreign countries. Such an event would have removed, and at any time remove, the obstacles which are now in the way of negotiations and peace. It would guarantee to France the tranquil possession of her former territory, and procure for all the other nations of Europe through alike tranquility and peace, that security which they are now obliged to seek by other means. Well, said Bonaparte impatiently, I have read all that and perfectly understood it. Be monk, labor for another man, and your victories, your renown, your genius will be forgiven you. Humble yourself, and you shall be allowed to remain great. Citizen First Consul, said Lord Tanley, no one knows better than I the difference between you and Monk, and how far you surpass him in genius and renown. Then why do you read me that? I only read that paragraph, replied Sir John, to lead you to give to the one following its due significance. Let's hear it, said Bonaparte, with repressed impatience. Sir John continued. But however desirable such an event may be for France and for the world, it is not to this means alone that His Majesty restricts the possibility of a safe and sure pacification. Sir John emphasized the last words. Exclaimed Bonaparte, stepping hastily to Sir John's side. The Englishman continued. His Majesty does not presume to prescribe to France her form of government, nor the hands into which she may place the necessary authority to conduct the affairs of a great and powerful nation. Read that again, sir, said Bonaparte eagerly. Read it yourself, replied Sir John. He handed him the note, and Bonaparte reread it. Was it you, sir, he asked, who added that paragraph? I certainly insisted on it. Bonaparte reflected. You are right, he said. A great step has been taken. The return of the Bourbons is no longer a condition sine qua non. I am accepted, not only as a military but also as a political power. Then, holding out his hand to Sir John, he added, Have you anything to ask of me, sir? The only thing I seek has been asked of you by my friend Roland. And I answered, sir, that I shall be pleased to see you the husband of his sister. If I were richer, or if you were less so, I would offer to dower her. Sir John made a motion. But as I know your fortune will suffice for two, added Bonaparte, smiling, or even more, I leave you the joy of giving not only happiness, but also wealth to the woman you love. Burian, he called. Burian appeared. I have sent it, General, he said. Very good, replied the first consul, but that is not what I called you for. I await your orders. At whatever hour of the day or night Lord Tanley presents himself, I shall be happy to receive him without delay. You hear me, my dear Burian. You hear me, my lord. Lord Tanley bowed his thanks. And now, said Bonaparte, I presume you are in a hurry to be off to the Château des Noirs Fontaines. I won't detain you, but there is one condition I impose. And that is, General. If I need you for another mission. That is not a condition, Citizen First Consul, it is a favor. Lord Tanley bowed and withdrew. Burian prepared to follow him, but Bonaparte called him back. Is there a carriage below? He asked. Burian looked into the courtyard. Yes, General. Then get ready and come with me. I am ready, General. I have only my hat and overcoat to get, and they are in the office. Then let us go, said Bonaparte. He took up his hat and coat, went down the private staircase, and signed to the carriage to come up. Notwithstanding Burian's haste, he got down after him. A footman opened the door. Bonaparte sprang in. Where are we going, General? Asked Burian. To the Tuileries, replied Bonaparte. Burian, amazed, repeated the order and looked at the first consul as if to seek an explanation. But the latter was plunged in thought, and the secretary, who at this time was still the friend, thought it best not to disturb him. The horses started at gallop, Bonaparte's usual mode of progression, and took the way to the Tuileries. The Tuileries, inhabited by Louis Roman XVI, after the days of the 5th of October, and occupied successively by the Convention and the Council of 500, had remained empty and devastated since the 18th Brumaire. Since that day Bonaparte had more than once cast his eyes on that ancient palace of royalty, but he knew the importance of not arousing any suspicion that a future king might dwell in the palace of the abolished monarchy. Bonaparte had brought back from Italy a magnificent bust of Junius Brutus. There was no suitable place for it at the Luxembourg, and toward the end of November, Bonaparte had sent for the Republican David and ordered him to place the bust in the gallery of the Tuileries. Who could suppose that David, the friend of Marat, was preparing the dwelling of a future emperor by placing the bust of Cesar's murderer in the gallery of the Tuileries? No one did suppose, nor even suspect it. When Bonaparte went to see if the bust were properly placed, he noticed the havoc committed in the palace of Catherine of Medicis. The Tuileries were no longer the abode of kings, it is true, but they were a national palace, and the nation could not allow one of its palaces to become dilapidated. Bonaparte sent for Citizen Lecomte, the architect, and ordered him to clean the Tuileries. The word might be taken in both senses, moral and physical. The architect was requested to send in an estimate of the cost of the cleaning. It amounted to 500,000 francs. Bonaparte asked if for that sum, the Tuileries could be converted into a suitable palace for the government. The architect replied that the sum named would suffice not only to restore the Tuileries to their former condition, but to make them habitable. A habitable palace, that was all Bonaparte wanted. How should he, a republican, need regal luxury? The palace of the government ought to be severely plain, decorated with marbles and statues only. But what ought those statues to be? It was the first consul's duty to select them. Accordingly, Bonaparte chose them from the 3 great ages and the 3 great nations, from the Greeks, from the Romans, from France and her rivals. From the Greeks he chose Alexander and Demosthenes, the genius of conquest and the genius of eloquence. From the Romans he chose Scipio, Cicero, Cato, Brutus, and Caesar, placing the great victim side by side with the murderer, as great almost as himself. From the modern world he chose Gustavus Adolphus, Turenne, the great Condé, Du Guesclin, Marlborough, Prince Eugene, and the Marechal de Saxe. And finally the great Frederick and George Washington, false philosophy upon a throne, and true wisdom founding a free state. To these he added warlike heroes, Dampierre, Dugommier, Joubert, to prove that, while he did not fear the memory of a Bourbon in the great Condé, neither was he jealous of his brothers-in-arms, the victims of a cause already no longer his. Matters were in this state at the period of which we are now speaking, that is, the last of February, 1800. The Tuileries had been cleaned, the busts were in their niches, the statues were on their pedestals, and only a favorable occasion was wanting. That occasion came when the news of Washington's death was received. The founder of the liberty of the United States had ceased to breathe on the 14th of December, 1799. It was that event of which Bonaparte was thinking, when Burian saw, by the expression of his face, that he must be left entirely to the reflections which absorbed him. The carriage stopped before the Tuileries. Bonaparte sprang out with the same haste with which he had entered it, went rapidly up the stairs, and through the apartments, examining more particularly those which had been inhabited by Louis Roman XVI and Marie Antoinette. In the private study of Louis Roman XVI, he stopped short. "Here's where we will live, Burian," he said, suddenly, as if the latter had followed him through the mental labyrinth in which he wandered, following the thread of Ariadne which we call thought. "Yes, we will lodge here. The 3rd consul can have the pavilion of Flora, and Cambyses will remain at the chancellery." "In that way," said Burian, "when the time comes, you will have only one to turn out." "Come, come," said Bonaparte, catching Burian by the ear, "that's not bad." "When shall we move in, General?" asked Burian. "Oh, not tomorrow. It will take at least a week to prepare the Parisians to see me leave the Luxembourg for the Tuileries." 8 days, exclaimed Burian, "that will do. Especially if we begin at once. Come, Burian, to the Luxembourg." With the rapidity that characterized all his movements when serious matters were in question, he passed through the suites of apartments he had already visited, ran down the stairs, and sprang into the carriage, calling out, "To the Luxembourg." "Wait, wait," cried Burian, still in the vestibule. "General, won't you wait for me?" "Laggard," exclaimed Bonaparte, and the carriage started as it had come at a gallop. When Bonaparte re-entered his study, he found the Minister of Police awaiting him. "Well, what now, Citizen Fouch? You look upset. Have I perchance been assassinated?" "Citizen First Consul," said the minister, "you seem to attach the utmost importance to the destruction of those bands who call themselves the Companions of Jehu. Evidently, since I sent Roland himself to pursue them. Have you any news of them?" "We have." "From whom?" "Their leader himself." "Their leader?" "He has had the audacity to send me a report of their last exploit." "Against whom?" "The 50,000 francs you sent to the St. Bernard Fathers." "What became of them?" "The 50,000 francs." "Yes." "They are in the possession of those brigands, and their leader informs me he will transfer them shortly to Cadoudal." "Then Roland is killed?" "No." "How do you mean no?" "My agent is killed, Colonel Morris is killed, but your aide-de-camp is safe and sound." "Then he will hang himself," said Bonaparte. "What good would that do? The rope would break, you know his luck." "Or his misfortune, yes. Where is the report?" "You mean the letter?" "Letter, report, thing, whatever it was that told you this news." The minister handed the first consul a paper enclosed in a perfumed envelope. "What's this?" "The thing you asked for." Bonaparte read the address, "To the Citizen Fouch, Minister of Police, Paris." Then he opened the letter, which contained the following. "Citizen Minister, I have the honor to inform you that the 50,000 francs, intended for the monks of St. Bernard came into our hands on the night of February 25, 1800 old style, and that they will reach those of Citizen Cadoudal within the week. The affair was well managed, save for the deaths of your agent and Colonel St. Maurice. As for M. Roland de Montrevel, I have the satisfaction of informing you that nothing distressing has befallen him. I did not forget that he was good enough to receive me at the Luxembourg. I write you, Citizen Minister, because I presume that M. Roland de Montrevel is just now too much occupied in pursuing us to write you himself, but I am sure that at his first leisure moment you will receive from him a report containing all the details, into which I cannot enter for lack of time and facilities for writing. In exchange for the service I render you, Citizen Minister, I will ask you to do one for me, namely, inform Madame de Montrevel, without delay, that her son is in safety. Morgan. Maison Blanche, on the road from Macon to Lyon, Saturday, 9 p.m. "Ha, the devil," said Bonaparte, "a bold scamp." Then he added with a sigh, "What colonels and captains those men would make me." "What are your orders, Citizen First Consul?" asked the Minister of Police. "None, that concerns Roland. His honor is at stake, and as he is not killed, he will take his revenge. Then the First Consul will take no further notice of the affair. Not for the present, at any rate." Then, turning to his secretary, he added, "We have other fish to fry, haven't we, Burian?" Burian nodded affirmatively. "When does the First Consul wish to see me again?" asked the minister. "Tonight at 10 o'clock. We move out in 8 days." "Where are you going?" "To the Tuileries." Fouch gave a start of amazement. "Against your opinion, I know," said the First Consul, "but I'll take the whole business on myself. You have only to obey." Fouch bowed and prepared to leave the room. "By the way," exclaimed Bonaparte. Fouch turned round. "Don't forget to notify Madame de Montrevel that her son is safe and sound. That's the least you can do for Citizen Morgan after the service he has rendered you." And he turned his back on the Minister of Police, who retired, biting his lips till the blood came. Chapter 44, Change of Residence. That same day, the first consul, left alone with Burian, dictated the following order, addressed to the consulate guard and to the army at large. Washington is dead. That great man fought against tyranny. He consolidated the liberty of America. His memory will ever be dear. To the French people, to all free men in both hemispheres, but especially to the French soldiers, who, like Washington and his soldiers, have fought for liberty and equality. Consequently, the first consul orders that the flags and banners of the Republic shall be hung with crape for 10 days. But the first consul did not intend to confine himself to this order of the day. Among the means he took to facilitate his removal from the Luxembourg to the Tuileries was one of those fêtes by which he knew, none better, how to amuse the eyes and also direct the minds of the spectator. This fête was to take place at the Invalides, or, as they said in those days, the Temple of Mars. A bust of Washington was to be crowned, and the flags of Aboukir were to be received from the hands of General Lannes. It was one of those combinations which Bonaparte thoroughly understood, a flash of lightning drawn from the contact of contrasting facts. He presented the great man of the New World, and a great victory of the old, young America coupled with the palms of Thebes and Memphis. On the day fixed for the ceremony, 6,000 cavalry were in line from the Luxembourg to the Invalides. At 8 o'clock, Bonaparte mounted his horse in the main courtyard of the consular palace. Issuing by the Rue de Tournon, he took the line of the quays, accompanied by a staff of generals, none of whom were over 35 years of age. Lannes headed the procession. Behind him were 60 guides bearing the 60 captured flags. Then came Bonaparte about 2 horses' lengths ahead of his staff. The Minister of War, Berthier, awaited the procession under the dome of the temple. He leaned against a statue of Mars at rest, and the ministers and councillors of state were grouped around him. The flags of Denain and Fontenoy, and those of the first campaign in Italy, were already suspended from the columns which supported the roof. 2 centenarian invalids who had fought beside Marechal Saxe were standing, one to the right and one to the left of Berthier, like caryatides of an ancient world, gazing across the centuries. To the right, on a raised platform, was the bust of Washington, which was now to be draped with the flags of Aboukir. On another platform, opposite to the former, stood Bonaparte's armchair. On each side of the temple were tiers of seats in which was gathered all the elegant society of Paris, or rather that portion of it which gave its adhesion to the order of ideas, then to be celebrated. When the flags appeared, the trumpets blared, their metallic sounds echoing through the arches of the temple. Lannes entered first. At a sign from him, the guides mounted 2 by 2 the steps of the platform and placed the staffs of the flags in the holders prepared for them. During this time, Bonaparte took his place in the chair. Then Lannes advanced to the Minister of War, and in that voice that rang out so clearly on the battlefield, crying forward, he said, "Citizen Minister, these are the flags of the Ottoman army, destroyed before your eyes at Aboukir. The army of Egypt, after crossing burning deserts, surviving thirst and hunger, found itself before an enemy proud of his numbers and his victories, and believing that he saw an easy prey in our troops, exhausted by their march and incessant combats. He had yet to learn that the French soldier is greater because he knows how to suffer than because he knows how to vanquish, and that his courage rises and augments in danger. 3,000 Frenchmen, as you know, fell upon 18,000 barbarians, broke their ranks, forced them back, pressed them between our lines and the sea. And the terror of our bayonets is such that the Mussulmans, driven to choose a death, rushed into the depths of the Mediterranean. On that memorable day hung the destinies of Egypt, France, and Europe, and they were saved by your courage. Allied powers, if you dare to violate French territory, and if the general who was given back to us by the victory of Aboukir makes an appeal to the nation, Allied powers, I say to you that your successes would be more fatal to you than disasters. What Frenchman is there who would not march to victory again under the banners of the first consul, or serve his apprenticeship to fame with him?" Then, addressing the invalids, for whom the whole lower gallery had been reserved, he continued in a still more powerful voice. "And you, brave veterans, honorable victims of the fate of battles, you will not be the last to flock under the orders of him who knows your misfortunes and your glory, and who now delivers to your keeping these trophies won by your valor. Ah, I know you, veterans, you burn to sacrifice the half of your remaining lives to your country and its freedom. This specimen of the military eloquence of the conqueror of Montebello was received with deafening applause. 3 times the Minister of War endeavored to make reply, and 3 times the bravos cut him short. At last, however, silence came, and Berthier expressed himself as follows: "To raise on the banks of the Seine these trophies won on the banks of the Nile, to hang beneath the domes of our temples, beside the flags of Vienna, of Petersburg, of London, the banners blessed in the mosques of Byzantium and Cairo, to see them here, presented by the same warriors, young in years, old in glory, whom victory has so often crowned. These things are granted only to Republican France. Yet this is but a part of what he has done, that hero, in the flower of his age covered with the laurels of Europe, he who stood a victor before the pyramids, from the summits of which 40 centuries looked down upon him, while, surrounded by his warriors and learned men, he emancipated the native soil of art and restored to it the lights of civilization. Soldiers plant in this temple of the warrior virtues those ensigns of the crescent, captured on the rocks of Canopus by 3,000 Frenchmen from 18,000 Ottomans, as brave as they were barbarous. Let them bear witness, not to the valor of the French soldier, the universe itself resounds to that, but to his unalterable constancy, his sublime devotion. Let the sight of these banners console you, veteran warriors, you whose bodies, gloriously mutilated on the field of honor, deprive your courage of other exercise than hope and prayer. Let them proclaim from that dome above us, to all the enemies of France, the influence of genius, the value of the heroes who captured them, for warning of the horrors of war all those who are deaf to our offers of peace. Yes, if they will have war, they shall have it, war, terrible and unrelenting. The nation, satisfied, regards the army of the East with pride. That invincible army will learn with joy that the First Consul is watchful of its glory. It is the object of the keenest solicitude on the part of the Republic. It will hear with pride that we have honored it in our temples, while awaiting the moment when we shall imitate, if need be, on the fields of Europe, the warlike virtues it has displayed on the burning sands of Africa and Asia. Come, in the name of that army, intrepid general, come in the name of those heroes among whom you now appear, and receive an embrace in token of the national gratitude. And in the moment when we again take up our arms in defense of our independence, if the blind fury of kings refuses the peace we offer, let us cast a branch of laurel on the ashes of Washington, that hero who freed America from the yoke of our worst and most implacable enemy. Let his illustrious shade tell us of the glory which follows a nation's liberator beyond the grave. Bonaparte now came down from his platform, and in the name of France was embraced by Berthier. M. de Fontaines, who was appointed to pronounce the eulogy on Washington, waited courteously until the echoes of the torrent of applause, which seemed to fall in cascades through the vast amphitheater, had died away. In the midst of these glorious individualities, M. de Fontaines was a curiosity, half political, half literary. After the 18th Fructidor he was proscribed with Seward and Laharpe, but being perfectly hidden in a friend's house, and never going out except at night, he managed to avoid leaving France. Nevertheless, an accident, impossible to foresee, had betrayed him. He was knocked down one night on the Place du Carrousel by a runaway horse, and was recognized by a policeman, who ran to his assistance. But Fouché, who was at once informed not only of his presence in France, but also of his actual hiding place, pretended to know nothing of him. A few days after the 18th Brumaire, Marat, who became later the Duc de Bassano, Laplace, who continued to be simply a man of science, and Regnault de Saint-Jean d'Angely, who died mad, spoke to the First Consul of M. de Fontaines and of his presence in Paris. "Present him to me," replied the First Consul simply. M. de Fontaines was presented to Bonaparte, who, recognizing his supple nature and the unctuous flattery of his eloquence, chose him to deliver the eulogy on Washington, and perhaps something of his own at the same time. M. de Fontaines' address was too long to be reported here. All that we shall say about it is, that it was precisely what Bonaparte desired. That evening there was a grand reception at the Luxembourg. During the ceremony, a rumor was spread that the First Consul contemplated removing to the Tuileries. Persons who were either bold or curious ventured on a few words to Josephine. She, poor woman, who still saw before her the tumbril and the scaffold of Marie Antoinette, had an instinctive horror of all that might connect her with royalty. she therefore hesitated to reply and referred all questions to her husband. Then another rumor began to be bruited about which served as a counterpoise to the former. Murat, it was said, had asked the hand of Mademoiselle Caroline Bonaparte in marriage. But this marriage was not without its obstacles. Bonaparte had had a quarrel, lasting over a year, with the man who aspired to the honor of becoming his brother-in-law. The cause of this quarrel will seem rather strange to our readers. Murat, the lion of the army, Murat, whose courage had become proverbial, Murat, who might well have been taken by a sculptor as a model for the god of war, Murat, on one occasion, when he must have slept ill or breakfasted badly, had a moment of weakness. It happened before Mantua, in which city Wurmser, after the Battle of Rivoli, was forced to shut himself up with 28,000 men. General Mialis, with 4,000 only, was investing the place. During a sortie attempted by the Austrians, Murat, at the head of 500 men, received an order to charge 3,000. Murat charged but feebly. Bonaparte, whose aide-de-camp he then was so irritated that he would not suffer him to remain about him. This was a great blow to Murat, all the more because he was at that time desirous of becoming the general's brother-in-law. He was deeply in love with Caroline Bonaparte. How had that love come about? It can be told in 2 words. Perhaps those who read our books singly are surprised that we sometimes dwell on certain details which seem somewhat long drawn out for the book in which they appear. The fact is, we're not writing isolated books, but as we have already said, we are filling, or trying to fill, an immense frame. To us, the presence of our characters is not limited to their appearance in one book. The man you meet in one book may be a king in a second volume, and exiled or shot in a third. Balzac did a great and noble work with 100 aspects, and he called it the Comédie Humaine. Our work, begun at the same time as his, although, be it understood, we do not praise it, may fitly be called the drama of France. Now let us return to Murat, and tell how this love, which had so glorious and possibly so fatal an influence on his destiny, came to him. In 1796, Murat was sent to Paris, charged with the duty of presenting to the Directory the flags and banners taken by the French army at the battles of Dago and Mondovi. During this voyage, he made the acquaintance of Madame Bonaparte and Madame Tallien. At Madame Bonaparte's house, he again met Mademoiselle Caroline Bonaparte. We say again, for that was not the first time he had met the woman who was to share the crown of Naples with him. They had met in Rome, at her brother's house, and in spite of the rivalry of a young and handsome Roman prince, she had shown him a marked preference. The 3 women combined to obtain for him the rank of General of Brigade from the Directory. Murat returned to the army of Italy, more in love than ever, and, in spite of his new rank, he solicited and obtained the favor of remaining with the general-in-chief as aide-de-camp. Unhappily, the fatal sortie took place soon after, in consequence of which he fell in disgrace with Bonaparte. This disgrace had for a while all the characteristics of actual enmity. Bonaparte dismissed him from his service as aide-de-camp and transferred him to Ney's division, and then to that of Barraghy de Hilliers. The result was that when Bonaparte returned to Paris after the Treaty of Tolentino, Murat did not accompany him. This did not at all suit the female triumvirate, who had taken the young general under its direction. The beautiful intriguers entered into the campaign, and as the expedition to Egypt was then preparing, they induced the Minister of War to send Murat with it. He embarked in the same ship as Bonaparte, namely the Orient, but the latter did not address a single word to him during the voyage. After they reached Alexandria, Murat was at first unable to break the icy barrier opposed to him by the general, who, more to put him at a distance from his own person than to give him an opportunity to distinguish himself, confronted him with Murad Bey. But during that campaign, Murat performed such prodigies of valor that he effaced, by such bravery, the memory of that momentary weakness. He charged so intrepidly, so madly at Aboukir, that Bonaparte had not the heart to bear him further malice. Consequently, Murat had returned to France with Bonaparte. He had powerfully cooperated with him on the 18th and especially on the 19th Brumaire. He was, therefore, restored to full favor, and, as a proof of that favor, had received the command of the consular guard. He thought this the moment to declare his love, a love already well known to Josephine, who favored it, for which she had 2 reasons. In the first place, she was a woman in the most charming acceptation of the word, that is to say, All the gentler passions of women were attractive to her. Joachim loved Caroline, Caroline loved Joachim. That was enough to make her wish to protect their love. In the second place, Bonaparte's brothers detested Josephine. Joseph and Lucien were her bitterest enemies, and she was not sorry to make herself two ardent friends in Caroline and Murat. She therefore encouraged the latter to approach Bonaparte on the subject. 3 days before the ceremony we have just described, Murat had entered Bonaparte's study, and, after endless hesitation and circumlocution, had proffered his request. It is probable that the love of the young pair was no news to Bonaparte, who, however, received it with stern gravity, and contented himself with replying that he would think it over. The matter, in fact, required thinking over. Bonaparte came of a noble family. Murat was the son of an innkeeper. The alliance at such a moment might have great significance. Was the first consul, in spite of his noble birth, in spite of the exalted rank to which he had raised himself, not only sufficiently republican, but also sufficiently democratic to mingle his blood with that of the common people? He did not reflect long. His strong, good sense and his logical mind told him that he had every interest in allowing the marriage, and he gave his consent to it the same day. The double news of this marriage and of the removal to the Tuileries was launched on the public at the same time. The one was to counterpoise the other. The first consul was about to occupy the palace of the former kings, to sleep in the bed of the Bourbons, as they said at that time, but he gave his sister to the son of an innkeeper. And now, it may be asked, what dowry did the future Queen of Naples bring to the hero of Aboukir? 30,000 francs and a diamond necklace, which the first consul took from his wife, being too poor to buy one. Josephine, who was very fond of her necklace, pouted a little. But the gift, thus obtained, was a triumphant reply to those who claimed that Bonaparte had made a fortune in Italy. Besides, why had she taken the interests of the young couple so to heart? She had insisted on marrying them, and she ought to contribute to the dowry. The result of this clever combination was that on the day when the consuls left the Luxembourg for the palace of the government, escorted by the son of an innkeeper, soon to be Bonaparte's brother-in-law, it did not occur to those who saw the procession pass to do otherwise than admire and applaud. And in truth, what could be more admirable and worthy of applause than those processions, which had at their head such men as Murat, Moreau, Junot, Duroc, Augereau, and Massena? A grand review had been ordered to take place that same day in the square of the Carrousel. Madame Bonaparte was to be present, not, to be sure, in the balcony of the clock tower, that being evidently too royal, but at the window of Lebrun's apartment in the pavilion of Flora. Bonaparte started at 1 o'clock precisely from the Luxembourg, escorted by 3,000 picked men, among them the splendid regiment of the Guides, created 3 years earlier as a bodyguard to Bonaparte during the Italian campaign. In consequence of a great danger he had escaped on one occasion. He was resting in a small chateau, after the exhaustion attendant upon the passage of the Mincio, and was preparing to take a bath, when a retreating Austrian detachment, losing its way, invaded the chateau, which had no other guard than the sentries. Bonaparte had barely time to escape in his shirt. A curious difficulty, which deserves to be recorded, arose on the morning of this removal, which took place the 30th Pluvios, year Roman 8. The generals, of course, had their horses and the ministers their carriages, but the other functionaries had not yet judged it expedient to go to such an expense. Carriages were therefore lacking. They were supplied from the hackney coach stands, and slips of paper of the same color as the carriages were pasted over their numbers. The carriage of the first consul alone was harnessed with 6 white horses, but as the 3 consuls were in the same carriage, Bonaparte and Cambaceres on the front seat, and Lebrun on the back, it was, after all, but 2 horses apiece. Besides, were not these 6 white horses given to the commander-in-chief by the Emperor Francis himself, after the Treaty of Campo Formio, a trophy in themselves? The carriage crossed a part of Paris, following the Rue de Thionville, the Quai Voltaire, and the Pont Royal. From the archway of the Carrousel to the great portal of the Tuileries, the consular guard lined the way. As Bonaparte passed through the archway, he raised his head and read the inscription it bore. That inscription was as follows: August 10, 1792. Royalty is abolished in France, and shall never rise again. An almost imperceptible smile flickered on the first consul's lips. At the door of the Tuileries, Bonaparte left the carriage and sprang into the saddle to review the troops. When he appeared on his war horse, the applause burst forth wildly on all sides. After the review was over, he placed himself in front of the clock tower, with Muret on his right, Lannes at his left, and the glorious staff of the army of Italy behind him. Then began the march past. And now it was that one of those inspirations came to him which engraved themselves forever on the hearts of soldiers. As the flags of the 30th, the 96th, and the 33d demi-brigades were borne past him, and he saw that, of those banners, there remained but a stick and a few rags, riddled with balls and blackened with powder, he took his hat from his head and bowed. Then, when the march was over, he dismounted from his horse, and with a firm step, he walked up the grand stairway of the Valois and the Bourbons. That night when he was alone with Burian, the latter asked, "Well, General, are you satisfied?" "Yes," replied Bonaparte dreamily, "everything went off nicely, didn't it?" "Wonderfully well. I saw you standing near Madame Bonaparte, at the ground floor window of the pavilion of Flora. I saw you, too, General. You were reading the inscription on the arch of the carousel." "Yes," said Bonaparte, August 101,792, "royalty is abolished in France and shall never rise again." "Shall I have it removed?" asked Burian. "Useless," replied the first consul, "it will fall of itself." Then, with a sigh, he added, "Burian, do you know whom I missed today?" "No, General." "Roland. What the devil is he doing that he doesn't give me any news of himself?" We are about to see what Roland was doing. Chapter 45, The Follower of Trails. The reader will not have forgotten the situation in which the escort of Chasseurs found the Chambéry mail coach. The first thing they did was to look for the obstacle which prevented Roland from getting out. They found the padlock and wrenched off the door. Roland bounded from the coach like a tiger from its cage. We have said that the ground was covered with snow. Roland, hunter and soldier, had but one idea: to follow the trail of the Companions of Jehu. He had seen them disappear in the direction of Thoissy, but he believed they were not likely to continue in that direction because, between them and the little town ran the Saône, and there were no bridges across the river between Belleville and Macon. He ordered the escort and the conductor to wait for him on the highroad, and alone and on foot, without even waiting to reload his pistols, he started on the tracks of Morgan and his companions. He was not mistaken. A mile from the highroad, the fugitives had come to the river. There they had halted, probably deliberating, for the trampling of their horses' hoofs was plainly visible. Then they had separated into two troops, one going up the river to Macon, and the other descending it in the direction of Belleville. This separation was doubtless intended to puzzle their pursuers if they were pursued. Roland had heard the parting call of the leader. "Tomorrow night, you know where." He had no doubt, therefore, that whichever trail he followed, whether up or down, if the snow did not melt too fast, would lead him to the rendezvous, where, either together or singly, the Companions of Jehu were certain to assemble. He returned upon his own tracks, ordered the conductor to put on the boots thrown aside by the pretended postilion, mount the horse, and take the coach to the next relay, namely Belleville. The sergeant of Chasseurs and 4 of his men, who knew how to write, were to accompany the conductor and sign his report of what had occurred. Roland forbade all mention of himself and where he had gone, lest the brigands should get word of his future plans. The rest of the escort were to carry back their colonel's body and make deposition on their own account, along the same lines as the conductor, to the authorities, and equally without mention of Roland. These orders given, the young man dismounted a chasseur and took his horse, selecting the one he thought most serviceable. Then he reloaded his pistols, and put them in the holsters in place of the regulation weapons of the dismounted chasseur. Having done this, and promised the conductor and the chasseur a speedy vengeance, conditioned, however, on their keeping his present proceedings secret, he mounted the horse and rode off in the direction he had already investigated. When he reached the spot where the two troops had separated, he had to decide between the different trails. He chose that which descended the Saône toward Belleville. He had excellent reason for making this choice, although it might possibly take him out of his way for 6 or 8 miles. In the first place, he was nearer Belleville than Macon. Then he had spent 24 hours at Macon, and might be recognized there, whereas he had never stopped at Belleville longer than the time required to change horses when accident brought him there by post. The events we have just recorded had taken barely an hour to happen. 8 o'clock was striking from the church clock at Thoissy when Roland started in pursuit of the fugitives. The way was plain. 5 or 6 horses had left their imprint on the snow. One of these horses had paced. Roland jumped the 2 or 3 brooks which watered the space he had to cross to reach Belleville. 100 yards from the town he paused, for here the trails separated again. 2 of the 6 travelers had turned to the right, that is to say, they had struck away from the river, the 4 others to the left, continuing on their way to Belleville. At the outskirts of the town, another secession had taken place. 3 of the riders had gone round the town, 1 had entered it. Roland followed the latter, sure that he could recover the traces of the others. The one who had entered the town and followed the main street had stopped at a pretty house between court and garden. Number he had rung and someone had let him in, for through the iron grating could be seen traces of footsteps, and beside them the tracks of a horse being led to the stable. It was quite evident that one, at least, of the companions of Jehu had stopped there. By going to the mayor of the town, exhibiting his authority, and asking for gendarmes, Roland could have arrested him at once. But that was not his object. He did not wish to arrest a solitary individual. He wanted to catch the whole company in a trap. He made a note in his mind of number 67, and continued on his way. He crossed the entire town and rode a few hundred paces beyond it without meeting any fresh traces. He was about to return, when it occurred to him that, if the tracks of the 3 riders reappeared anywhere, it would be at the head of the bridge. And there, sure enough, he found the hoofprints of 3 horses, which were undoubtedly those he sought, for one of them paced. Roland galloped in pursuit. On reaching Monceau, same precaution, the riders had skirted the village, but Roland was too good a scout to trouble himself about that. He kept on his way, and at the other end of Monceau he recovered the fugitives' tracks. Not far from Chatelain, one of the 3 horses had left the highroad, turning to the right toward a little chateau, standing on a hill a short distance from the road between Chatelain and Trevoux. This time the 3 remaining riders, evidently believing they had done enough to mislead anyone who might be following, had kept straight on through Chatelain and taken the road to Neuville. The direction taken by the fugitives was eminently satisfactory to Roland. They were undoubtedly on their way to Bourg. If they had not intended to go there, they would have taken the road to Marlou. Now, Bourg was the headquarters Roland had himself chosen for the center of his own operations. It was his own town, and he knew, with the minuteness of boyish knowledge, every bush, every ruin, every cavern in the neighborhood. At Neuville the riders had skirted the village. Roland did not trouble himself about a ruse, already known and thwarted, but on the other side he found but one trail. He could not be mistaken in that horse, however, it was the pacer. Certain of recovering the trail again, Roland retraced his steps. The 2 riders had separated at a road leading off to Vannes. One had taken that road, the other had skirted the village, which, as we have said, was on the road to Bourg. This was the one to follow. Besides, the gait of the horse made it easier as it could not be confused with any other. Moreover, he was on his way to Bourg, and between Neuville and Bourg there was but one other village, that of Saint-Denis. For the rest, it was not probable that the solitary rider intended to go further than Bourg. Roland continued on his way with more eagerness than ever, convinced that he was nearing the end. In fact, the rider had not skirted Bourg, but had boldly entered the town. There, it seemed to Roland that the man had hesitated, unless this hesitation were a last ruse to hide his tracks. But after 10 minutes spent in following his devious tracks, Roland was sure of his facts. It was not trickery, but hesitation. The print of a man's steps came from a side street. The traveler and the pedestrian had conferred together for a moment, and then the former had evidently employed the latter as a guide. From that point on, the footsteps of a man went side by side with those of the horse. Both came to an end at the Hôtel de la Belle Alliance. Roland remembered that the horse wounded in the attack at Les Carinières had been brought to this inn. In all probability, there was some connivance between the innkeeper and the companion of Jehu. For the rest, in all probability the rider would stay there until the next evening. Roland felt by his own fatigue that the man he was following must need rest. And Roland, in order not to force his horse and the better to reconnoiter the tracks he was following, had taken 6 hours to do 30 miles. 3 o'clock was striking from the truncated bell tower of Notre Dame. Roland debated what to do. Should he stop at some inn in the town? Impossible, he was too well known in Bourg. Besides, his horse with its cavalry saddlecloth would excite suspicion. It was one of the conditions of success that his presence at Bourg should remain unknown. He could hide at the Château des Noirs Fontaines and keep on the watch, but could he trust the servants? Mitchell and Jack would hold their tongues, Roland was sure of them, but Charlotte, the jailer's daughter, she might gossip. However, it was 3 o'clock in the morning, everyone was asleep, and the safest plan was certainly to put himself in communication with Mitchell. Mitchell would find some way of concealing his presence. To the deep regret of his horse, who had no doubt scented a stable, Roland wheeled about and rode off in the direction of Pont Dane. As he passed the church of Brou, he glanced at the barrack of the gendarmes, where, in all probability, they and their captain were sleeping the sleep of the righteous. Roland cut through the little strip of forest which jutted into the road. The snow deadened the sound of his horse's hoofs. Branching into the road from the other side, he saw two men slinking along in the ditch, carrying a deer slung by its forelegs to a sapling. He thought he recognized the cut of the two men, and he spurred his horse to overtake them. The men were on the watch. They turned, saw the rider, who was evidently making for them, flung the animal into the ditch, and made for the shelter of the forest of Salem. "Hey, Mitchell!" cried Roland, more and more convinced that he had to do with his own gardener. Mitchell stopped short. The other man kept on his way across the fields. "Hey, Jacques!" shouted Roland. The other man stopped. If they were recognized, it was useless to fly. Besides, there was nothing hostile in the call, the voice was friendly rather than threatening. "Bless me," said Jacques, "it sounds like M. Roland." "I do believe it is he," said Mitchell. And the two men, instead of continuing their flight, returned to the highroad. Roland had not heard what the two poachers had said, but he had guessed. "Hey, the deuce, of course it is I," he shouted. A minute more and Mitchell and Jack were beside him. The questions of father and son were a crossfire, and it must be owned they had good reason for amazement. Roland, in civilian's dress, on a cavalry horse, at 3 in the morning, on the road from Bourg to the chateau. The young officer cut short all questions. "Silence, poachers," said he, "put that deer behind me and be off at trot to the chateau. No one must know of my presence there, not even my sister." Roland spoke with military precision, and both men knew that when he gave an order there was no replying. They picked up the deer, put it behind his saddle, and followed the gentle trot of the horse at a run. There was less than a mile to do, and it took but 10 minutes. At a short distance from the chateau, Roland pulled up. The two men went forward as scouts to see if all were quiet. Satisfied on that point, they made a sign to Roland to advance. Roland came, dismounted, found the door of the lodge open, and entered. Mitchell took the horse to the stable and carried the deer to the kitchen, for Mitchell belonged to that honorable class of poachers, who kill game for the pleasure of killing, and not for the selfish interest of sale. There was no need for precaution, either for horse or deer, for Amélie took no more notice of what went on in the stable than of what they served her to eat. During this time Jacques lighted the fire. When Mitchell returned, he brought the remains of a leg of mutton and some eggs for an omelette. Jacques made up a bed in the office. Roland warmed himself and ate his supper without saying a word. The two men looked at each other with an astonishment that was not devoid of a certain degree of anxiety. A rumor of the expedition to Salem had got about, and it was whispered that Roland had led it. Apparently, he had returned for another similar expedition. When Roland had finished his supper, he looked up and saw Mitchell. "Ah, so there you are," he exclaimed. "I am waiting for Monsieur's orders." "Here they are, listen carefully." "I'm all ears." "It's a question of life or death, of more than that, of my honor." "Speak, Monsieur Roland." Roland pulled out his watch. "It is now 5 o'clock. When the Inn of the Belle Alliance opens, be there, as if you were just sauntering by, then stop a minute to chat with whoever opens it. That will probably be Pierre. Pierre or another, find out from him who the traveler is who arrived last night on a pacing horse. You know what pacing is, don't you?" "The deuce, you mean a horse that goes like a bear, both feet forward at the same time." "Bravo, you can also find out whether the traveler is leaving this morning, or whether he proposes to spend the day at the hotel, can't you?" "Of course I can find that out." "Well, when you have found out all that, come and tell me, but remember, not a word about my being here. If anyone asks about me, say that they had a letter from me yesterday and that I was in Paris with the first consul." "That's understood." Mitchell departed. Roland went to bed and to sleep, leaving Jacques to guard the building. When Roland awoke, Mitchell had returned. He had found out all that his master desired to know. The horseman who had arrived in the night was to leave the next morning, and on the traveller's register, which every innkeeper was obliged by law to keep in those days, was entered. Saturday, 30th Pluvios, 10 at night, the citizen Valençol from Lyon going to Geneva. Thus the alibi was prepared, for the register would prove that the citizen Valençol had arrived at 10 o'clock, and it was impossible that he could have assisted in robbing the mail coach near the Maison Blanche at 8:30, and yet have reached the Hôtel de la Belle Alliance at 10. But what impressed Roland the most was that the man he had followed through the night, and whose name and retreat he had just discovered, was none other than the second of Alfred de Barjals, whom he himself had killed in a duel near the fountain of Vaucluse, and that second was, in all probability, the man who had played the part of ghost at the Chartreuse of Salon. So then, the companions of Jehu were not mere thieves, but on the contrary, as rumor said, gentlemen of good family, who, while the noble Bretons were laying down their lives for the royalist cause in the West, were, here in the East, braving the scaffold to send to the combatants the money they took from the government. Chapter 46. An Inspiration. We have seen that during the pursuit of the preceding night, Roland could have arrested one or two of the men he was pursuing. He could now do the same with M. de Valençol, who was probably, like Roland himself, taking a day's rest after a night of great fatigue. To do it, he had only to write a line to the captain of gendarmes or to the colonel of dragoons, who had assisted him during that ineffectual search at Salon. Their honor was concerned in the affair. They could instantly surprise M. de Valençol in bed, and at the cost of 2 pistol shots, 2 men killed or wounded, he would be taken. But M. de Valençol's arrest would give warning to the rest of the band, who would instantly put themselves in safety beyond the frontier. It was better, therefore, to keep to his first idea, to go slowly, to follow the different trails which must converge to one center, and at the risk of a general engagement, throw a net over the whole company. To do that, M. de Valençol must not be arrested. It was better to follow him on his pretended journey to Geneva, which was probably but a blind to foil investigation. It was therefore agreed that Roland, whose disguise, however good, was liable to be penetrated, should remain at the lodge, and Mitchell and Jacques should head off the game. In all probabilities, M. de Valençol would not set out from the inn before nightfall. Roland made inquiries of Mitchell about the life his sister had led since her mother's departure. He learned that she had never once left the grounds during that time. Her habits were still the same, except for the walks and visits she had made with Madame de Montrevel. She rose at 7 or 8 in the morning, sketched or practiced her music till breakfast, and afterward read or employed herself at some kind of embroidery, or took advantage of the sunshine to go out with Charlotte to the river. Sometimes she bade Mitchell unfasten the little boat, and then, well wrapped in furs, would row up the Riessaus as far as Montignac or down to Saint Just. During these trips she spoke to no one. Then she dined. After dinner, she retired to her bedroom and did not appear again. By 6:30, therefore, Mitchell and Jacques could decamp without arousing any suspicion as to their whereabout, and accordingly, at that hour they took their blouses, game bags and guns and started. Roland had given them their instructions. They were to follow the pacing horse until they had ascertained his destination, or until they had lost all trace of him. Mitchell was to lie in wait opposite the Inn of the Belle Alliance. Jacques was to station himself outside of Bourg, just where the main road divides into 3 branches, one going to Saint-Amour, another to Saint Claude, and the third to Nantua. This last was at the same time the highroad to Geneva. It was evident that unless M. de Valençol returned upon his steps, which was not probable, he would take one or another of these 3 roads. The father started in one direction, the son in another. Mitchell went toward the town by the road to Pont-d'Ain, passing the church of Brou. Jacques crossed the Riessaus, followed the right bank of the little river, and found himself, after walking a few hundred yards beyond the town, at the sharp angle made by the parting of the 3 roads. Father and son reached their separate posts at about the same time. At this particular moment, that is to say, about 7 o'clock, the stillness and solitude surrounding the Château des Noirs Fontaines was broken by the arrival of a postchaise, which stopped before the iron gate. A servant in livery got off the box and pulled the chain of the bell. It was Mitchell's business to open the gate, but Mitchell was away, as we know. Amélie and Charlotte probably counted on him, for the bell was rung 3 times before anyone answered it. At last the maid appeared at the head of the stairs calling Mitchell. Mitchell made no reply. Finally, protected by the locked gates, Charlotte ventured to approach them. In spite of the obscurity, she recognized the servant. "Ah, is it you, Monsieur James?" she cried, somewhat reassured. James was Sir John's confidential valet. "Yes, mademoiselle, it is I, or rather it is Sir John." The carriage door opened at this moment, and his master's voice was heard saying, "Mademoiselle Charlotte, will you tell your mistress that I have just arrived from Paris, that I have called to leave my card, and to ask permission not to be received this evening, but to be allowed to call tomorrow, if she will grant me that favor. Ask her at what hour I shall least inconvenience her." Mademoiselle Charlotte had a high opinion of Sir John. Consequently, she acquitted herself of the commission with the utmost alacrity. 5 minutes later, she returned to announce that Sir John would be received the next day between 12 and 1 o'clock. Roland knew what the Englishman had come for. In his mind, the marriage was an accomplished fact, and he regarded Sir John already as his brother-in-law. He hesitated a moment as to whether he should or should not make himself known to Sir John and tell his friend about his projects, but he reflected that Sir John was not a man to let him work them out alone. He, too, had a revenge to take on the Companions of Jehu. He would certainly insist on taking part in the expedition, whatever it was. And that expedition, however it might result, was certain to be dangerous, and another disaster might befall him. Roland's luck, as Roland well knew, did not extend to his friends. Sir John, grievously wounded, had barely escaped with his life, and the colonel of dragoons had been killed outright. He therefore allowed Sir John to drive away without giving any sign of his own proximity. As for Charlotte, she did not seem in the least surprised that Mitchell was not there to open the gate. Evidently they were accustomed to his absences, and they did not disturb either the mistress or the maid. For the rest, Roland knew his sister well enough to understand this indifference. Amélie, feeble under a moral suffering wholly unsuspected by Roland, who attributed to simple nervous crises the fluctuations of his sister's character, Amélie was strong and brave before real danger. That was no doubt why she felt no fear about remaining with Charlotte alone in the lonely house, without other protection than that afforded by the two gardeners, who spent their nights in poaching. As for ourselves, we know that Mitchell and his son did really serve their mistress, desire more in absenting themselves thus frequently from the chateau than in staying near it. Their absence left the coast clear for Morgan, was all Amélie really cared about. That evening and part of the night went by without bringing Roland any news. He tried to sleep, but succeeded ill. He fancied every minute that he heard someone at the door. The day was just beginning to glimmer through the shutters when the door did actually open. Mitchell and Jacques were returning, and this is what had happened to them. They had each gone to his post, Mitchell at the inn door, Jacques to the junction of the roads. 20 paces from the door Mitchell had met Pierre, and 3 words sufficed to show him that M. de Valençon was still at the inn. The latter had announced that, as he had a long journey before him, he would let his horse rest and would not start until nightfall. Pierre did not doubt that he was going to Geneva, as he said. Mitchell proposed a glass of wine to Pierre. Pierre accepted. After that, Mitchell was sure of being warned of any change. Pierre was the hostler, and nothing could be done in the stable without his knowledge. A lad attached to the inn promised to convey the news to Mitchell, in return for which Mitchell gave him 3 charges of powder with which to make firecrackers. At midnight the traveler had not yet started. They had drunk 4 bottles of wine, but Mitchell had partaken sparingly of them. He had found means to pour 3 of the 4 bottles into Pierre's glass, where they did not long remain. At midnight the wine shop closed, and Mitchell having nowhere to go for the 4 hours that still remained until daybreak, Pierre offered him a bed of straw in the stable. Mitchell accepted. The 2 friends went back arm in arm, Pierre staggering, Mitchell pretending to stagger. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the servant of the hotel awakened Mitchell. The traveler wanted his horse. Mitchell, pretending that he must be off to see to his game, also rose. His toilet was not long in making. He had only to shake the straw from his hair, game bag, and blouse, after which he took leave of his friend Pierre and hid himself at the corner of the street. 15 minutes later the gate opened and a man rode out on a pacing horse. It was M. de Valençon. He took the street that led to the Geneva road. Mitchell followed without concealment, whistling a hunting air. Only, as Mitchell could not run for fear of attracting the rider's notice, he lost sight of him before long. But Jacques was there, thought he, waiting at the fork of the roads. Yes, Jacques had been there, but he had been there for over 6 hours of a winter's night, in 5 degrees of cold. Had he the courage to stand 6 hours in the snow and kick his soles against a tree? Thinking thus, Mitchell took a short cut through the streets and lanes, running at full speed, but horse and rider, in spite of his haste, had gone faster than he. He reached the fork of the roads. All was silent and solitary. The snow, trampled the day before a Sunday, no longer showed distinct tracks. The steps of the horse were lost in the mud of the road. Nor did he waste further time in vain searching. He wondered what had become of Jacques, but his poacher's eye soon told him. Jacques had stood on watch at the foot of a tree. For how long? It was difficult to say, but long enough to become very cold. The snow was well beaten down by his heavy hunting boots. He had evidently tried to keep warm by walking up and down. Then suddenly he must have remembered a little mud hut on the other side of the road, such as the road menders build as a shelter against the rain. He had gone down the ditch and crossed the road. His trail, lost for a moment in the center of the road, was visible on the snow at either side. This trail formed a diagonal line, making straight for the hut. It was evidently in the hut that Jacques had passed the night. But when had he left it? And why had he left it? The first question was unanswerable. But to the most inexperienced scout, the second was plain enough. He had left it to follow M. de Valençol. The same footsteps that had approached the hut were to be seen going, as they left it, in the direction of Césairiat. The traveler had really taken the road to Geneva. Jacques' footsteps showed it plainly. The stride was long, like that of a man running, and he had followed the road behind the trees, evidently to conceal himself from the rider. At a wretched tavern, one of those with the legend inscribed over its door, "Here we give food and drink, equestrian and pedestrian lodgings," the trail stopped. It was clear that the rider had stopped before this inn, for Jacques had also paused behind a tree some 20 feet distant where the snow was trampled. Then, probably after the gate had closed on horse and rider, Jacques had left his tree, crossed the road, this time with hesitation, his short steps leading, not to the door but to the window. Mitchell put his own feet in his son's footprints and reached the window. Through the chinks in the shutter the interior, when lighted, could be seen, but now all was dark and Mitchell could see nothing. But Jacques had certainly looked through the window, no doubt it was then lighted, and he had been able to see something. Where had he gone on leaving the window? Round the house, close to the wall. This excursion was easy to follow. The snow was virgin. As for his purpose in going round the house, that was not difficult to make out. Jacques, like a lad of sense, had concluded that the traveler had not left a good hotel, saying that he was going to Geneva, to put up at a miserable tavern a mile from the town. He must have ridden through the yard and gone out by some other exit. Jacques had, therefore, skirted the house in the hope of recovering the trail, if not of the horse, at least of the rider on the other side. Sure enough, from a small gate in the rear, opening toward the forest that extends from Coders to Césairiat, footsteps could be seen advancing in a straight line to the edge of the woods. They were those of a man elegantly shod, wearing spurs on his heels, for the spurs had left their marks upon the snow. Jacques had not hesitated to follow these marks. The track of his heavy shoes could be seen near the prints of the delicate boot, the large foot of the peasant, near the slender foot of the city man. It was now 5 o'clock. Day was breaking, and Mitchell resolved to go no further. Jacques was on the trail, and the young poacher was worth as much as the old one. Mitchell circled the open as if he were returning from Césairiat, resolving to enter the inn and wait for Jacques' return, certain that his son would know he had followed him and had stopped short at this isolated house. Mitchell knocked on the window shutter and was soon admitted. He knew the landlord, who was well accustomed to his nocturnal habits, asked for a bottle, complaining bitterly of his poor luck, and asked permission to wait for his son, who was in the woods on the other side, and who, he hoped, had been more successful in tracking the game. It goes without saying that this permission was readily accorded. Mitchell opened the window shutters in order to look out on the road. It was not long before someone knocked on the glass. It was Jacques. His father called him. Jacques had been as unfortunate as his father. No game, and he was frozen. An armful of wood was thrown on the fire and a second bottle of wine was brought. Jacques warmed himself and drank. Then, as it was necessary that the two poachers should be back at the chateau before daylight, that their absence might not be noticed, Mitchell paid for the wine and the wood, and the pair departed. Neither had said one word before the landlord of the subject that filled their minds. He was not to suspect that they were on other trail than that of game. But no sooner were they outside of the house than Mitchell drew close to his son. Jacques recounted how he had followed the tracks until they had reached a crossroad in the forest. There a man, armed with a gun, had suddenly appeared and asked him what he was doing in the forest at that hour. Jacques replied that he was watching for game. "Then go further," said the man. "Don't you see that this place is taken?" Jacques admitted the justice of this claim and went on about 100 rods further, but just as he was slanting to the left to return to the crossroad, another man, armed like the first, had suddenly started up with the same inopportune question. Jacques gave him the same answer, watching for game. The man had then pointed to the edge of the woods, saying in a threatening manner, "If I have any advice to give you, my young friend, it is to go over there. It will be safer for you than here." Jacques had taken this advice, or at least had pretended to take it, for as soon as he had reached the edge of the woods he had crept along in the ditch, until, convinced that it would be impossible to recover M. de Valençal's track, he had struck into the open and returned by fields and the highroad to the tavern, where he hoped to, and in fact did, find his father. They reached the Château des Noirs Fontaines, as we have seen, just as day was breaking. All that we have related was repeated to Roland with a multiplicity of detail which we must omit, and convinced the young officer that the two armed men, who had warned off Jacques, were not poachers as they seemed, but companions of Jehu. But where was their haunt located? There was no deserted convent, no ruin, in that direction. Suddenly Roland clapped his hand to his head. "Idiot that I am," he cried, "why did I never think of that?" A smile of triumph crossed his lips, and addressing the two men, who were mortified at having brought him no more definite news, he cried, "My lads, I know all I want to know. Go to bed and sleep sound. My word, you deserve to." He himself, setting the example, slept like a man whose brain has solved a problem of the utmost importance which has long harassed it. The thought had just flashed through his mind that the Companions of Jehu had abandoned the Chartreuse of Ceylon for the grottos of Caesariat. And at the same time, he recalled the subterranean passage leading from these grottos to the Church of Bru. Chapter 47, A Reconnaissance. That same day, Sir John, making use of the permission accorded him the night before, presented himself at the Château des Noirs Fontaines between 12 and 1 o'clock. Everything occurred as Morgan had advised. Sir John was received as the friend of the family, Lord Tanley as a suitor whose attentions were most flattering. Amélie made no opposition to the wishes of her mother and brother, and to the commands of the first consul, further than to dwell on the state of her health and to ask for delay on that account. Sir John bowed and submitted. He had obtained more than he had hoped to obtain. He was accepted. He felt that his presence in Bourg, if prolonged, would be an impropriety, Amélie being, still on the plea of ill health, parted from her mother and brother. He therefore announced that he would pay her a second visit on the morrow, and leave Bourg that same evening. He would delay further visits until Amélie came to Paris, or until Madame de Montrevel returned to Bourg. The latter arrangement was the more probable of the two, for Amélie assured him she needed the country air and the spring-like weather to assist her in recovering her health. Thanks to Sir John's considerate delicacy, the plan arranged between Amélie and Morgan was thus carried out, and the two lovers had before them a period of solitude and a respite in which to form their plans. Mitchell learned these details from Charlotte and imparted them in turn to Roland. The latter determined to await Sir John's departure before he took any decisive steps against the Companions of Jehu, but this did not prevent him from endeavoring to set at rest any remaining doubts. When night came, he put on a hunting suit, and over it Mitchell's blouse, concealed his face beneath a broad-brimmed hat, slipped a pair of pistols in his knife belt, hidden by the blouse, and boldly took the road from Noirs Fontaines to Bourg. He stopped at the barracks of the gendarmerie and asked to see the captain. The captain was in his room. Roland went up and made himself known. Then, as it was only 8 o'clock and someone passing might recognize him, he blew out the light and the two men talked in the dark. The captain knew already what had happened on the Lyon road 3 days earlier, and certain that Roland was not killed, was expecting him. To his great astonishment, Roland asked him for only one, or rather for two things, the key of the church of Bru and a crowbar. The captain gave him the required articles and offered to accompany him, but Roland refused. It was evident to his mind that he had been betrayed by someone connected with the affair of the Maison Blanche, and he would not expose himself to a second defeat. He therefore begged the captain to tell no one of his presence in Bourg and to await his return, even if it were delayed some hours. The captain agreed. Roland, the key in his right hand, the crowbar in his left, reached the side door of the church without making any noise. This he unlocked, entered, relocked it behind him, and found himself facing a wall of hay. He listened. The most profound silence reigned. He remembered his boyish habits, took his bearings, put the key in his pocket, and scrambled up the wall of hay, which was about 15 feet high and formed a sort of platform. When he reached the top, he slid down on the other side, as though he were descending the scarp of a fortification, and reached the flooring of the church, which was almost wholly composed of mortuary stones. The choir was empty, thanks to a rude screen which protected it on one side, and also to the walls which enclosed it to right and left. The door of the screen was open, and Roland entered the choir without difficulty. He came face to face with the monument of Philippe le Beau. At the head of the tomb was a large square flagstone. It covered the steps which led to the burial vaults. Roland must have known the way, for as soon as he reached the stone he knelt down and felt with his hand for the edge of it. When he found it, he stood up, inserted his lever and raised the slab. With one hand he held it up while he went down the steps. Then he lowered it slowly. It seemed as though this nocturnal visitor were voluntarily separating himself from the land of the living and descending into the world of the dead. And strange indeed to him, who sees by night as by day, on the earth and beneath it, must the impassibility of this young man have seemed, who passed among the dead in search of the living, and who, in spite of darkness and solitude, did not shudder at the touch of the mortuary marbles. He walked on, feeling his way among the tombs, until he came to the iron gate leading to the subterranean passage. He looked for the lock. It was only bolted. He inserted the end of his lever between the bolt and the staple and pushed it gently. The gate opened. He drew it close after him, but did not lock it, so as to avoid delay on his return. The crowbar he left at the corner of the gate. Then, with straining ears, dilated pupils, every sense tense with this effort to hear, the need to breathe, the impossibility of seeing, he advanced slowly, a pistol in one hand, touching the wall with the other to guide himself. He walked thus for 15 minutes. A few drops of ice-cold water fell through the roof on his hands and shoulders, and told him he was passing under the river. At the end of this time he found the door which opened from the passage into the quarry. There he halted a moment. He could now breathe more freely, and moreover, he fancied that he heard distant sounds, and could see flickering lights like will-o'-the-wisps on the pillars that supported the roof. An observer might have thought, not distinguishing the face of the silent listener, that he showed hesitation, but the moment his countenance was seen, no one could have mistaken its expression of hope. He then resumed his way, heading toward the light he thought he had seen. As he advanced, the lights and the noises grew more distinct. It was evident that the quarry was inhabited. By whom? He did not yet know, but he would know. He was already within 10 feet of that open clearing in the midst of the granite walls, which we described on our first visit to the grotto of Césariat. Roland clung closely to the wall and moved forward almost imperceptibly. In the dim half-light, he looked like a gliding bas-relief. At last, his head passed beyond an angle of the wall, and his glance rested upon what we may call the camp of the Companions of Jehu. A dozen or more of the members sat there at supper. Roland was seized with a wild desire to precipitate himself into their midst, attacking them singly, and fighting until he died. But he repressed the insensate thought, withdrew his head as slowly as he had advanced it, and with beaming eyes and heart full of joy, returned, unseen and unsuspected, along the way he had come. Everything was now explained: the deserted Chartreuse, M. de Valençal's disappearance, and the counterfeit poachers near the entrance to the grotto of Césariat. This time he was sure of his vengeance, his deadly, terrible vengeance, deadly because, in like manner as he had been spared, he suspected intentionally, he meant to spare others, with this difference that, whereas he had been spared for life, he would order these men spared for death, death on the scaffold. Halfway back he thought he heard a noise behind him. He turned and was certain he saw a gleam of light. He quickened his steps. The gate once passed, there was no danger of losing his way. It was no longer a quarry with 1,000 windings. It was a straight and narrow vaulted passage leading to the mortuary grating. At the end of 10 minutes he again passed under the river. A couple of minutes later, his outstretched hand touched the iron gate. He took the crowbar from the place where he had left it, entered the vault, pulled the gate to, closed it gently and noiselessly, and, guiding himself by the tombs, he regained the staircase, pushed up the flagstone with his head, and stood once more in the land of the living. There it was comparative daylight. He left the choir, closed the door of the screen as he had found it, scaled the hay, crossed the platform, and slid down the other side. The key was still in his pocket. He unlocked the door and stepped out into the street. The captain of gendarmerie was anxiously awaiting him. They conferred together for a few moments, and then they returned to Bourg by the outer road to avoid being seen. Here they entered the town through the market gate and followed the Rue de la Révolution, the Rue de la Liberte, and the Rue d'Espagne, since called the Rue Simoneau. There Roland ensconced himself in a corner of the Rue du Greffe and waited. The captain continued on his way alone. He went down the Rue des Ursulines, for the last 7 years called the Rue des Casernes. This was where the colonel of dragoons lived. He had just gone to bed when the captain of the gendarmerie entered his room. In 2 words the latter told all, and he rose at once and dressed in haste. When the colonel of dragoons and the captain of gendarmerie appeared in the square, a shadow detached itself from the opposite wall and came up to them. That shadow was Roland. The 3 men stood talking for about 10 minutes, Roland giving his orders, the other 2 listening and approving. Then they separated. The colonel returned home. Roland and the captain followed the Rue de l'Etoile, climbed the steps of the Jacobins, passed down the Rue du Bergneuf, and reached the outer road once more. Then they struck diagonally across to the highroad of Pont-d'Ain. The captain stopped at the barracks, which were on the way, and Roland continued alone to the chateau. 20 minutes later, in order not to awaken Amélie, instead of ringing the bell he knocked on Mitchell's window blind. Mitchell opened, and with one bound Roland, devoured by that fever which took possession of him whenever he incurred, or merely dreamed of some danger, sprang into the room. He would not have awakened Amélie had he rung, for Amélie was not asleep. Charlotte had been into town ostensibly to see her father, but really to take a letter from her mistress to Morgan. She had seen Morgan and brought back his answer. Amélie was reading that answer, which was as follows. Dear love of mine, yes, all goes well on your side, for you are an angel, but I greatly fear that all may go ill on mine, for I am the demon. I must see you, I must hold you in my arms and press you to my heart. I know not what presentiment hangs over me, but I am sad. Sad as death. Send Charlotte tomorrow to make sure that Sir John is gone, and then if you are certain, make the accustomed signal. Do not be alarmed, do not talk to me of the snow, or tell me that my footsteps will be seen. This time it is not I who will go to you, but you who must come to me. Do you understand? You can safely walk in the park, and no one will notice your footsteps. Put on your warmest shawl and your thickest furs, then we will spend an hour in the boat under the willows together, and chain our roles for once. Usually I tell you of my hopes and you tell me of your fears, but tomorrow you will tell me of your hopes. And I will tell you of my fears, my darling Amélie. Only be sure to come out as soon as you have made the signal. I will await it at Montignac, and from Montignac to the Riassaus. It will not take a love like mine 5 minutes to reach you. Au revoir, my poor Amélie. Had you never met me you would have been the happiest of the happy. Fatality placed me in your path, and I have made a martyr of you. Your Charles. P.S. Tomorrow without fail, unless some insurmountable obstacle prevents. Chapter 48, in which Morgan's presentiments are verified. It often happens that the skies are never so calm or so serene as before a storm. The day was beautiful and still, one of those glorious days of February, when, in spite of the tingling cold of the atmosphere, in spite of a winding sheet of snow covering the earth, the sun smiles down upon mankind with a promise of spring. Sir John came at noon to make his farewell visit to Amélie. He had, or thought he had, her promise, and that satisfied him. His impatience was altogether personal. But Amélie, in accepting his suit, even though she relegated the period of her marriage to the vaguest possible future, had crowned his hopes. He trusted to the First Consul and to Roland's friendship for the rest. He therefore returned to Paris to do much of his courting with Madame de Montrevel, not being able to remain at Bourg and carry it on with Amélie. A quarter of an hour after he had left the Château des Noirs Fontaines, Charlotte was also on her way to Bourg. At 4 o'clock she returned, bringing word that she had seen Sir John with her own eyes getting into his traveling carriage, and that he had taken the road to Macon. Amelie could therefore feel perfectly at ease on that score. She breathed freer. She had tried to inspire Morgan with a peace of mind which she herself did not share. Since the day that Charlotte had brought back the news of Roland's presence at Bourg, she had had a presentiment, like that of Morgan himself, that they were approaching some terrible crisis. She knew all that had happened at the Chartreuse of Salon. She foresaw the struggle between her brother and her lover, and with her mind at rest about her brother, thanks to Morgan's protection, she, knowing Roland's character, trembled for her lover's life. Moreover, she had heard of the stoppage of the Chambéry mail coach and the death of the colonel of chasseurs. She also knew that her brother had escaped, but that he had disappeared since that time. She had received no letter from him herself. This disappearance and silence, to her who knew her brother so well, was even worse than open and declared war. As for Morgan, she had not seen him since the scene we have narrated, when she promised to send him arms wherever he might be, in case he were condemned to death. Amelie therefore awaited this interview, for which Morgan had asked, with as much impatience as he who had asked it. As soon as she thought Mitchell and his son were in bed, she lighted the 4 windows with the candles which were to summon Morgan to her. Then, following her lover's injunctions, she wrapped herself in a cashmere shawl, which Roland had brought her from the battlefield of the Pyramids, and which he had unwound from the head of a chieftain whom he had killed. Over this she flung a fur mantle, left Charlotte behind to keep her informed in case of eventualities, which she trusted would not be forthcoming, opened the park gate, and hastened toward the river. During the day she had gone to the Rieshaus and back several times to trace a line of footsteps, among which the nocturnal ones would not be noticed. She now descended, if not tranquilly at least boldly, the slope leading to the river. Once there, she looked about her for the boat beneath the willows. A man was waiting in it, Morgan. With 2 strokes of the oar, he reached a spot where Amelie could come to him. The young girl sprang down and he caught her in his arms. The first thing the young girl noticed was the joyous radiance which illuminated, if we may say so, the face of her lover. "Oh," she cried, "you have something nice to tell me. What makes you think so, dearest?" asked Morgan with his tenderest smile. "There is something in your face, my darling Charles, something more than the mere happiness of seeing me." "You are right," said Morgan, throwing the boat chain around a willow and letting the oars float idly beside the boat. Then, taking Amelie in his arms, he said, "You were right, my Amelie. Oh, blind, weak beings! It is at the very moment that happiness knocks at our door that we despair and doubt." "Oh, speak, speak," said Amelie, "tell me what has happened." "Do you remember, my Amelie, how you answered me the last time we met, when I asked you to fly and spoke to you of your probable repugnance to the step?" "Yes, I remember, Charles. I said that I was yours, and that, though I felt that repugnance, I would conquer it for your sake. And I replied that I had engagements which would prevent my leaving the country, that I was bound to others and they to me, that our duty was to one man to whom we owed absolute obedience, the future King of France, Louis Roman XVIII. "Yes, you told me that." "Well, we are now released from our pledges, Amelie, not only by the king, but by our general, Georges Cadoudal." "Oh, my friend, then you will be as other men, only above all others." "I shall become a simple exile, Amelie. There is no hope of our being included in the Breton or Vendean amnesty." "Why not?" "We are not soldiers, my darling child, we are not even rebels, we are companions of Jehu." Amelie sighed. "We are bandits, brigands, highwaymen," said Morgan, dwelling on the words with evident intention. "Hush," said Amelie, laying her hand on her lover's lips. "Hush, don't let us speak of that. Tell me how it is that your king has released you, and your general also." "The first consul wished to see Cadoudal. In the first place, he sent your brother to him with certain proposals. Cadoudal refused to come to terms, but like ourselves, he received orders from Louis Roman XVIII. to cease hostilities. Coincident with that order came another message from the first consul to Cadoudal. It was a safeguard for the Vendean general, and an invitation to come to Paris, an overture from one power to another power. Cadoudal accepted, and is now on his way to Paris. If it is not peace, it is at least a truce. Oh, what joy, my Charles! Don't rejoice too much, my love." "Why not?" Do you know why they have issued this order to suspend hostilities? No. Because M. Fouch is a long-headed man. He realized that, since he could not defeat us, he must dishonor us. He has organized false companies of Jehu, which he has set loose in Maine and Anjou, who don't stop at the government money but pillage and rob travelers, and invade the chateaux and farms by night, and roast the feet of the owners to make them tell where their treasure is hidden. Well, these men, these bandits, these roasters, have taken our name, and claim to be fighting for the same principles, so that M. Fouch and his police declare that we are not only beyond the pale of the law, but beyond that of honor. So, that is what I wish to tell you before I ask you to fly with me, my Amélie. In the eyes of France, in the eyes of foreigners, even in the eyes of the prince we have served, and for whom we have risked the scaffold, we shall be hereafter, and probably are now dishonored men worthy of the scaffold. Yes, but to me you are my Charles, the man of devoted convictions, the firm royalist, continuing to struggle for a cause when other men have abandoned it. To me you are the loyal Baron de Saint-Herman, or, if you like it better, you are to me the noble, courageous, invincible Morgan. Ah, that is what I long to hear, my darling. If you feel thus, you will not hesitate, in spite of the cloud of infamy that hangs over our honor, you will not hesitate. I will not say to give yourself to me, for that you have already done, but to become my wife. Hesitate? No, not for an instant, not for a second. To do it is the joy of my soul, the happiness of my life. Your wife. I am your wife in the sight of God, and God will have granted my every prayer on the day that He enables me to be your wife before men. Morgan fell on his knees. Then, he said, here at your feet, with clasped hands and my whole heart supplicating, I say to you, Amélie, will you fly with me? Will you leave France with me? Will you be my wife in other lands? Amélie sprang erect and clasped her head in her hands, as though her brain were bursting with the force of the blood that rushed to it. Morgan caught both her hands and looked at her anxiously. Do you hesitate? He asked in a broken, trembling voice. No, not an instant, she cried resolutely. I am yours in the past, in the present, in the future, here, everywhere. Only the thought convulses me. It is so unexpected. Reflect well, Amélie. What I ask of you is to abandon country and family, all that is dear to you, all that is sacred. If you follow me, you leave the home where you were born, the mother who nurtured you, the brother who loves you, and who, perhaps, when he hears that you are the wife of a brigand, will hate you. He will certainly despise you. As he spoke, Morgan's eyes were anxiously questioning Amélie's face. Over that face, a tender smile stole gradually, and then it turned from heaven to earth, and bent upon Morgan, who was still on his knees before her. Oh, Charles, she murmured, in a voice as soft as the clear, limpid river flowing at her feet, the love that comes direct from the divine is very powerful indeed, since in spite of those dreadful words you have just uttered, I say to you without hesitation, almost without regret, Charles, I am here, Charles, I am yours. Where shall we go? Amélie, our fate is not one to discuss. If we go, if you follow me, it must be at once. Tomorrow we must be beyond the frontier. How do we go? I have 2 horses, ready saddled at Montignac, one for you, Amélie, and one for me. I have letters of credit for 200,000 francs on London and Vienna. We will go wherever you prefer. Wherever you are, Charles. What difference does it make so long as you are there? Then come. Can I have 5 minutes, Charles? Is that too much? Where are you going? To say goodbye to many things, to fetch your precious letters, and the ivory chaplet used at my first communion. Oh, there are many sacred, cherished souvenirs of my childhood which will remind me over there of my mother, of France. I will fetch them and return. Amélie. What is it? I cannot leave you. If I part with you an instant now, I feel that I shall lose you forever. Amélie, let me go with you. Yes, come. What matter if they see your footsteps now? We shall be far enough away tomorrow. Come. The young man sprang from the boat and gave his hand to Amélie to help her out. Then he folded his arm about her and they walked to the house. On the portico, Charles stopped. Go on alone, said he. Memory is a chaste thing. I know that, and I will not embarrass you by my presence. I will wait here and watch for you. So long as I know you are close by me, I do not fear to lose you. Go, dear, and come back quickly. Amélie answered with a kiss. Then she ran hastily up to her room, took the little coffer of carved oak clamped with iron, her treasury, which contained her lover's letters from first to last, unfastened from the mirror above her bed, the white and virginal chaplet that hung there, put into her belt a watch her father had given her, and passed into her mother's bedchamber. There she stooped and kissed the pillow where her mother's head had lain, knelt before the Christ at the foot of the bed, began a thanksgiving she dared not finish, changed it to a prayer, and then suddenly stopped. She fancied she heard Charles calling her. She listened and heard her name a second time, uttered in a tone of agony she could not understand. She quivered, sprang to her feet, and ran rapidly down the stairs. "What is it?" cried Amélie, seizing the young man's hand. "Listen, listen," said he. Amélie strained her ears to catch the sound which seemed to her like musketry. It came from the direction of Caesariat. "Oh," cried Morgan, "I was right in doubting my happiness to the last. My friends are attacked. Adieu, Amélie, adieu." "Adieu," cried Amélie, turning pale. "What will you leave me?" The sound of the firing grew more distinct. "Don't you hear them? They are fighting, and I am not there to fight with them." Daughter and sister of a soldier, Amélie understood him, and she made no resistance. "Go," she said, letting her hands drop beside her. "You were right, we are lost." The young man uttered a cry of rage, caught her to his breast, and pressed her to him as though he would smother her. Then, bounding from the portico, he rushed in the direction of the firing with the speed of a deer pursued by hunters. I come, my friends," he cried, and he disappeared like a shadow beneath the tall trees of the park. Amélie fell upon her knees, her hands stretched toward him without the strength to recall him, or, if she did so, it was in so faint a voice that Morgan did not stop or even check his speed to answer her. Chapter 49. Roland's Revenge. It is easy to guess what had happened. Roland had not wasted his time with the captain of gendarmerie and the colonel of dragoons. They on their side did not forget that they had their own revenge to take. Roland had informed them of the subterranean passage that led from the church of Bru to the grotto of Caesariat. At 9 in the evening, the captain and the 18 men under his command were to go to the church, descend into the burial vault of the Dukes of Savoy, and prevent with their bayonets all communication between the subterranean passage and the quarry. Roland, at the head of 20 men, was to enclose the woods in a semicircle, drawing in upon it until the two ends should meet at the grotto of Caesariat. The first movement of the party was to be made at 9 o'clock, in conjunction with the captain of the gendarmerie. We have seen, from what Morgan told Amélie, the nature of the present intentions of the Companions of Jehu. The news brought from Middow and from Brittany had put them at ease. Each man felt that he was free, and knowing that the struggle had been a hopeless one, he rejoiced in his liberty. There was therefore a full meeting at the grotto of Caesariat, almost a fete. At 12 o'clock the Companions of Jehu were to separate, and each one, according to his facilities, was to cross the frontier and leave France. We know how their leader employed his last moments. The others, who had not the same ties of the heart, were supping together in the broad open space of the quarry, brilliantly illuminated, a feast of separation and farewell. For once out of France, the Vendée and Brittany pacificated, Condé's army destroyed, who knew when and where they should meet again in foreign lands. Suddenly, the report of a shot fell upon their ears. Every man sprang to his feet as if moved by an electric shock. A second shot, and then through the depths of the quarry rang the cry, quivering on the wings of the bird of ill-omen, "To arms!" To the Companions of Jehu, subjected to all the vicissitudes of life of an outlaw, the occasional rest they snatched was never that of peace. Pistols, daggers, carbines were ever near at hand. At the cry, given no doubt by the sentinel, each man sprang to his weapons and stood with panting breast and strained ears, waiting. In the midst of the silence, a step as rapid as well could be in the darkness was heard. Then, within the circle of light thrown by the torches and candles, a man appeared. "To arms!" he cried again, "we are attacked." The two shots the Companions of Jehu had heard were from the double-barreled gun of the sentry. It was he who now appeared, his smoking gun in his hand. "Where is Morgan?" cried 20 voices. "Absent," replied Montbar. "Consequently I command, put out the lights and retreat to the church. A fight is useless now, it would only be waste of blood." He was obeyed with an alacrity that showed that everyone appreciated the danger. The little company drew together in the darkness. Montbar, who knew the windings of the subterranean passage almost as well as Morgan, directed the troop, and followed by his companions, he plunged into the heart of the quarry. Suddenly, as he neared the gate of the passage, he fancied he heard an order given in a low tone not 50 feet away, then a sound like the cocking of guns. He stretched out both arms and muttered in a low voice. Halt! At the same instant came the command, this time perfectly audible. Fire! It was hardly given before the cavern was lighted with a glare, followed by a frightful volley. 10 carbines had been discharged at once into the narrow passage. By their light Montbar and his companions recognized the uniform of the gendarmes. Fire! Cried Montbar in turn. 7 or 8 shots answered the command. Again the darkness was illuminated. 2 of the companions of Jehu lay upon the ground, one killed outright, the other mortally wounded. Our retreat is cut off, my friends, cried Montbar. To the right about, if we have a chance it is through the forest. The movement was executed with the precision of a military maneuver. Montbar, again at the head of his companions, retraced his steps. At that moment the gendarmes fired again, but no one replied. Those who had discharged their guns reloaded them. Those who had not reserved their fire for the real struggle which was to come. 1 or 2 sighs alone told that the last volley of the gendarmes had not been without result. At the end of 5 minutes, Montbar stopped. The little party had reached the open space of the quarry. Are your pistols and guns all loaded? He asked. Yes, answered a dozen voices. Remember the order for those who fall into the hands of the police. We belong to the army of M. de Taisonnet, and we are here to recruit men for the royalist cause. If they talk to us of mail coaches and diligences, we don't know what they mean. Agreed. In either case it will be death. We know that well enough, but the death of a soldier is better than that of thieves, the volley of a platoon rather than the guillotine. Yes, yes, cried a mocking voice, we know what that is, vive la fusillade. Forward, friends, said Montbar, and let us sell our lives for what they are worth, that is to say, as dearly as possible. Forward, they all cried. Then, as rapidly as was possible in the profound darkness, the little troop resumed its march, still under the guidance of Montbar. As they advanced, the leader noticed a smell of smoke which alarmed him. At the same time, gleams of light began to flicker on the granite walls at the angles of the path, showing that something strange was happening at the opening of the grotto. I believe those scoundrels are smoking us out, exclaimed Montbar. I fear so, replied Adler. They think we are foxes. Oh, replied the same voice, they shall know by our claws that we are lions. The smoke became thicker and thicker, the light more and more vivid. They turned the last corner. A pile of dried wood had been lighted in the quarry about 50 feet from the entrance, not for the smoke, but for the light it gave. By the blaze of that savage flame, the weapons of the dragoons could be seen gleaming at the entrance of the grotto. 10 steps in advance of the men stood an officer, waiting. He was leaning on his carbine, not only exposed to attack but apparently courting it. It was Roland. He was easily recognized. He had flung his cap away, his head was bare, and the fitful light of the flames played upon his features. But that which should have cost him his life saved him. Montbar recognized him and stepped backward. Roland de Montrevel, he said, remember Morgan's injunction. Yes, replied the other companions, in muffled tones. And now, said Montbar, let us die but dearly. And he sprang forward into the space illuminated by the fire, and discharged 1 barrel of his gun at the dragoons, who replied with a volley. It would be impossible to relate all that followed. The grotto was filled with smoke, which the flame of each weapon pierced like a flash of lightning. The 2 bands clinched and fought hand to hand, pistols and daggers serving them in turn. At the noise of the struggle, the gendarmes poured in from the rear. Few more demons added to this fight of devils. But the groups of friends and enemies were so confused they dared not fire. They struggled in the red and lurid atmosphere, fell down and rose again. A roar of rage was heard, then a cry of agony, the death sigh of a man. The survivor sought another man, and the struggle was renewed. This work of death lasted 15 minutes, perhaps 20. At the end of those 20 minutes, 20 corpses could be counted in the grotto of Césariat. 13 were those of the gendarmes and the dragoons, 9 belonged to the Companions of Jehu. 5 of the latter were still living, Overwhelmed by numbers, crippled by wounds, they were taken alive. The gendarmes and the dragoons, 25 in number, surrounded them. The captain of gendarmes had his arm shattered, the colonel of dragoons was wounded in the thigh. Roland alone, covered with blood that was not his own, had not a scratch. Two of the prisoners were so grievously wounded that it was impossible for them to walk, and the soldiers were obliged to carry them on an improvised litter. Torches were lighted, and the whole troop with the prisoners took the road to the town. As they were leaving the forest to branch into the high road, the gallop of a horse was heard. It came on rapidly. "Go on," said Roland. "I will stay here and find out what this means." It was a rider, who, as we have said, was advancing at full speed. "Who goes there?" cried Roland, raising his carbine when the rider was about 20 paces from him. "One more prisoner, Monsieur de Montrevel," replied the rider. "I could not be in at the fight, but I will at least go to the scaffold. Where are my friends?" "There, sir," replied Roland, who had recognized, not the face, but the voice of the rider, a voice which he now heard for the third time. As he spoke, he pointed to the little group in the center of the soldiers who were making their way along the road from Césariat to Bourg. "I am glad to see that no harm has befallen you, M. de Montrevel," said the young man with great courtesy. "I assure you it gives me much happiness." And spurring his horse, he was beside the soldiers and gendarmes in a few strides. "Pardon me, gentlemen," he said, springing from his horse. "I claim a place among my three friends, the Vicomte de Jehu, the Comte de Valençol, and the Marquis de Ribier." The three prisoners gave a cry of admiration and held out their hands to their friend. The two wounded men lifted themselves up on their litters and murmured, "Well done, Saint Herman, well done." "I do believe, God help me," cried Roland, "that those brigands will have the nobler side of the affair." Chapter 50, Cadoudal at the Tuileries. The day but one after the events which we have just related took place, two men were walking side by side up and down the grand salon of the Tuileries. They were talking eagerly, accompanying their words with hasty and animated gestures. These men were the first consul, Bonaparte, and Cadoudal. Cadoudal, impelled by the misery that might be entailed by a prolonged struggle in Brittany, had just signed a peace with Brune. It was after this signing of the peace that he had released the Companions of Jehu from their obligations. Unhappily, this release had reached them, as we have seen, 24 hours too late. When treating with Brune, Cadoudal had asked nothing for himself save the liberty to go immediately to England. But Brune had been so insistent that he had consented to an interview with the first consul. He had, in consequence, come to Paris. The very morning of his arrival he went to the Tuileries, sent in his name, and had been received. It was Rapp who, in Roland's absence, introduced him. As the aide-de-camp withdrew, he left both doors open, so as to see everything from Burian's room, and to be able to go to the assistance of the first consul if necessary. But Bonaparte, who perfectly understood Rapp's motive, closed the door. Then, returning hastily to Cadoudal's side, he said, "Ah, so it is you at last. One of your enemies, my aide-de-camp, Roland de Montrevel, has told me fine things of you." "That does not surprise me," replied Cadoudal. "During the short time I saw M. de Montrevel, I recognized in him a most chivalrous nature." "Yes, and that touched you?" asked the first consul, fixing his falcon eye on the royalist chief. "Listen, Georges, I need energetic men like you to accomplish the work I have undertaken. Will you be one of them? I have already offered you the rank of colonel, but you are worth more than that. I now offer you the rank of general of division." "I thank you from the bottom of my heart, citizen first consul," replied Cadoudal, "but you would despise me if I accepted." "Why so?" queried Bonaparte hastily. "Because I have pledged myself to the House of Bourbon, and I shall remain faithful to it under all circumstances." "Let us discuss the matter," resumed the first consul. "Is there no way to bind you?" "General," replied the royalist leader, "may I be permitted to repeat to you what has been said to me?" "Why not?" "Because it touches upon the deepest political interests." "Pooh, some nonsense," said the first consul, smiling uneasily. Cadoudal stopped short and looked fixedly at his companion. "It is said that an agreement was made between you and Commodore Sidney Smith at Alexandria, the purport of which was to allow you to return to France on the condition, accepted by you, of restoring the throne to our former kings." Bonaparte burst out laughing. How astonishing you are, you plebeians, he said, with your love for your former kings. Suppose that I did re-establish the throne, a thing, I assure you, I have not the smallest desire to do. What return will you get, you who have shed your blood for the cause? Not even the confirmation of the rank you have won in it, colonel. Have you ever known in the royalist ranks a colonel who was not a noble? Did you ever hear of any man rising by his merits into that class of people? Whereas with me, Georges, you can attain to what you will. The higher I raise myself, the higher I shall raise those who surround me. As for seeing me play the part of monk, dismiss that from your mind. Monk lived in an age in which the prejudices we fought and overthrew in 1789 were in full force. Had Monk wished to make himself king, he could not have done so. Dictator, no, it needed a Cromwell for that. Richard could not have maintained himself. It is true that he was the true son of a great man, in other words a fool. If I had wished to make myself king, there was nothing to hinder me, and if ever the wish takes me there will be nothing to hinder. Now, if you have an answer to that, give it. You tell me, citizen first consul, that the situation in France in 1800 is not the same as England in 1660. Charles I was beheaded in 1649, Louis Roman 16. In 1793. 11 years elapsed in England between the death of the king and the restoration of his son. 7 years have already elapsed in France since the death of Louis Roman 16. Will you tell me that the English Revolution was a religious one, whereas the French Revolution was a political one? To that I reply that a charter is as easy to make as an abjuration. Bonaparte smiled. No, he said, I should not tell you that. I should say to you simply this, that Cromwell was 50 years old when Charles I died. I was 24 at the death of Louis Roman 16. Cromwell died at the age of 59. In 10 years' time he was able to undertake much, but to accomplish little. Besides, his reform was a total one, a vast political reform by the substitution of a republican government for a monarchical one. Well, grant that I live to be Cromwell's age, 59. That is not too much to expect. I shall still have 20 years, just the double of Cromwell. And remark, I change nothing, I progress. I do not overthrow, I build up. Suppose that Caesar, at 30 years of age, instead of being merely the first Rao of Rome, had been its greatest citizen. Suppose his campaign in Gaul had been made, that his campaign in Egypt was over, his campaign in Spain happily concluded. Suppose that he was 30 years old instead of 50, don't you think he would have been both Caesar and Augustus? Yes, unless he found Brutus, Cassius, and Casca on his path. So, said Bonaparte sadly, my enemies are reckoning on assassination, are they? In that case the thing is easy, and you, my enemy, have the first chance. What hinders you at this moment, if you feel like Brutus, from striking me as he struck Caesar? I am alone with you, the doors are shut, and you would have the time to finish me before anyone could reach you. Cadoutal made a step backward. No, said he, we do not count upon assassination, and I think our extremity must be great indeed before any of us would become a murderer. But there are the chances of war. A single reverse would destroy your prestige. One defeat would bring the enemy to the heart of France. The campfires of the Austrians can already be seen from the frontiers of Provence. A cannonball may take off your head, as it did that of Marshal Berwick, and then what becomes of France? You have no children, and your brothers. Oh, cried Bonaparte, from that point of view you are right enough, but if you don't believe in Providence, I do. I believe that nothing happens by chance. I believe that when, on the 15th of August, 1769, 1 year, day for day, after Louis Roman 15, issued the decree reuniting Corsica to France, a child was born in Ajaccio, destined to bring about the 13th Vendemiaire and the 18th Brumaire, and that Providence had great designs, mighty projects in view for that child. I am that child. If I have a mission, I have nothing to fear. My mission is a buckler. If I have no mission, if I am mistaken, if instead of living the 25 or 30 years I need to accomplish my work, I am stabbed to the heart like Caesar, or knocked over by a cannonball like Berwick, Providence will have had its reasons for acting so, and on Providence will devolve the duty of providing for France. We spoke just now of Caesar. When Rome followed his body, mourning, and burned the houses of his murderers, when the eternal city turned its eyes to the 4 quarters of the globe, asking whence would come the genius to stay her civil wars, when she trembled at the sight of drunken Antony and treacherous Lepidus, she never thought of the pupil of Apollonius, the nephew of Caesar, the young Octavius, who then remembered that son of the velletry banker, whitened with the flower of his ancestors. No one, not even the far-sighted Cicero. Orandum et tolendum, he said. Well, that lad fooled all the graybeards in the Senate and reigned almost as long as Louis Roman XIV. Georges, don't struggle against the providence which created me, or that providence will destroy you. Then I shall be destroyed while following the path and the religion of my fathers, replied Cadotl, bowing. And I hope that God will pardon my error, which will be that of a fervent Christian and a faithful son. Bonaparte laid his hands on the shoulders of the young leader. So be it, said he, but at least remain neuter. Leave events to complete themselves. Watch the thrones as they topple, the crowns as they fall. Usually spectators pay for a show, I will pay you to look on. And what will you pay me for that, citizen first consul? Asked Cadotl, laughing. 100,000 francs a year, replied Bonaparte. If you would give 100,000 francs to one poor rebel leader, said Cadotl, what would you give to the prince for whom he fought? Nothing, sir. I pay you for your courage, not for the principle for which you fought. I prove to you that I, man of my own works, judge men solely by theirs. Accept George's, I beg of you. And suppose I refuse? You will do wrong. Will I still be free to depart when I please? Bonaparte went to the door and opened it. The aide-de-camp on duty, he said. He waited, expecting to see Rapp. Roland appeared. Ah, is it you? He cried. Then, turning to Cadotl, he said, Colonel, I do not need to present to you my aide-de-camp, M. Roland de Montrevel. He is already one of your acquaintances. Roland, tell the colonel that he is as free in Paris as you were in his camp at Musillac, and that if he wishes a passport for any country in the world, Fouche has orders to give it to him. Your word suffices, citizen first consul, replied Cadotl, bowing. I leave tonight. May I ask where you are going? To London, General. So much the better. Why so much the better? Because there, you will be near the men for whom you have fought. And then? Then when you have seen them. What? You will compare them with those against whom you have fought, but once out of France, Colonel. Bonaparte paused. I am waiting, said Cadotl. Do not return without warning me, or, if you do not be surprised if I treat you as an enemy. That would be an honor, General. By treating me so you will show that you consider me a man to be feared. So saying, Georges bowed to the first consul and retired. Well, General, asked Roland, after the door had closed on the Breton leader, is he the man I represented him to be? Yes, responded Bonaparte thoughtfully, only he sees things awry. But the exaggeration of his ideas arises from noble sentiments, which must give him great influence over his own people. Then he added, in a low voice, but we must make an end of him. And now what have you been doing, Roland? Making an end of my work, replied Roland. Aha, then the Companions of Jehu no longer exist, General. 3/4 are dead, the rest prisoners. And you are safe and sound. Don't speak of it, General. I do verily believe I have a compact with the devil. That same evening Cadotl, as he said, left Paris for England. On receiving the news that the Breton leader was in London, Louis Roman XVIII wrote him the following letter. I have learned with the greatest satisfaction, General, that you have at last escaped from the bands of the tyrant who misconceived you so far as to offer you service under him. I deplore the unhappy circumstances which obliged you to treat with him, but I did not feel the slightest uneasiness. The heart of my faithful Bretons, and yours in particular, are too well known to me. Today you are free, you are near my brother, all my hopes revive. I need not say more to such a Frenchman as you. Louis. To this letter were added a lieutenant general's commission and the Grand Cordon of St. Louis. Chapter 51, The Army of the Reserves. The first consul had reached the point he desired. The Companions of Jehu were destroyed, and the Vendée was pacificated. When demanding peace from England, he had hoped for war. He understood very well that, born of war, he could exist only by war. He seemed to foresee that a poet would arise and call him the giant of war. But war, what war? Where should he wage it? An article of the Constitution of the year Roman VIII. forbade the first consul to command the armies in person or to leave France. In all constitutions, there is inevitably some absurd provision. Happy the constitutions that have but one. The first consul found a means to evade this particular absurdity. He established a camp at Dijon. The army which occupied this camp was called the Army of the Reserves. The force withdrawn from Brittany and the Vendée, some 30,000 men in all, formed the nucleus of this army. 20,000 conscripts were incorporated in it. General Berthier was appointed commander-in-chief. The plan which Bonaparte explained to Roland in his study one day was still working in his mind. He expected to recover Italy by a single battle, but that battle must be a great victory. Moreau, as a reward for his cooperation on the 18th Brumaire, received the command he had so much desired. He was made commander-in-chief of the Army of the Rhine, with 80,000 men under him. Augereau, with 25,000 more, was on the Dutch frontier. And Massena, commanding the Army of Italy, had withdrawn to the country about Genoa, where he was tenaciously maintaining himself against the land forces of the Austrian General Ott and the British fleet under Admiral Keith. While the latter movements were taking place in Italy, Moreau had assumed the offensive on the Rhine and defeated the enemy at Stockach and Moeskirch. A single victory was to furnish an excuse to put the Army of Reserves under waiting orders. 2 victories would leave no doubt as to the necessity of cooperation. Only, how was this army to be transported to Italy? Bonaparte's first thought was to march up the Valais and to cross the Simplon. He would thus turn Piedmont and enter Milan. But the operation was a long one and must be done overtly. Bonaparte renounced it. His plan was to surprise the Austrians and to appear with his whole army on the plains of Piedmont before it was even suspected that he had crossed the Alps. He therefore decided to make the passage of the Great Saint Bernard. It was for this purpose that he had sent the 50,000 francs, seized by the Companions of Jehu, to the monks whose monastery crowns that mountain. Another 50,000 had been sent since, which had reached their destination safely. By the help of this money, the monastery was to be amply provisioned for an army of 50,000 men halting there for a day. Consequently, toward the end of April, the whole of the artillery was advanced to Lausanne, Villeneuve, Martigny, and Saint-Pierre. General Marmont, commanding the artillery, had already been sent forward to find a means of transporting cannon over the Alps. It was almost an impracticable thing to do, and yet it must be achieved. No precedent existed as a guide. Hannibal with his elephants, Numidians, and Gauls, Charlemagne with his Franks, had no such obstacles to surmount. During the campaign in Italy in 1796, the army had not crossed the Alps, but turned them, descending from Nice to Sorasco by the Cornish road. This time, a truly titanic work was undertaken. In the first place was the mountain unoccupied. The mountain without the Austrians was in itself difficult enough to conquer. Lannes was dispatched like a forlorn hope with a whole division. He crossed the peak of the St. Bernard without baggage or artillery and took possession of Chatelain. The Austrians had left no troops in Piedmont, except the cavalry in barracks and a few posts of observation. There were no obstacles to contend with except those of nature. Operations were begun at once. Sledges had been made to transport the guns, but narrow as they might be, they were still too wide for the road. Some other means must be devised. The trunks of pines were hollowed and the guns inserted. At one end was a rope to pull them, at the other a tiller to guide them. 20 grenadiers took the cables. 20 others carried the baggage of those who drew them. An artilleryman commanded each detachment with absolute power, if need be, over life and death. The iron mass in such a case was far more precious than the flesh of men. Before leaving, each man received a pair of new shoes and 20 biscuits. Each put on his shoes and hung his biscuits around his neck. The first consul, stationed at the foot of the mountain, gave to each cannon detachment the word to start. A man must traverse the same roads as a tourist, on foot or on muleback. He must plunge his eye to the depth of the precipice before he can have any idea of what this crossing was. Up, always up those beetling slopes, by narrow paths, on jagged stones, which cut the shoes first, the feet next. From time to time they stopped, drew breath, and then on again without a murmur. The ice belt was reached. Before attempting it, the men received new shoes. Those of the morning were in shreds. A biscuit was eaten, a drop of brandy from the canteen was swallowed, and on they went. No man knew whither he was climbing. Some asked how many more days it would take, others if they might stop for a moment at the moon. At last they came to the eternal snows. There the toil was less severe. The gun logs slid upon the snow, and they went faster. One fact will show the measure of power given to the artilleryman, who commanded each gun. General Chamberlain was passing. He thought the advance not fast enough. Wishing to hasten it, he spoke to an artilleryman in a tone of command. "You are not in command here," replied the man. I am responsible for the gun. I direct its march. Pass on." The general approached the artilleryman as if to take him by the throat. But the man stepped back, saying, "General, don't touch me, or I will send you to the bottom of that precipice with a blow of this tiller." After unheard of toil they reached the foot of the last rise, at the summit of which stands the convent. There they found traces of Lannes' division. As the slope was very steep, the soldiers had cut a sort of stairway in the ice. The men now scaled it. The fathers of St. Bernard were awaiting them on the summit. As each gun came up, the men were taken by squads into the hospice. Tables were set along the passage with bread and Gruyere cheese and wine. When the soldiers left the convent, they pressed the hands of the monks and embraced the dogs. The descent at first seemed easier than the ascent, and the officers declared it was their turn to drag the guns. But now the cannon outstripped the teams, and some were dragged down faster than they wished. General Lannes and his division were still in the advance. He had reached the valley before the rest of the army, entered the Aosta, and received his orders to march upon Ivrea, at the entrance to the plains of Piedmont. There, however, he encountered an obstacle which no one had foreseen. The fortress of Bard is situated about 24 miles from Aosta. On the road to Ivrea, a little behind the village, a small hill closes the valley almost hermetically. The river Dora flows between this hill and the mountain on the right. The river, or rather the torrent, fills the whole space. The mountain on the left presents very much the same aspect, only instead of the river, it is the highroad which passes between the hill and the mountain. It is there that the fortress of Bard stands. It is built on the summit of the hill and extends down one side of it to the highroad. How was it that no one had thought of this obstacle, which was well-nigh insurmountable? There was no way to assault it from the bottom of the valley, and it was impossible to scale the rocks above it. Yet, by dint of searching, they did find a path that they were able to level sufficiently for the cavalry and the infantry to pass. But they tried in vain to get the artillery over it, although they took the guns apart, as at the Mont St. Bernard. Bonaparte ordered 2 cannon leveled on the road and opened fire on the fortress, but it was soon evident that these guns made no effect. Moreover, a cannon ball from the fortress struck one of the 2 cannon and shattered it. The first consul then ordered an assault by storm. Columns formed in the village, and armed with ladders dashed up at a run and reached the fortress at several points. But to ensure success, not only celerity but silence was needed. It ought to have been a surprise, but Colonel Duffer, who commanded one column, ordered the advance to be sounded, and marched boldly to the assault. The column was repulsed, and the colonel received a ball through his body. Then a company of picked marksmen were chosen. They were supplied with provisions and cartridges, and crept between the rocks until they reached a ledge, from which they commanded the fort. From this ledge they discovered another, not quite so high, but which also overlooked the fort. To this they contrived with extreme difficulty to hoist 2 guns, with which they formed a battery. These 2 pieces on one side and the sharpshooters on the other began to make the enemy uneasy. In the meantime, General Marmont proposed a plan to the first consul, so bold that the enemy could not suspect it. It was nothing less than to move the artillery along the highroad, notwithstanding that the enemy could rake it. Manure and wool from the mattresses were found in the villages and were spread upon the road. The wheels and chains, and all the jingling portions of the gun carriages were swathed in hay. The horses belonging to the guns and caissons were taken out, and 50 men supplied their places. This latter precaution had 2 advantages. First, the horses might neigh, while the men had every interest in keeping dead silence. Secondly, a dead horse will stop a whole convoy, whereas a dead man, not being fastened to the traces, can be pushed aside, and his place taken without even stopping the march. An officer and a subordinate officer of artillery were placed in charge of each carriage or caisson, with the promise of 600 francs for the transport of each gun or wagon beyond the range of the fort. General Marmont, who had proposed the plan, superintended the first operation himself. Happily, a storm prevailed and made the night extremely dark. The first 6 cannon and the first 6 caissons passed without a single shot from the fortress. The men returned, picking their steps silently, one after another in single file. But this time the enemy must have heard some noise, and wishing to know the cause, threw hand grenades. Fortunately, they fell beyond the road. Why should these men, who had once passed, return, merely to get their muskets and knapsacks? This might have been avoided had they been stowed on the caissons, but no one can think of everything, and, as it happened, no one in the fort at Bard had thought at all. As soon as the possibility of the passage was demonstrated, the transport of the artillery became a duty like any other. Only, now that the enemy were warned, it was more dangerous. The fort resembled a volcano with its belching flames and smoke, but owing to the vertical direction in which it was forced to fire, it made more noise than it did harm. 5 or 6 men were killed to each wagon, that is to say, a tenth of each 50, but the cannon once safely passed, the fate of the campaign was secure. Later it was discovered that the pass of the Little St. Bernard would have been practicable, and that the whole artillery could have crossed it without dismounting a gun or losing a man. It is true, however, that the feat would have been less glorious because less difficult. The army was now in the fertile plains of Piedmont. It was reinforced on the Ticino by a corps of 12,000 men detached from the army of the Rhine by Mauro, who, after the 2 victories he had just won, could afford to lend this contingent to the army of Italy. He had sent them by the St. Gothard. Thus strengthened, the first consul entered Milan without striking a blow. By the by, how came the first consul, who, according to a provision of the Constitution of the year Roman 8, could not assume command of the army, nor yet leave France to be where he was? We shall now tell you. The evening before the day on which he left Paris, that is to say, the 15th of May, or, according to the calendars of the time, the 15th Floreal, he had sent for the 2 other consuls and all the ministers, saying to Lucian, "Prepare a circular letter to the prefects tomorrow." Then he said to Fouch, "You will publish the circular in all the newspapers. You are to say that I have left for Dijon to inspect the army of the reserves. Add, but without affirming it positively, that I may go as far as Geneva. In any case, let it be well impressed on everyone that I shall not be absent more than a fortnight. If anything unusual happens, I shall return like a thunderclap. I commend to your keeping all the great interests of France, and I hope you will soon hear of me by way of Vienna and London." On the 6th he started. From that moment his strong determination was to make his way to the plains of Piedmont, and there to fight a decisive battle. Then, as he never doubted that he would conquer, he would answer, like Scipio, to those who accused him of violating the Constitution. "On such a day, at such an hour, I fought the Carthaginians. Let us go to the capital, and render thanks to the gods." Leaving France on the 6th of May, the first consul was encamped with his whole army between Cazel and Turin on the 26th of the same month. It had rained the whole day, but as often happens in Italy, toward evening the sky had cleared, changing in a few moments from murky darkness to loveliest azure, and the stars came sparkling out. The first consul signed to Roland to follow him, and together they issued from the little town of Chivasso and walked along the banks of the river. About 100 yards beyond the last house, a tree, blown down by the wind, offered a seat to the pedestrians. Bonaparte sat down and signed to Roland to join him. He apparently had something to say, some confidence to make to his young aide-de-camp. Both were silent for a time, and then Bonaparte said, "Roland, do you remember a conversation we had together at the Luxembourg?" "General," said Roland, laughing, "we had a good many conversations together at the Luxembourg, in one of which you told me we were to cross into Italy in the spring and fight General Melas at Torre di Galifalo or Sangigliano. Does that still hold good?" "Yes, but that is not the conversation I mean." "What was it, General?" "The day we talked of marriage." "Ah yes, my sister's marriage. That has probably taken place by this time, General." "I don't mean your sister's marriage, I mean yours." "Good," said Roland with a bitter smile. "I thought that had been disposed of, General," and he made a motion as if to rise. Bonaparte caught him by the arm. "Do you know whom I meant you to marry at that time, Roland?" he said, with a gravity that showed he was determined to be heard. "No, General." "Well, my sister Caroline." "Your sister?" "Yes, does that astonish you?" "I had no idea you had ever thought of doing me that honor." "Either you are ungrateful, Roland, or you are saying what you do not mean. You know that I love you." "Oh, my General." He took the first consul's 2 hands, and pressed them with the deepest gratitude. Yes, I should have liked you for my brother-in-law. Your sister and Murat love each other, General, said Roland. It is much better that the plan should have gone no further. Besides, he added in muffled tones, I thought I told you that I did not care to marry. Bonaparte smiled. Why don't you say offhand that you intend becoming a Trappist father? Faith, General, re-establish the cloisters and remove these opportunities for me to try to get myself killed, which, thank God, are not lacking, and you have guessed what my end will be. Are you in love? Is this the result of some woman's faithlessness? Good, said Roland, so you think I am in love, that is the last straw. Do you complain of my affection, when I wished to marry you to my sister? But the thing is impossible now. Your 3 sisters are all married, one to General Leduc, one to Prince Baxiaki, and the third to Murat. In short, said Bonaparte, laughing, you feel easy and settled in your mind. You think yourself rid of my alliance. Oh, General, exclaimed Roland. You are not ambitious, it seems. General, let me love you for all the good you have done to me, and not for what you seek to do. But suppose it is for my own interests that I seek to bind you to me, not by the ties of friendship alone, but also by those of matrimony. Suppose I say to you, in my plans for the future I cannot rely upon my 2 brothers, whereas I could never for one instant doubt you. In heart, yes, you are right. In all respects, what can I do with Leclerc, a commonplace man, with Baxiaki, who is not French, with Murat, lion-hearted and feather-brained, and yet some day I shall have to make princes of them because they are my sister's husbands. When that time comes, what can I make of you? A Marshal of France. And afterward? Afterward, I should say that was enough. And then you would be one of 12, and not a unity of your own. Let me be simply your friend. Let me always thresh out the truth with you, and then I'll warrant I shall be out of the crowd. That may be enough for you, Roland, but it is not enough for me, persisted Bonaparte. Then, as Roland said nothing, he continued, I have no more sisters, Roland, it is true, but I have dreamed that you might be something more to me than a brother. Then, as Roland still said nothing, he went on. I know a young girl, Roland, a charming child whom I love as a daughter. She is just 17. You are 26 and a brigadier general de facto. Before the end of the campaign you will be general of division. Well, Roland, when the campaign is over, we will return together to Paris, and you shall marry her. General, interrupted Roland, I think I see Burian looking for you. And in fact, the first consul's secretary was already within 2 feet of the friends. Is that you, Burian? Asked Bonaparte, somewhat impatiently. Yes, General, a courier from France. Zot. And a letter from Madame Bonaparte. Good, said the first consul, rising eagerly, give it to me, and he almost snatched the letter from Burian's hand. And for me, asked Roland, nothing for me. Nothing. That is strange, said the young man pensively. The moon had risen, and by its clear, beautiful light Bonaparte was able to read his letters. Through the first 2 pages his face expressed perfect serenity. Bonaparte adored his wife. The letters published by Queen Hortense bear witness to that fact. Roland watched these expressions of the soul on his general's face. But toward the close of the letter Bonaparte's face clouded. He frowned and cast a furtive glance at Roland. Ah, exclaimed the young man, it seems there is something about me in the letter. Bonaparte did not answer and continued to read. When he had finished, he folded the letter and put it in the side pocket of his coat. Then, turning to Burian, he said, Very well, we will return. I shall probably have to dispatch a courier. Go mend some pens while you are waiting for me. Burian bowed and returned to Chivasso. Bonaparte then went up to Roland and laid his hand on his shoulder, saying, I have no luck with the marriages I attempt to make. How so? Asked Roland. Your sister's marriage is off. Has she refused? No, she has not. She has not, can it be Sir John? Yes. Refused to marry my sister after asking her of me, of my mother, of you, of herself. Come, don't begin to get angry. Try to see that there is some mystery in all this. I don't see any mystery, I see an insult. Ah, there you are, Roland. That explains why your mother and sister did not write to you. but Josephine thought the matter so serious that you ought to be informed. She writes me this news and asks me to tell you of it if I think best. You see, I have not hesitated. I thank you sincerely, General. Does Lord Tanley give any reason for this refusal? A reason that is no reason. What is it? It can't be the true one. But what is it? It is only necessary to look at the man, and to talk with him for 5 minutes to understand that. But, General, what reason does he give for breaking his word? That your sister is not as rich as he thought she was. Roland burst into that nervous laugh, which was a sign with him of violent agitation. Ha, said he, that was the very first thing I told him. What did you tell him? That my sister hadn't a penny. How can the children of Republican generals be rich? And what did he answer? That he was rich enough for two. You see, therefore, that that was not the real reason for his refusal. And it is your opinion that one of your aide-de-camp can receive such an insult, and not demand satisfaction. In such situations, the person who feels affronted must judge of the matter for himself, my dear Roland. General, how many days do you think it will be before we have a decisive action? Bonaparte calculated. Not less than 15 days or 3 weeks, he answered. Then, General, I ask you for a furlough of 15 days. On one condition. What is it? That you will first go to Bourg and ask your sister from which side the refusal came. That is my intention. In that case, you have not a moment to lose. You see, I lose none, said the young man, already on his way to the village. One moment, said Bonaparte. You will take my dispatches to Paris, won't you? Ah, I see. I am the courier you spoke of just now to Burien. Precisely. Come then. Wait one moment, the young men you arrested. The Companions of Jehu. Yes, well, it seems that they were all of noble families. They were fanatics rather than criminals. It appears that your mother has been made the victim of some judicial trick or other in testifying at their trial, and has called their conviction. Possibly. My mother was in the coach stopped by them, as you know, and saw the face of their leader. Well, your mother implores me, through Josephine, to pardon those poor madmen. That is the very word she uses. They have appealed their case. You will get there before the appeal can be rejected, and if you think it desirable, tell the Minister of Justice for me to suspend matters. After you get back, we can see what is best to be done. Thank you, General. Anything more? No, said Bonaparte, except to think over our conversation. What was it about? Your marriage. Chapter 52, The Trial. Well, I'll say as you did just now, we'll talk about it when I return if I do. Bless me, exclaimed Bonaparte, I'm not afraid you'll kill him as you have the others. Only this time, I must admit, I shall be sorry to have him die. If you're going to feel so badly about it, General, I can easily be killed in his stead. Don't do anything foolish, Ninny, cried Bonaparte hastily. I should feel still worse if I lost you. Really, General, you are the hardest man to please that I know of, said Roland with his harsh laugh. And this time, he took his way to Chivasso without further delay. Half an hour later, Roland was galloping along the road to Ivry in a postchaise. He was to travel thus to Aosta, at Aosta take a mule, cross the St. Bernard to Mardigny, thence to Geneva, on to Bourg, and from Bourg to Paris. While he is galloping along, let us see what has happened in France, and clear up the points in the conversation between Bonaparte and his aide-de-camp, which must be obscure to the reader's mind. The prisoners which Roland had made at the grotto of Césariat had remained but one night in the prison at Bourg. They had been immediately transferred to that of Besançon, where they were to appear before a council of war. It will be remembered that 2 of these prisoners were so grievously wounded that they were carried into Bourg on stretchers. One of them died that same night, the other, 3 days after they reached Besançon. The number of prisoners was therefore reduced to 4. Morgan, who had surrendered himself voluntarily and who was safe and sound, and Montbar, Adler and Dasses, who were more or less wounded in the fight, though none of them dangerously. These 4 aliases hid, as the reader will remember, the real names of the Baron de Saint-Herman, the Comte de Jayet, the Vicomte de Valençol, and the Marquis de Ribier. While the evidence was being taken against the 4 prisoners before the military commission at Besançon, the time expired when under the law such cases were tried by courts-martial. The prisoners became accountable therefore to the civil tribunals. This made a great difference to them, not only as to the penalty if convicted, but in the mode of execution. Condemned by a court-martial, they would be shot. Condemned by the courts, they would be guillotined. Death by the first was not infamous, death by the second was. As soon as it appeared that their case was to be brought before a jury, it belonged by law to the court of Bourg. Toward the end of March, the prisoners were therefore transferred from the prison of Besançon to that of Bourg, and the first steps toward a trial were taken. But here the prisoners adopted a line of defense that greatly embarrassed the prosecuting officers. They declared themselves to be the Baron de Saint-Herman, the Comte de Jayet, the Vicomte de Valençol, and the Marquis de Ribier, and to have no connection with the pillagers of diligences, whose names were Morgan, Montbar, Adler, and Dasses. They acknowledged having belonged to armed bands, but these forces belonged to the army of M. de Tessonnet and were a ramification of the army of Brittany, intended to operate in the east and the Midi, while the army of Brittany, which had just signed a peace, operated in the north. They had waited only to hear of Cadotdel's surrender to do likewise, and the dispatch of the Breton leader was no doubt on its way to them when they were attacked and captured. It was difficult to disprove this. The diligences had invariably been pillaged by masked men, and apart from Madame de Montrevel and Sir John Tanley, no one had ever seen the faces of the assailants. The reader will recall those circumstances. Sir John, on the night they had tried, condemned, and stabbed him, Madame de Montrevel, when the diligence was stopped, and she, in her nervous struggle, had struck off the mask of the leader. Both had been summoned before the preliminary court, and both had been confronted with the prisoners, but neither Sir John nor Madame de Montrevel had recognized any of them. How came they to practice this deception? As for Madame de Montrevel, it was comprehensible. She felt a double gratitude to the man who had come to her assistance, and who had also forgiven, and even praised, Edouard's attack upon himself. But Sir John's silence was more difficult to explain, for among the 4 prisoners he must have recognized at least 2 of his assailants. They had recognized him, and a certain quiver had run through their veins as they did so, but their eyes were none the less resolutely fixed upon him, when, to their great astonishment, Sir John, in spite of the judge's insistence, had calmly replied, "I have not the honor of knowing these gentlemen. Amélie, we have not spoken of her, for there are sorrows no pen can depict. Amélie, pale, feverish, almost expiring since that fatal night when Morgan was arrested, awaited the return of her mother and Sir John from the preliminary trial with dreadful anxiety. Sir John arrived first. Madame de Montrevel had remained behind to give some orders to Mitchell. As soon as Amélie saw him, she rushed forward, crying out, "What happened?" Sir John looked behind him, to make sure that Madame de Montrevel could neither see nor hear him. Then he said, "Your mother and I recognized no one." "Ah, how noble you are, how generous, how good, my lord," cried the young girl, trying to kiss his hand. But he, withdrawing his hand, said hastily, "I have only done as I promised you, but hush, here is your mother." Amélie stepped back. "Ah, mamma," she said, "so you did not say anything to compromise those unfortunate men." "What," replied Madame de Montrevel, "would you have me send to the scaffold a man who had helped me, and who, instead of punishing Edouard, kissed him?" "And yet," said Amélie, trembling, "you recognized him, did you not?" "Perfectly," replied Madame de Montrevel. "He is the fair man with the black eyebrows who calls himself the Baron de Saint-Herman." Amélie gave a stifled cry. Then, making an effort to control herself, she said, "Is that the end of it for Sir John and you? Will you be called to testify again?" "Probably not," replied Madame de Montrevel. "In any case," observed Sir John, "as neither your mother nor I recognized anyone, she will persist in that declaration." "Oh, most certainly," exclaimed Madame de Montrevel. "God keep me from causing the death of that unhappy young man. I should never forgive myself. It is bad enough that Roland should have been the one to capture him and his companions." Amélie sighed, but nevertheless her face assumed a calmer expression. She looked gratefully at Sir John, and then went up to her room, where Charlotte was waiting for her. Charlotte had become more than a maid, she was now Amélie's friend. Every day since the four young men had returned to the prison at Bourg, she had gone there to see her father for an hour or so. During these visits nothing was talked of but the prisoners, whom the worthy jailer, royalist as he was, pitied with all his heart. Charlotte made him tell her everything, even to their slightest words, and later reported all to Amélie. Matters stood thus when Madame de Montrevel and Sir John arrived at Noirs-Fontaines. Before leaving Paris, the first consul had informed Madame de Montrevel, both through Josephine and Roland, that he approved of her daughter's marriage, and wished it to take place during his absence, and as soon as possible. Sir John had declared to her that his most ardent wishes were for this union, and that he only awaited Amélie's commands to become the happiest of men. Matters having reached this point, Madame de Montrevel, on the morning of the day on which she and Sir John were to give their testimony, had arranged a private interview between her daughter and Sir John. The interview lasted over an hour, and Sir John did not leave Amélie until the carriage came to the door, which was to take Madame de Montrevel and himself to the court. We have seen that his deposition was all in the prisoner's favor, and we have also seen how Amélie received him on his return. That evening, Madame de Montrevel had a long conversation with her daughter. To her mother's pressing inquiries, Amélie merely replied that the state of her health was such that she desired a postponement of her marriage, and that she counted on Sir John's delicacy to grant it. The next day Madame de Montrevel was obliged to return to Paris, her position in Madame Bonaparte's household not admitting of longer absence. The morning of her departure she urged Amélie to accompany her, but again the young girl dwelt upon the feebleness of her health. The sweetest and most reviving months in the year were just opening, and she begged to be allowed to spend them in the country, for they were sure, she said, to do her good. Madame de Montrevel, always unable to deny Amélie anything, above all where it concerned her health, granted her request. On her return to Paris, Madame de Montrevel traveled as before with Sir John. Much to her surprise, during the 2 days' journey he did not say anything to her about his marriage to Amélie. But Madame Bonaparte, as soon as she saw her friend, asked the usual question. "Well, when shall we marry Amélie and Sir John? You know how much the first consul desires it." To which Madame de Montrevel replied, "It all depends on Sir John." This response furnished Madame Bonaparte with much food for reflection. Why should a man who had been so eager suddenly grow cold? Time alone could explain the mystery. Time went by, and the trial of the prisoners began. They were confronted with all the travelers who had signed the various depositions, which, as we have seen, were in the possession of the Minister of Police. No one had recognized them, for no one had seen their faces uncovered. Moreover, the travelers asserted that none of their property, either money or jewels, had been taken. Jean Picot testified that the 200 louis which had been taken from him by accident had been returned. These preliminary inquiries lasted over 2 months. At the end of that time the accused, against whom there was no evidence connecting them with the pillage of the coaches, were under no accusation but that of their own admissions, that is to say, of being affiliated with the Breton and Vendean insurrection. They were simply one of the armed bands roaming the Jura under the orders of M. de Tessonnet. The judges delayed the final trial as long as possible, hoping that some more direct testimony might be discovered. This hope was balked. No one had really suffered from the deeds imputed to these young men, except the Treasury, whose misfortunes concerned no one. The trial could not be delayed any longer. The prisoners, on their side, had made the best of their time. By means, as we have seen, of an exchange of passports, Morgan had traveled sometimes as Ribier, and Ribier as Saint Herman, and so with the others. The result was a confusion in the testimony of the innkeepers, which the entries in their books only served to increase. The arrival of travelers, noted on the registers an hour too early or an hour too late, furnished the prisoners with irrefutable alibis. The judges were morally convinced of their guilt, but their conviction was impossible against such testimony. On the other hand, it must be said that public sympathy was wholly with the prisoners. The trial began. The prison at Bourg adjoins the courtroom. The prisoners could be brought there through the interior passages. Large as the hall was, it was crowded on the opening day. The whole population of Bourg thronged about the doors, and persons came from Macon, Sons-le-Saulnier, Besançon, and Nantua. So great was the excitement caused by the stoppages, and so popular were the exploits of the Companions of Jehu. The entrance of the four prisoners was greeted by a murmur in which there was nothing offensive. Public sentiment seemed equally divided between curiosity and sympathy. Their presence, it must be admitted, was well calculated to inspire both. Very handsome, dressed in the latest fashion of the day, self-possessed without insolence, smiling toward the audience, courteous to their judges, though at times a little sarcastic, their personal appearance was their best defense. The oldest of the four was barely 30. Questioned as to their names, Christian and family, their age, and places of birth, they answered as follows. Charles de Saint-Herman, born at Tours, department of the Indre-et-Loire, aged 24. Louis-André de Jayet, born at Bages-le-Château, department of the Aisne, aged 29. Raoul Frédéric Auguste de Valençol, born at Saint-Colombe, department of the Rhône, aged 27. Pierre Hector de Ribier, born at Ballines, department of Vaucluse, aged 26. Questioned as to their social condition and state, all four said they were of noble rank and royalists. These fine young men, defending themselves against death on the scaffold, not against a soldier's death before the guns, who asked the death they claimed to have merited as insurrectionists, but a death of honor, formed a splendid spectacle of youth, courage, and gallant bearing. The judges saw plainly that on the accusation of being insurrectionists, the Vendée having submitted and Brittany being pacificated, they would have to be acquitted. That was not a result to satisfy the Minister of Police. Death awarded by a council of war would not have satisfied him. He had determined that these men should die the death of malefactors, a death of infamy. The trial had now lasted 3 days, without proceeding in the direction of the minister's wishes. Charlotte, who could reach the courtroom through the prison, was there each day, and returned each night to Amélie with some fresh word of hope. On the 4th day, Amélie could bear the suspense no longer. She dressed herself in a costume similar to the one that Charlotte wore, except that the black lace of the headdress was longer and thicker than is usual with the Bresson peasant woman. It formed a veil and completely hid her features. Charlotte presented Amélie to her father as one of her friends, who was anxious to see the trial. The good man did not recognize Mademoiselle de Montrevel, and in order to enable the young girls to see the prisoners well, he placed them in the doorway of the porter's room, which opened upon the passage leading to the courtroom. This passage was so narrow at this particular point that the 4 gendarmes who accompanied the prisoners changed the line of march. First came 2 officers, then the prisoners one by one, then the other 2 officers. The girls stood in the doorway. When Amélie heard the doors open, she was obliged to lean upon Charlotte's shoulder for support. The earth seemed to give way under her feet and the wall at her back. She heard the sound of feet and the rattle of the gendarmes' sabers, then the door of the prison opened. First one gendarme appeared, then another, then Saint-Herman, walking first, as though he were still Morgan, the captain of the Companions of Jehu. As he passed, Amélie murmured, "Charles." The prisoner recognized the beloved voice, gave a faint cry, and felt a paper slip into his hand. He pressed that precious hand, murmured her name, and passed on. The others who followed did not, or pretended not to, notice the 2 girls. As for the gendarmes, they had seen and heard nothing. As soon as the party stepped into the light, Morgan unfolded the note and read as follows. "Do not be anxious, my beloved Charles, I am and ever will be. Your faithful Amélie, in life or death, I have told all to Lord Tanley. He is the most generous man on earth. He has promised me to break off the marriage and to take the whole responsibility on himself. I love you." Morgan kissed the note and put it in his breast. Then he glanced down the corridor and saw the 2 Bresson women leaning against the door. Amélie had risked all to see him once more. It is true, however, that at this last session of the court, no additional witnesses were expected who could injure the accused, and in the absence of proof it was impossible to convict them. The best lawyers in the department, those of Lyon and Besançon, had been retained by the prisoners for their defense. Each had spoken in turn, destroying bit by bit the indictment, as in the tournaments of the Middle Ages, a strong and dexterous knight was wont to knock off, piece by piece, his adversary's armor. Flattering applause had followed the more remarkable points of their arguments, in spite of the usher's warnings and the admonitions of the judge. Amélie, with clasped hands, was thanking God, who had so visibly manifested himself in the prisoner's favor. A dreadful weight was lifted from her tortured breast. She breathed with joy, and looked through tears of gratitude at the Christ which hung above the judge's head. The arguments were all made, and the case about to be closed. Suddenly an usher entered the courtroom, approached the judge, and whispered something in his ear. "Gentlemen," said the judge, "the court is adjourned for a time. Let the prisoners be taken out." There was a movement of feverish anxiety among the audience. What could have happened? What unexpected event was about to take place? Everyone looked anxiously at his neighbor. Amélie's heart was wrung by a presentiment. She pressed her hand to her breast. It was as though an ice-cold iron had pierced it to the springs of life. The gendarmes rose. The prisoners did likewise and were then marched back to their cells. One after the other they passed Amélie. The hands of the lovers touched each other. Those of Amélie were as cold as death. "Whatever happens, thank you," said Charles as he passed. Amélie tried to answer, but the words died on her lips. During this time, the judge had risen and passed into the council chamber. There he found a veiled woman, who had just descended from a carriage at the door of the courthouse, and had not spoken to anyone on her way in. "Madame," said the judge, "I offer you many excuses for the way in which I have brought you from Paris. But the life of a man depends upon it, and before that consideration everything must yield." "You have no need to excuse yourself, sir," replied the veiled lady. "I know the prerogatives of the law, and I am here at your orders." "Madame," said the judge, "the court and myself recognize the feeling of delicacy which prompted you, when first confronted with the prisoners, to decline to recognize the one who assisted you when fainting. At that time the prisoners denied their identity with the pillagers of the diligences. Since then they have confessed all, but it is our wish to know the one who showed you that consideration, in order that we may recommend him to the first consul's clemency." "What?" exclaimed the lady, "have they really confessed?" "Yes, madame, but they will not say which of their number helped you, fearing, no doubt, to contradict your testimony, and thus cause you embarrassment." "What is it you request of me, sir?" "That you will save the gentleman who assisted you." "Oh, willingly," said the lady, rising. "What am I to do?" "Answer a question which I shall ask you." "I am ready, sir." "Wait here a moment. You will be sent for presently." The judge went back into the courtroom. A gendarme was placed at each door to prevent anyone from approaching the lady. The judge resumed his seat. "Gentlemen," said he, "the session is reopened." General excitement prevailed. The ushers called for silence, and silence was restored. "Bring in the witness," said the judge. An usher opened the door of the council chamber, and the lady, still veiled, was brought into court. All eyes turned upon her. Who was she? Why was she there? What did she come for? Amélie's eyes fastened upon her at once. "Oh my God," she murmured, "grant that I be mistaken." "Madame," said the judge, "the prisoners are about to be brought in. Have the goodness to point out the one who, when the Geneva diligence was stopped, paid you those attentions." A shudder ran through the audience. They felt that some fatal trap had been laid for the prisoners. A dozen voices began to shout, "Say nothing," but the ushers, at a sign from the judge, cried out imperatively, "Silence." Amélie's heart turned deadly cold. A cold sweat poured from her forehead. Her knees gave way and trembled under her. "Bring in the prisoners," said the judge, imposing silence by a look as the usher had with his voice. "And you, madame, have the goodness to advance and raise your veil." The veiled lady obeyed. "My mother," cried Amélie, but in a voice so choked that only those near her heard the words. "Madame de Montrevel," murmured the audience. At that moment the first gendarme appeared at the door, then the second. After him came the prisoners, but not in the same order as before. Morgan had placed himself third, so that, separated as he was from the gendarmes by Montbar and Adler in front and Dasses behind, he might be better able to clasp Amélie's hand. Montbar entered first. Madame de Montrevel shook her head. Then came Adler. Madame de Montrevel made the same negative sign. Just then Morgan passed before Amélie. "We are lost," she said. He looked at her in astonishment as she pressed his hand convulsively. Then he entered. "That is he," said Madame de Montrevel, as soon as she saw Morgan, or, if the reader prefers it, Baron Charles de Saint-Herman, who was now proved one and the same man by means of Madame de Montrevel's identification. A long cry of distress burst from the audience. Montbar burst into a laugh. "Ha, by my faith," he cried, "that will teach you, dear friend, to play the gallant with fainting women." Then, turning to Madame de Montrevel, he added, "With 3 short words, Madame, you have decapitated 4 heads." A terrible silence fell, in the midst of which a groan was heard. "Usher," said the judge, "have you warned the public that all marks of approbation or disapproval are forbidden?" The usher inquired who had disobeyed the order of the court. It was a woman wearing the dress of a Bressan peasant, who was being carried into the jailer's room. From that moment the accused made no further attempt at denial, but just as Morgan had united with them when arrested, they now joined with him. Their 4 heads should be saved, or fall together. That same day, at 10 in the evening, the jury rendered a verdict of guilty, and the court pronounced the sentence of death. 3 days later, by force of entreaties, the lawyers obtained permission for the accused to appeal their case, but they were not admitted to bail. Chapter 53, in which Amélie keeps her word. The verdict rendered by the jury of the town of Bourg had a terrible effect, not only in the courtroom, but throughout the entire town. The 4 prisoners had shown such chivalric brotherhood, such noble bearing, such deep conviction in the faith they professed, that their enemies themselves admired the devotion which had made robbers and highwaymen of men of rank and family. Madame de Montrevel, overwhelmed by the part she had been made to play at the crucial point of this drama, saw but one means of repairing the evil she had done, and that was to start at once for Paris, and fling herself at the feet of the first consul, imploring him to pardon the 4 condemned men. She did not even take time to go to the Château des Noirs Fontaines to see Amélie. She knew that Bonaparte's departure was fixed for the first week in May, and this was already the 6th. When she last left Paris, everything had been prepared for that departure. She wrote a line to Amélie explaining by what fatal deception she had been instrumental in destroying the lives of 4 men, when she intended to save the life of one. Then, as if ashamed of having broken the pledge she had made to Amélie, and above all to herself, she ordered fresh post-horses and returned to Paris. She arrived there on the morning of the 8th of May. Bonaparte had started on the evening of the 6th. He said on leaving that he was only going to Dijon, possibly as far as Geneva, but in any case he should not be absent more than 3 weeks. The prisoner's appeal, even if rejected, would not receive final consideration for 5 or 6 weeks. All hope need not therefore be abandoned. But alas, it became evident that the review at Dijon was only a pretext, that the journey to Geneva had never been seriously thought of, and that Bonaparte, instead of going to Switzerland, was really on his way to Italy. Then Madame de Montrevel, unwilling to appeal to her son, for she had heard his oath when Lord Tanley had been left for dead, and knew the part he had played in the capture of the Companions of Jehu, then Madame de Montrevel appealed to Josephine, and Josephine promised to write to the first consul. That same evening she kept her promise. But the trial had made a great stir. It was not with these prisoners as with ordinary men. Justice made haste, and 35 days after the verdict had been rendered, the appeal was rejected. This decision was immediately sent to Bourg with an order to execute the prisoners within 24 hours. But notwithstanding the haste of the Minister of Police in forwarding this decision, the first intimation of the fatal news was not received by the judicial authorities at Bourg. While the prisoners were taking their daily walk in the courtyard, a stone was thrown over the outer wall and fell at their feet. Morgan, who still retained in relation to his comrades the position of leader, picked it up, opened the letter which enclosed the stone, and read it. Then, turning to his friends, he said, "Gentlemen, the appeal has been rejected, as we might have expected, and the ceremony will take place in all probability tomorrow." Valençol and Ribier, who were playing a species of quoits with crown pieces and louis, left off their game to hear the news. Having heard it, they returned to their game without remark. Jayet, who was reading La Nouvelle Héloïse, resumed his book, saying, "Then, I shall not have time to finish M. Jean-Jacques Rousseau's masterpiece, and upon my word I don't regret it, for it is the most utterly false and wearisome book I ever read in my life." Saint Herman passed his hand over his forehead, murmuring, "Poor Amélie." Then observing Charlotte, who was at the window of the jailer's room overlooking the courtyard, he went to her. "Tell Amélie that she must keep the promise she made me tonight." The jailer's daughter closed the window, kissed her father, and told him that in all probability he would see her there again that evening. Then she returned to Noirsfonteins, a road she had taken twice every day for the last 2 months, once at noon on her way to the prison, once in the evening on returning to the chateau. Every night she found Amélie in the same place, sitting at the window which, in happier days, had given admittance to her beloved Charles. Since the day she had fainted in the courtroom she had shed no tears, and we may almost add, had uttered no word. Unlike the marble of antiquity awakening into life, she might have been compared to a living woman petrifying into stone. Every day she grew paler. Charlotte watched her with astonishment. Common minds, always impressed by noisy demonstrations, that is to say, by cries and tears, are unable to understand a mute sorrow. Dumbness to them means indifference. She was therefore astonished at the calmness with which Amélie received the message she was charged to deliver. She did not see in the dimness of the twilight that Amélie's face from being pale grew livid. She did not feel the deadly clutch which, like an iron wrench, had seized her heart. She did not know that as her mistress walked to the door an automatic stiffness was in her limbs. Nevertheless, she followed her anxiously. But at the door, Amélie stretched out her hand. "Wait for me there," she said. Charlotte obeyed. Amélie closed the door behind her and went up to Roland's room. Roland's room was veritably that of a soldier and a huntsman, and its chief adornments were trophies and weapons. Arms of all kinds were here, French and foreign, from the blue-barreled pistol of Versailles to the silver-handled pistol of Cairo, from the tempered blade of Catalonia to the Turkish scimitar. Amélie took down from this arsenal 4 daggers, sharp-edged and pointed, and 8 pistols of different shapes. She put balls in a bag and powder in a horn. Thus supplied, she returned to her own room. There Charlotte assisted her in putting on the peasant gown. Then she waited for the night. Night comes late in June. Amélie stood motionless, mute, leaning against the chimney-piece, and looking through the open window at the village of Césariat, which was slowly disappearing in the gathering shades of night. When she could no longer distinguish anything but the lights which were being lighted one by one, she said, "Come, it is time to go." The 2 young girls went out. Mitchell paid no attention to Amélie, supposing her to be some friend of Charlotte's, who had called to see her, and whom the jailer's daughter was now escorting home. 10 o'clock was striking as they passed the church of Bru. It was 1:15 when Charlotte knocked at the prison door. Old Courtois opened it. We have already shown the political opinions of the worthy jailer. He was a royalist. He therefore felt the deepest sympathy for the 4 condemned men, and had hoped, like nearly everyone in Bourg, like Madame de Montrevel, whose despair at what she had done was known to him, that the First Consul would pardon them. He had therefore mitigated their captivity as much as possible, without failing in his duty, by relieving them of all needless restrictions. On the other hand, it is true that he had refused a gift of 60,000 francs, a sum which in those days was worth nearly treble what it is now, to allow them to escape. We have seen how, being taken into confidence by his daughter, he had allowed Amélie, disguised as a Bressan peasant, to be present at the trial. The reader will also remember the kindness the worthy man had shown to Amélie and her mother when they themselves were prisoners. This time, as he was still ignorant of the rejection of the appeal, he allowed his feelings to be worked upon. Charlotte had told him that her young mistress was to start that night for Paris to endeavor to hasten the pardon, and that she desired before leaving to see the Baron de Saint-Herman and obtain his last instructions. There were 5 doors to break through to reach the street, a squad of guards in the courtyard, and sentinels within and without the prison. Consequently, Pierre Courtois felt no anxiety lest his prisoners escape. He therefore consented that Amélie should see Morgan. We trust our readers will excuse us if we use the names Morgan, Charles, and the Baron de Saint-Herman interchangeably, since they are aware that by that triple appellation we intend to designate the same man. Courtois took a light and walked before Amélie. The young girl, as though prepared to start by the mail coach at once on leaving the prison, carried a traveling bag in her hand. Charlotte followed her mistress. "You will recognize the cell, Mademoiselle de Montrevel," said Courtois. "It is the one in which you were confined with your mother. The leader of these unfortunate young men, the Baron Charles de Saint-Herman, asked me as a favor to put them in cage number 1. You know that's the name we give ourselves. I did not think I ought to refuse him that consolation, knowing how the poor fellow loved you. Oh, don't be uneasy, Mademoiselle Amélie, I will never breathe your secret. Then he questioned me, asking which had been your mother's bed and which yours. I told him, and then he wanted his to stand just where yours did. That wasn't hard, for the bed was not only in the same place, but it was the very one you had used. So, since the poor fellow entered your cell, he has spent nearly all his time lying on your bed. Amélie gave a sigh that resembled a groan. She felt, and it was long since she had done so, a tear moisten her eyelids. Yes, she was loved as she loved, and the lips of a disinterested stranger gave her the proof of it. At this moment of eternal separation, this conviction shone like a diamond of light in its setting of sorrow. The doors opened one by one before Pierre Courtois. When they reached the last one, Amélie laid her hand on the jailer's shoulder. She thought she heard a chant. Listening attentively, she became aware that it was a voice repeating verses. But the voice was not Morgan-'s, it was unknown to her. Here is what it said. I have bared all my heart to the God of the just. He has witnessed my penitent tears. He has stilled my remorse, he has armed me with trust. He has pitied and calmed all my fears. My enemies, scoffing, have said in their rage, let him die, be his memory accursed. Saith the merciful Father, my grief to assuage. Their hatred hath now done its worst. I have heard thy complaints, and I know that the ban of remorse hath e'en brought thee so low. I can pity the soul of the penitent man that was weak in this valley of woe. I will crown thy lost name with the just acclaim of the slow-judging righteous years. Their pity and justice in time shall proclaim thine honor, then lay off thy fears. I bless thee, O God, who hast deigned to restore mine honor that thou hast made whole from shame and remorse, as I enter death's door. To thee I commend my poor soul. To the banquet of life, an unfortunate guest. I came for a day, and I go. I die in my vigor, I sought not to rest in the grave where the weary lie low. Farewell to thee, earth, farewell, tender verdure of woodland, farewell, sunny shore. Green fields that I love, azure skies, smiling nature. Farewell, I shall see thee no more. May thy beauty still gladden the friends that I love, whom I long for, but stern fate denies. May they pass full of years, though I wait them above. May a last loving hand close their eyes. The voice was silent, no doubt the last verse was finished. Amélie, who would not interrupt the last meditations of the doomed men, and who had recognized Gilbert's beautiful ode written on a hospital bed the night before his death, now signed to the jailer to open the door. Pierre Courtois, jailer as he was, seemed to share the young girl's emotion, for he put the key in the lock and turned it as softly as he could. The door opened. Amélie saw at a glance the whole interior of the cell, and the persons in it. Valençol was standing, leaning against the wall and still holding the book from which he had just read the lines that Amélie had overheard. Jehu was seated near a table with his head resting on his hands. Ribier was sitting on the table itself. Near him, but further back, Saint Herman, his eyes closed as if in sleep, was lying on the bed. At sight of the young girl, whom they knew to be Amélie, Ribier and Jehu rose. Morgan did not move, he had heard nothing. Amélie went directly to him, and as if the love she felt for him were sanctified by the nearness of death, she gave no heed to the presence of his friends, but pressed her lips to his, murmuring, Awake, my Charles, it is I, Amélie. I have come to keep my promise. Morgan gave a cry of joy, and clasped her in his arms. Monsieur Courtois, said Montbar, you are a worthy man. Leave those poor young people alone. It would be sacrilege to trouble their last moments together on earth by our presence. Pierre Courtois, without a word, opened the door of the adjoining cell. Valençol, Jehu and Ribier entered it, and the door was closed upon them. Then, making a sign to Charlotte, Courtois himself went away. The lovers were alone. There are scenes that should not be described, words that must not be repeated. God, who sees and hears them from his immortal throne, alone knows what somber joys, what bitter pleasures they contain. At the end of an hour, the two young people heard the key turn once more in the lock. They were sad but calm. The conviction that their separation would not be for long gave them a sweet serenity. The worthy jailer seemed more grieved and distressed at his second appearance than at his first, but Morgan and Amélie thanked him with a smile. He went to the cell where the others were locked up and opened it, murmuring to himself, "Faith, it would have been hard if they couldn't have been alone together on their last night." Valençol, Jayet and Ribier returned. Amélie, with her left arm wound around Morgan, held out her right hand to them. All three, one after the other, kissed that cold, damp hand. Then Morgan led her to the door. "Au revoir," he said. "Soon," she answered. And then this parting at the gates of death was sealed by a long kiss, followed by a groan so terrible that it seemed to rend their hearts in twain. The door closed again, the bolts and bars shot into their places. "Well," cried Valençol, Jayet and Ribier with one accord. "Here," replied Morgan, emptying the traveling bag upon the table. The three young men gave a cry of joy as they saw the shining pistols and gleaming blades. It was all that they desired next to liberty, the joy, the dolorous precious joy of knowing themselves masters of their own lives, and, if need be, that of others. During this time the jailer led Amélie to the street. When they reached it he hesitated a moment, then he touched Amélie's arm, saying as he did so, "Mademoiselle de Montrevel, forgive me for causing you so much pain, but it is useless for you to go to Paris. Because the appeal has been rejected and the execution takes place tomorrow, I suppose you mean," said Amélie. The jailer, in his astonishment, stepped back a pace. "I knew it, my friend," said Amélie. Then turning to Charlotte, she said, "Take me to the nearest church and come for me tomorrow after all is over." The nearest church was not far off. It was that of St. Clair. For the last 3 months it had been opened for public worship under the decree of the first consul. As it was now nearly midnight, the doors were closed, but Charlotte knew where the sexton lived and she went to wake him. Amélie waited, leaning against the walls as motionless as the marble figures that adorned its frontal. The sexton arrived at the end of half an hour. During that time the girl had seen a dreadful sight. 3 men had passed her, dragging a cart, which she saw by the light of the moon was painted red. Within this cart she perceived shapeless objects, long planks and singular ladders, all painted the same color. They were dragging it toward the Bastion Montrevel, the place used for the executions. Amélie divined what it was, and with a cry she fell upon her knees. At that cry, the men in black turned round. They fancied for a moment that one of the sculptured figures of the porch had descended from its niche and was kneeling there. The one who seemed to be the leader stepped close to the young girl. "Don't come near me," she cried. "Don't come near me." The man returned humbly to his place and continued on his way. The cart disappeared round the corner of the Rue des Prisons, but the noise of its wheels still sounded on the stones and echoed in the girl's heart. When the sacristan and Charlotte returned they found the young girl on her knees. The man raised some objections against opening the church at that hour of the night, but a piece of gold and Mademoiselle de Montrevel's name dispelled his scruples. A second gold piece decided him to light a little chapel. It was the one in which Amélie had made her first communion. There, kneeling before the altar, she implored them to leave her alone. Toward 3 in the morning, she saw the colored window above the altar of the Virgin begin to lighten. It looked to the east, so that the first ray of light came direct to her eyes as a messenger from God. Little by little the town awoke. To Amélie the noise seemed louder than ever before. Soon the vaulted ceiling of the church shook with the tramp of a troop of horsemen. This troop was on its way to the prison. A little before 9, the young girl heard a great noise, and it seemed to her that the whole town must be rushing in the same direction. She strove to lose herself in prayer, that she might not hear these different sounds that spoke to her in an unknown language of which her anguish told her she understood every word. In truth, a terrible thing was happening at the prison. It was no wonder that the whole town had rushed thither. At 9 o'clock Pierre Courtois entered the jail to tell the prisoners at 1 and the same time that their appeal had been rejected, and that they must prepare for immediate death. He found the 4 prisoners armed to the teeth. The jailer, taken unawares, was pulled into the cell and the door locked behind him. Then the young men, without any defense on his part, so astonished was he, seized his keys, and passing through the door opposite to the one by which he had entered they locked it on him. Leaving him in their cell, they found themselves in the adjoining one, in which he had placed 3 of them during Amélie's interview with Morgan. One of the keys on the jailer's bunch opened the other door of this cell, and that door led to the inner courtyard of the prison. This courtyard was closed by 3 massive doors, all of which led to a sort of lobby, opening upon the porter's lodge, which in turn adjoined the law courts. From this lodge 15 steps led down into a vast courtyard closed by an iron gate and railing. Usually this gate was only locked at night. If it should happen to be open on this occasion, it would offer a possibility of escape. Morgan found the key of the prisoner's court, opened the door, and rushed with his companions to the porter's lodge and to the portico, from which the 15 steps led down into the courtyard. From there, the 3 young men could see that all hope was lost. The iron gate was closed, and 80 men, dragoons and gendarmes, were drawn up in front of it. When the 4 prisoners, free and armed to the teeth, sprang from the porter's lodge to the portico, a great cry, a cry of astonishment and terror, burst from the crowd in the street beyond the railing. Their aspect was formidable, indeed, for to preserve the freedom of their movements, perhaps to hide the shedding of blood, which would have shown so quickly on their white linen, they were naked to the waist. A handkerchief knotted around their middle bristled with weapons. A glance sufficed to show them that they were indeed masters of their own lives, but not of their liberty. Amid the clamoring of the crowd and the clanking of the sabers, as they were drawn from their scabbards, the young men paused an instant and conferred together. Then Montbar, after shaking hands with his companions, walked down the 15 steps and advanced to the gate. When he was within 4 yards of the gate he turned, with a last glance at his comrades, bowed graciously to the now silent mob, and said to the soldiers, "Very well, gentlemen of the gendarmerie, very well, dragoons." Then, placing the muzzle of his pistol to his mouth, he blew out his brains. Confused and frantic cries followed the explosion, but ceased almost immediately as Valençol came down the steps, holding in his hand a dagger with a straight and pointed blade. His pistols, which he did not seem inclined to use, were still in his belt. He advanced to a sort of shed supported on 3 pillars, stopped at the first pillar, rested the hilt of his dagger upon it, and with a last salutation to his friends, clasped the column with one arm till the blade had disappeared in his breast. For an instant he remained standing, then a mortal pallor overspread his face, his arm loosened its hold, and he fell to the ground, stone dead. The crowd was mute, paralyzed with horror. It was now Ribier's turn. He advanced to the gate, and once there, aimed the 2 pistols he held at the gendarmes. He did not fire, but the gendarmes did. 3 or 4 shots were heard, and Ribier fell, pierced by 2 balls. Admiration seized upon the spectators at sight of these successive catastrophes. They saw that the young men were willing to die, but to die with honor and as they willed, and also with the grace of the gladiators of antiquity. Silence therefore reigned when Morgan, now left alone, came smiling down the steps of the portico and held up his hand in sign that he wished to speak. Besides, what more could it want, this eager mob, watching for blood? A greater sight had been given to it than it came to see. 4 dead men had been promised to it, 4 heads were to be cut off, but here was variety in death, unexpected, picturesque. It was natural, therefore, that the crowd should keep silence when Morgan was seen to advance. He held neither pistols nor daggers in his hands, they were in his belt. He passed the body of Valençol, and placed himself between those of Jayet and Ribier. "Gentlemen," said he, "let us negotiate." The hush that followed was so great that those present seemed scarcely to breathe. Morgan said, "There lies a man who has blown out his brains, here lies one who stabbed himself, a third who has been shot, you want to see the 4th guillotined. I understand that." A dreadful shudder passed through the crowd. "Well," continued Morgan, "I am willing to give you that satisfaction. I am ready, but I desire to go to the scaffold in my own way. No one shall touch me, if anyone does come near me I shall blow out his brains, except that gentleman," continued Morgan, pointing to the executioner. "This is his affair and mine only." The crowd apparently thought this request reasonable, for from all sides came the cry, "Yes, yes, yes." The officer saw that the quickest way to end the matter was to yield to Morgan's demand. "Will you promise me," he asked, "that if your hands and feet are not bound you will not try to escape?" "I give my word of honor," replied Morgan. "Then," said the officer, "stand aside and let us take up the bodies of your comrades." "That is but right," said Morgan, and he turned aside to a wall about 10 paces distant and leaned against it. The gate opened. 3 men dressed in black entered the courtyard and picked up the bodies one after the other. Ribier was not quite dead, He opened his eyes and seemed to look for Morgan. "Here I am," said the latter. "Rest easy, dear friend, I follow." Ribeir closed his eyes, without uttering a word. When the three bodies had been removed, the officer of the gendarmerie addressed Morgan. "Are you ready, sir?" he asked. "Yes," replied Morgan, bowing with exquisite politeness. "Then come." "I come." And he took his place between a platoon of gendarmerie and a detachment of dragoons. "Will you mount the cart, sir, or go on foot?" asked the captain. On foot, sir. I am anxious that all shall see it is my pleasure to be guillotined, and that I am not afraid." The sinister procession crossed the Place des Lysses and skirted the walls of the Hotel Montbazon. The cart bearing the three bodies came first, then the dragoons, then Morgan walking alone in a clear space of some 10 feet before and behind him, then the gendarmes. At the end of the wall they turned to the left. Suddenly, through an opening that existed at that time between the wall and the marketplace, Morgan saw the scaffold raising its 2 posts to heaven like 2 bloody arms. "Faugh!" he exclaimed. "I have never seen a guillotine, and I had no idea it was so ugly." Then, without further remark, he drew his dagger and plunged it into his breast up to the hilt. The captain of the gendarmerie saw the movement without being in time to prevent it. He spurred his horse toward Morgan, who, to his own amazement and that of everyone else, remained standing. But Morgan, drawing a pistol from his belt and cocking it, exclaimed, "Stop! It was agreed that no one should touch me. I shall die alone, or 3 of us will die together." The captain reined back his horse. "Forward," said Morgan. They reached the foot of the guillotine. Morgan drew out his dagger and struck again as deeply as before. A cry of rage rather than pain escaped him. "My soul must be riveted to my body," he said. Then, as the assistants wished to help him mount the scaffold on which the executioner was awaiting him, he cried out, "No, I say again, let no one touch me." Then he mounted the 3 steps without staggering. When he reached the platform, he drew out the dagger again and struck himself a 3rd time. Then a frightful laugh burst from his lips. Flinging the dagger, which he had wrenched from the 3rd ineffectual wound, at the feet of the executioner, he exclaimed, "By my faith, I have done enough. It is your turn, do it if you can." A minute later, the head of the intrepid young man fell upon the scaffold, and by a phenomenon of that unconquerable vitality, which he possessed, it rebounded and rolled forward beyond the timbers of the guillotine. Go to Bourg, as I did, and they will tell you that, as the head rolled forward, it was heard to utter the name of Amélie. The dead bodies were guillotined after the living one, so that the spectators, instead of losing anything by the events we have just related, enjoyed a double spectacle. Chapter 54, The Confession. 3 days after the events we have just recited, a carriage covered with dust and drawn by 2 horses white with foam stopped about 7 of the evening before the gate of the Château des Noirs Fontaines. To the great astonishment of the person who was in such haste to arrive, the gates were open, a crowd of peasants filled the courtyard, and men and women were kneeling on the portico. Then, his sense of hearing being rendered more acute by astonishment at what he had seen, he fancied he heard the ringing of a bell. He opened the door of the chaise, sprang out, crossed the courtyard rapidly, went up the portico, and found the stairway leading to the 1st floor filled with people. Up the stairs he ran as he had up the portico, and heard what seemed to him a murmured prayer from his sister's bedroom. He went to the room. The door was open. Madame de Montrevel and little Edouard were kneeling beside Émilie's pillow. Charlotte, Mitchell, and his son Jacques were close at hand. The curate of St. Clair was administering the last sacraments. The dismal scene was lighted only by the light of the wax tapers. The reader has recognized Roland in the traveler whose carriage stopped at the gate. The bystanders made way for him. He entered the room with his head uncovered and knelt beside his mother. The dying girl lay on her back, her hands clasped, her head raised on her pillows, her eyes fixed upon the sky, in a sort of ecstasy. She seemed unconscious of Roland's arrival. It was as though her soul were floating between heaven and earth, while the body still belonged to this world. Madame de Montrevel's hand sought that of Roland, and finding it, the poor mother dropped her head on his shoulder, sobbing. The sobs passed unnoticed by the dying girl, even as her brother's arrival had done. She lay there perfectly immovable. Only when the viaticum had been administered, when the priest's voice promised her eternal blessedness, Her marble lips appeared to live again, and she murmured in a feeble but intelligible voice, "Amen." Then the bell rang again. The choir boy who was carrying it left the room first, followed by the two acolytes who bore the tapers, then the cross-bearer, and lastly the priest with the host. All the strangers present followed the procession, and the family and household were left alone. The house, an instant before so full of sound and life, was silent, almost deserted. The dying girl had not moved, her lips were closed, her hands clasped, her eyes raised to heaven. After a few minutes Roland stooped to his mother's ear and whispered, "Come out with me, mother, I must speak to you." Madame de Montrevel rose. She pushed little Edouard toward the bed, and the child stood on tiptoe to kiss his sister on the forehead. Then the mother followed him, and leaning over, with a sob she pressed a kiss upon the same spot. Roland, with dry eyes but a breaking heart, he would have given much for tears in which to drown his sorrow, kissed his sister as his mother and little brother had done. She seemed as insensible to this kiss as to the preceding ones. Edouard left the room, followed by Madame de Montrevel and Roland. Just as they reached the door they stopped, quivering. They had heard the name of Roland, uttered in a low but distinct tone. Roland turned. Amélie called him a second time. "Did you call me, Amélie?" he asked. "Yes," replied the dying girl. "Alone or with my mother?" "Alone." That voice, devoid of emphasis, yet perfectly intelligible, had something glacial about it. It was like an echo from another world. "Go, mother," said Roland. "You see that she wishes to be alone with me." "Oh my God," murmured Madame de Montrevel, "can there still be hope?" Low as these words were, the dying girl heard them. "No, mother," she said. "God has permitted me to see my brother again, but tonight I go to him." Madame de Montrevel groaned. "Roland, Roland," she said, "she is there already." Roland signed to her to leave them alone, and she went away with little Edouard. Roland closed the door, and returned to his sister's bedside with unutterable emotion. Her body was already stiffening in death, the breath from her lips would scarcely have dimmed a mirror, the eyes only, wide open, were fixed and brilliant, as though the whole remaining life of the body, dead before its time, were centered there. Roland had heard of this strange state called ecstasy, which is nothing else than catalepsy. He saw that Amélie was a victim of that preliminary death. "I am here, sister," he said. "What can I do for you?" "I knew you would come," she replied, still without moving, "and I waited for you." "How did you know that I was coming?" asked Roland. "I saw you coming." Roland shuddered. "Did you know why I was coming?" he asked. "Yes, I prayed God so earnestly in my heart that he gave me strength to rise and write to you." "When was that?" "Last night." "Where is the letter?" "Under my pillow, take it and read it." Roland hesitated an instant. Was his sister delirious? "Poor Amélie," he murmured. "Do not pity me," she said. "I go to join him." "Whom?" asked Roland. "Him whom I loved, and whom you killed." Roland uttered a cry. This was delirium, or else, what did his sister mean? "Amélie," said he, "I came to question you." "About Lord Tanley, yes I know," replied the young girl. "You knew, how could you know?" "Did I not tell you I saw you coming, and knew why you came?" "Then answer me." "Do not turn me from God and from him, Roland. I have written it all, read my letter." Roland slipped his hand beneath the pillow, convinced that his sister was delirious. To his great astonishment he felt a paper which he drew out. It was a sealed letter, on it were written these words, "For Roland, who will come tomorrow." He went over to the nightlight, in order to read the letter, which was dated the night before at 11 o'clock in the evening. "My brother, we have each a terrible thing to forgive the others." Roland looked at his sister, she was still motionless. He continued to read. "I loved Charles de Saint-Herman, I did more than love him, he was my lover." "Oh," muttered the young man between his teeth, "he shall die." "He is dead," said Amélie. The young man gave a cry of astonishment. He had uttered the words to which Amélie had replied too low even to hear them himself. His eyes went back to the letter. There was no legal marriage possible between the sister of Roland de Montrevel and the leader of the Companions Of Jehu, that was the terrible secret which I bore, and it crushed me. One person alone had to know it, and I told him that person was Sir John Tanley. May God forever bless that noble-hearted man, who promised to break off an impossible marriage, and who kept his word. Let his life be sacred to you, Roland. He has been my only friend in sorrow, and his tears have mingled with mine. I loved Charles de Saint Herman. I was his mistress. That is the terrible thing you must forgive. But in exchange you caused his death. That is the terrible thing. I now forgive you. Oh, come fast, Roland, for I cannot die till you are here. To die is to see him again. To die is to be with him and never to leave him again. I am glad to die. All was clearly and plainly written. There was no sign of delirium in the letter. Roland read it through twice and stood for an instant silent, motionless, palpitating, full of bitterness. Then pity got the better of his anger. He went to Amélie, stretched his hand over her and said, "Sister, I forgive you." A slight quiver shook the dying body. "And now," she said, "call my mother that I may die in her arms." Roland opened the door and called Madame de Montrevel. She was waiting and came at once. "Is there any change?" she asked eagerly. "No," replied Roland, "only Amélie wishes to die in your arms." Madame de Montrevel fell upon her knees beside her daughter's bed. Then Amélie, as though an invisible hand had loosened the bonds that held her rigid body to the bed, rose slowly, parted the hands that were clasped upon her breast, and let one fall slowly into those of her mother. "Mother," she said, "you gave me life and you have taken it from me. I bless you. It was a mother's act. There was no happiness possible for your daughter in this life." Then, letting her other hand fall into that of Roland, who was kneeling on the other side of the bed, she said, "We have forgiven each other, brother." "Yes, dear Amélie," he replied, "and from the depths of our hearts I hope. I have still one last request to make." "What is it?" "Do not forget that Lord Tanley has been my best friend." "Fear nothing," said Roland. "Lord Tanley's life is sacred to me." Amélie drew a long breath, then in a voice which showed her growing weakness, she said, "Farewell, mother, farewell, Roland, kiss Edouard for me." Then with a cry from her soul, in which there was more of joy than sadness, she said, "Here I am, Charles, here I am." She fell back upon her bed, withdrawing her two hands as she did so, and clasping them upon her breast again. Roland and his mother rose and leaned over her. She had resumed her first position, except that her eyelids were closed and her breath extinguished. Amélie's martyrdom was over, she was dead. Chapter 55, Invulnerable. Amélie died during the night of Monday and Tuesday, that is to say, the 2d and of June. On the evening of Thursday, the 5th of June, the Grand Opera at Paris was crowded for the second presentation of Ossian, or the Bards. The great admiration which the first consul professed for the poems of Macpherson was universally known. Consequently, the National Academy, as much in flattery as from literary choice, had brought out an opera, which, in spite of all exertions, did not appear until a month after General Bonaparte had left Paris to join the army of the reserves. In the balcony to the left sat a lover of music, who was noticeable for the deep attention he paid to the performance. During the interval between the acts, the doorkeeper came to him and said in a low voice, "Pardon me, sir, are you Sir John Tanley?" "I am." "In that case, my lord, a gentleman has a message to give you. He says it is of the utmost importance, and asks if you will speak to him in the corridor." "Oh," said Sir John, "is he an officer?" "He is in civilian's dress, but he looks like an officer." "Very good," replied Sir John, "I know who he is." He rose and followed the woman. Roland was waiting in the corridor. Lord Tanley showed no surprise on seeing him, but the stern look on the young man's face repressed the first impulse of his deep affection, which was to fling himself upon his friend's breast. "Here I am, sir," said Sir John. Roland bowed. "I have just come from your hotel," he said. "You have, it seems, taken the precaution to inform the porter of your whereabout every time you have gone out, so that persons who have business with you should know where to find you." "That is true, sir." The precaution is a good one, especially for those who, like myself, come from a long distance and are hurried and have no time to spare. Then, said Sir John, was it to see me that you left the army and came to Paris? Solely for that honor, sir, and I trust that you will guess my motives and spare me the necessity of explaining them. From this moment I am at your service, sir, replied Sir John. At what hour tomorrow can two of my friends wait upon you? From 7 in the morning until midnight, unless you prefer that it should be now. No, my lord, I have but just arrived, and I must have time to find my friends and give them my instructions. If it will not inconvenience you, they will probably call upon you tomorrow between 10 and 11. I shall be very much obliged to you if the affair we have to settle could be arranged for the same day. I believe that will be possible, sir. As I understand it to be your wish, the delay will not be from my side. That is all I wish to know, my lord. Pray do not let me detain you longer. Roland bowed, and Sir John returned the salutation. Then the young man left the theatre, and Sir John returned to his seat in the balcony. The words had been exchanged in such perfectly well-modulated voices, and with such an impassible expression of countenance on both sides, that no one would have supposed that a quarrel had arisen between the two men who had just greeted each other so courteously. It happened to be the reception day of the Minister of War. Roland returned to his hotel, removed the traces of his journey, jumped into a carriage, and a little before 10, he was announced in the salon of the citizen Carnot. Two purposes took him there. In the first place, he had a verbal communication to make to the Minister of War from the First Consul. In the second place, he hoped to find there the two witnesses he was in need of to arrange his meeting with Sir John. Everything happened as Roland had hoped. He gave the Minister of War all the details of the crossing of the Mont Saint Bernard and the situation of the army, and he himself found the two friends of whom he was in search. A few words sufficed to let them know what he wished. Soldiers are particularly open to such confidences. Roland spoke of a grave insult, the nature of which must remain a secret even to his seconds. He declared that he was the offended party, and claimed the choice of weapons and mode of fighting, advantages which belonged to the challenger. The young fellows agreed to present themselves to Sir John the following morning at the Hotel Murraybow, Rue de Richelieu, at 9 o'clock, and make the necessary arrangements with Sir John's seconds. After that, they would join Roland at the Hotel de Paris in the same street. Roland returned to his room at 11 that evening, wrote for about an hour, then went to bed and to sleep. At 9:30 the next morning his friends came to him. They had just left Sir John. He admitted all Roland's contentions, declared that he would not discuss any of the arrangements, adding that if Roland regarded himself as the injured party, it was for him to dictate the conditions. To their remark that they had hoped to discuss such matters with two of his friends, and not with himself, he replied that he knew no one in Paris intimately enough to ask their assistance in such a matter, and that he hoped, once on the ground, that one of Roland's seconds would consent to act in his behalf. The two officers were agreed that Lord Tanley had conducted himself with the utmost punctiliousness in every respect. Roland declared that Sir John's request for the services of one of his two seconds was not only just but suitable, and he authorized either one of them to act for Sir John and to take charge of his interests. All that remained for Roland to do was to dictate his conditions. They were as follows. Pistols were chosen. When loaded, the adversaries were to stand at 5 paces. At the third clap of the seconds, hands they were to fire. It was, as we see, a duel to the death, in which, if either survived, he would be at the mercy of his opponent. Consequently, the young officers made many objections, but Roland insisted, declaring that he alone could judge of the gravity of the insult offered him, and that no other reparation than this would satisfy him. They were obliged to yield to such obstinacy, but the friend who was to act as Sir John's second refused to bind himself for his principle, declaring that unless Sir John ordered it, he would refuse to be a party to such a murder. "Don't excite yourself, dear friend," said Roland. "I know Sir John, and I think he will be more accommodating than you." The seconds returned to Sir John. They found him at his English breakfast of beefsteak, potatoes, and tea. On seeing them he rose, invited them to share his repast, and on their refusing, placed himself at their disposal. They began by assuring him that he could count upon one of them to act as his second. The one acting for Roland announced the conditions. At each stipulation Sir John bowed his head in token of assent and merely replied, "Very good." The one who had taken charge of his interests attempted to make some objections to a form of combat that, unless something impossible to foresee occurred, must end in the death of both parties. But Lord Tanley begged him to make no objections. "M. de Montrevel is a gallant man," he said. "I do not wish to thwart him in anything, whatever he does is right." It only remained to settle the hour and the place of meeting. On these points, Sir John again placed himself at Roland's disposal. The 2 seconds left even more delighted with him after this interview than they had been after the first. Roland was waiting for them and listened to what had taken place. "What did I tell you?" he asked. They requested him to name the time and place. He selected 7 o'clock in the evening in the Allée de la Muette. At that hour the boys was almost deserted, but the light was still good enough. It will be remembered that this was in the month of June, for the 2 adversaries to fight with any weapon. No one had spoken of the pistols. The young men proposed to get them at an armorer's. "No," said Roland. "Sir John has an excellent pair of dueling pistols which I have already used. If he is not unwilling to fight with those pistols, I should prefer them to all others." The young man, who was now acting as Sir John's second, went to him with the 3 following questions: whether the time and place suited him, and whether he would allow his pistols to be used. Lord Tanley replied by regulating his watch by that of his second, and by handing him the box of pistols. "Shall I call for you, my lord?" asked the young man. Sir John smiled sadly. "Needless," he replied. "You are M. de Montrevel's friend, and you will find the drive pleasanter with him than with me. I will go on horseback with my servant. You will find me on the ground." The young officer carried this reply to Roland. "What did I tell you?" observed Roland again. It was then midday. There were still 7 hours before them, and Roland dismissed his friends to their various pleasures and occupations. At 6:30 precisely, they were to be at his door with 3 horses and 2 servants. It was necessary, in order to avoid interference, that the trip should appear to be nothing more than an ordinary promenade. At 6:30 precisely, the waiter informed Roland that his friends were in the courtyard. Roland greeted them cordially and sprang into his saddle. The party followed the boulevards as far as the Place Louis Roman 15, and then turned up the Champs-Élysées. On the way, the strange phenomenon that had so much astonished Sir John at the time of Roland's duel with M. de Bargals recurred. Roland's gaiety might have been thought an affectation, had it not been so evidently genuine. The 2 young men acting as seconds were of undoubted courage, but even they were bewildered by such utter indifference. They might have understood it had this affair been an ordinary duel, for coolness and dexterity ensure their possessor a great advantage over his adversary. But in a combat like this, to which they were going, neither coolness nor dexterity would avail to save the combatants, if not from death at least from some terrible wound. Furthermore, Roland urged on his horse like a man in haste, so that they reached the end of the Allée de la Muette 5 minutes before the appointed time. A man was walking in the allée. Roland recognized Sir John. The seconds watched the young man's face as he caught sight of his adversary. To their great astonishment, it expressed only tender goodwill. A few more steps, and the 4 principal actors in the scene that was about to take place met. Sir John was perfectly calm, but his face wore a look of profound sadness. It was evident that this meeting grieved him as deeply as it seemed to rejoice Roland. The party dismounted. One of the seconds took the box of pistols from the servants and ordered them to lead away the horses, and not to return until they heard pistol shots. The principals then entered the part of the woods that seemed the thickest, and looked about them for a suitable spot. For the rest, as Roland had foreseen, the boys was deserted. The approach of the dinner hour had called everyone home. They found a small open spot exactly suited to their needs. The seconds looked at Roland and Sir John. They both nodded their heads in approval. "Is there to be any change?" one of the seconds asked Sir John. "Ask M. de Montrevel," replied Lord Tanley. "I am entirely at his disposal." "Nothing," said Roland. The seconds took the pistols from the box and loaded them. Sir John stood apart, switching the heads of the tall grasses with his riding whip. Roland watched him hesitatingly for a moment, then taking his resolve, he walked resolutely toward him. Sir John raised his head and looked at him with apparent hope. "My lord," said Roland, "I may have certain grievances against you, but I know you to be, nonetheless, a man of your word." "You are right," replied Sir John. "If you survive me, will you keep the promise that you made me at Avignon?" "There is no possibility that I shall survive you, but so long as I have any breath left in my body, you can count upon me." "I refer to the final disposition to be made of my body." "The same, I presume, as at Avignon." "The same, my lord." "Very well, you may set your mind at rest." Roland bowed to Sir John and returned to his friends. "Have you any wishes in case the affair terminates fatally?" asked one of them. "One only." "What is it?" "That you permit Sir John to take entire charge of the funeral arrangements. For the rest, I have a note in my left hand for him. In case I have not time to speak after the affair is over, you are to open my hand and give him the note." "Is that all?" "Yes." "The pistols are loaded then." "Very well, inform Sir John." One of the seconds approached Sir John, the other measured off 5 paces. Roland saw that the distance was greater than he had supposed. "Excuse me," he said, "I said 3 paces." "5," replied the officer who was measuring the distance. "Not at all, dear friend, you are wrong." He turned to Sir John, and to the other second questioningly. "3 paces will do very well," replied Sir John, bowing. There was nothing to be said if the 2 adversaries were agreed. The 5 paces were reduced to 3, then 2 sabres were laid on the ground to mark the limit. Sir John and Roland took their places, standing so that their toes touched the sabres. A pistol was then handed to each of them. They bowed to say that they were ready. The 2 seconds stepped aside. They were to give the signal by clapping their hands 3 times. At the first clap, the principals were to cock their pistols, at the second to take aim, at the third to fire. The 3 claps were given at regular intervals amid the most profound silence. The wind itself seemed to pause, and the rustle of the trees was hushed. The principals were calm, but the seconds were visibly distressed. At the third clap, 2 shots rang out so simultaneously that they seemed but one. But to the utter astonishment of the seconds, the combatants remained standing. At the signal, Roland had lowered his pistol and fired into the ground. Sir John had raised his and cut the branch of a tree 3 feet behind Roland. Each was clearly amazed that he himself was still living after having spared his antagonist. Roland was the first to speak. "Ah," he cried, "my sister was right in saying that you were the most generous man on earth." And throwing his pistol aside, he opened his arms to Sir John, who rushed into them. "Ah, I understand," he said. "You wanted to die, but God be thanked I am not your murderer." The 2 seconds came up. "What is the matter?" they asked together. "Nothing," said Roland, "except that I could not die by the hand of the man I love best on earth. You saw for yourselves that he preferred to die rather than kill me." Then throwing himself once more into Sir John's arms, and grasping the hands of his 2 friends, he said, "I see that I must leave that to the Austrians. And now, gentlemen, you must excuse me. The First Consul is on the eve of a great battle in Italy, and I have not a moment to lose if I am to be there." Leaving Sir John to make what explanations he thought suitable to the seconds, Roland rushed to the road, sprang upon his horse, and returned to Paris at a gallop. Chapter 56. Conclusion. In the meantime, the French army continued its march, and on the 5th of June it entered Milan. There was little resistance. The fort of Milan was invested. Murat, sent to Piacenza, had taken the city without a blow. Lannes had defeated General Ott at Montebello. Thus disposed, the French army was in the rear of the Austrians before the latter were aware of it. During the night of the 8th of June, a courier arrived from Murat, who, as we have said, was occupying Piacenza. Murat had intercepted a dispatch from General Melas and was now sending it to Bonaparte. This dispatch announced the capitulation of Genoa. Mycena, after eating horses, dogs, cats, and rats, had been forced to surrender. Melas spoke of the army of the reserves with the utmost contempt. He declared that the story of Bonaparte's presence in Italy was a hoax, and asserted that he knew for certain that the First Consul was in Paris. Here was news that must instantly be imparted to Bonaparte, for it came under the category of bad news. Consequently, Burian woke him up at 3 o'clock in the morning and translated the dispatch. Bonaparte's first words were as follows. "Pooh, Burian, you don't understand German." But Burian repeated the translation word for word. After this reading, the general rose, had everybody waked up, gave his orders, and then went back to bed and to sleep. That same day he left Milan and established his headquarters at Stradella. There he remained until June 12th, left on the 13th, and marched to the Scrivia through Montebello, where he saw the field of battle, still torn and bleeding after Lannes' victory. The traces of death were everywhere. The church was still overflowing with the dead and wounded. "The devil," said the first consul to the victor, "you must have made it pretty hot here." "So hot, General, that the bones in my division were cracking and rattling like hail on a skylight." Desaix joined the first consul on the 11th of June, while he was still at Stradella. Released by the capitulation of El Arish, he had reached Toulon the 6th of May, the very day on which Bonaparte left Paris. At the foot of the Mont, Saint Bernard Bonaparte received a letter from him, asking whether he should march to Paris or rejoin the army. "Start for Paris, indeed," exclaimed Bonaparte. "Write him to rejoin the army at headquarters, wherever that may be." Burian had written, and as we have seen, Desaix joined the army the 11th of June at Stradella. The first consul received him with twofold joy. In the first place, he regained a man without ambition, an intelligent officer and a devoted friend. In the second place, Desaix arrived just in the nick of time to take charge of the division lately under Boudet, who had been killed. Through a false report, received through General Gardens, the first consul was led to believe that the enemy refused to give battle and was retiring to Genoa. He sent Desaix and his division on the road to Novi to cut them off. The night of the 13th passed tranquilly. In spite of a heavy storm, an engagement had taken place the preceding evening in which the Austrians had been defeated. It seemed as though men and nature were wearied alike, for all was still during the night. Bonaparte was easy in his mind. There was but one bridge over the Bormida, and he had been assured that that was down. Pickets were stationed as far as possible along the Bormida, each with 4 scouts. The whole of the night was occupied by the enemy in crossing the river. At 2 in the morning 2 parties of scouts were captured. 7 of the 8 men were killed. The 8th made his way back to camp crying, "To arms." A courier was instantly dispatched to the first consul, who was sleeping at Torre di Galifo. Meanwhile, till orders could be received, the drums beat to arms all along the line. A man must have shared in such a scene to understand the effect produced on a sleeping army by the roll of drums calling to arms at 3 in the morning. The bravest shuddered. The troops were sleeping in their clothes. Every man sprang up, ran to the stacked arms, and seized his weapons. The lines formed on the vast plains of Marengo. The noise of the drums swept on like a train of lighted powder. In the dim half-light, the hasty movements of the pickets could be seen. When the day broke, the French troops were stationed as follows. The Division Gardens and the Division Chamberlain, forming the extreme advance, were encamped around a little country place called Petrobona, at the angle formed by the highroad from Marengo to Tortona, and the Bormida, which crosses the road on its way to the Tanaro. The corps of General Lannes was before the village of San Giuliano, the place which Bonaparte had pointed out to Roland 3 months earlier, telling him that on that spot the fate of the campaign would be decided. The consular guard was stationed some 500 yards or so in the rear of Lannes. The cavalry brigade, under General Kellerman, and a few squadrons of chasseurs and hussars, forming the left, filled up, along the advanced line, the gap between the divisions of Gardens and Chamberlain. A second brigade, under General Champeau, filled up the gap on the right between General Lannes' cavalry. And finally the 12th Regiment of Hussars, and the 21st Chasseurs, detached by Murat under the orders of General Ravaud, occupied the opening of the valley of Salo, and the extreme right of the position. These forces amounted to about 25 or 6,000 men, not counting the divisions Monet and Boudet, 10,000 men in all, commanded by Desaix, and now, as we have said, detached from the main army to cut off the retreat of the enemy to Genoa. Only, instead of making that retreat, the enemy were now attacking. During the day of the 13th of June, General Melas, commander-in-chief of the Austrian army, having succeeded in reuniting the troops of Generals Hadich, Keim and Ott, crossed the Tanaro, and was now encamped before Alessandria with 36,000 infantry, 7,000 cavalry, and a numerous well-served and well-horsed artillery. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the firing began, and General Victor assigned all to their line of battle. At 5 Bonaparte was awakened by the sound of cannon. While he was dressing, General Victor's aide-de-camp rode up to tell him that the enemy had crossed the Bormida and was attacking all along the line of battle. The first consul called for his horse, and springing upon it, galloped off toward the spot where the fighting was going on. From the summit of the hill, he could overlook the position of both armies. The enemy was formed in 3 columns. That on the left, comprising all the cavalry and light infantry, was moving toward Castel Ciriolo by the Salo road, while the columns of the right and center, resting upon each other and comprising the infantry regiments under Generals Hadich, Keim and O'Reilly, and the reserve of grenadiers under command of General Ott, were advancing along the Tortona road and up the Bormida. The moment they crossed the river, the latter columns came in contact with the troops of General Gardens, posted, as we have said, at the farmhouse and the ravine of Petrobona. It was the noise of the artillery advancing in this direction that had brought Bonaparte to the scene of battle. He arrived just as Gardens' division, crushed under the fire of that artillery, was beginning to fall back, and General Victor was sending forward Chamberlain's division to its support. Protected by this move, Gardens' troops retreated in good order and covered the village of Marengo. The situation was critical. All the plans of the commander-in-chief were overthrown. Instead of attacking, as was his wont, with troops judiciously massed, he was attacked himself before he could concentrate his forces. The Austrians, profiting by the sweep of land that lay before them, ceased to march in columns and deployed in lines parallel to those of Gardens and Chamberlain, with this difference that they were 2 to the French army's 1. The first of these lines was commanded by General Hadich, the second by General Melas, the third by General Ott. At a short distance from the Bormida flows a stream called the Fontanon, which passes through a deep ravine forming a semicircle round the village of Marengo and protecting it. General Victor had already divined the advantages to be derived from this natural entrenchment, and he used it to rally the divisions of Gardens and Chamberlain. Bonaparte, approving Victor's arrangements, sent him word to defend Marengo to the very last extremity. He himself needed time to prepare his game on this great chessboard enclosed between the Bormida, the Fontanon, and Marengo. His first step was to recall Depicts, then marching, as we have said, to cut the retreat to Genoa. General Bonaparte sent off 2 or 3 aides-de-camp with orders not to stop until they had reached that corps. Then he waited, seeing clearly that there was nothing to do but to fall back in as orderly a manner as possible, until he could gather a compact mass that would enable him, not only to stop the retrograde movement, but to assume the offensive. But this waiting was horrible. Presently the action was renewed along the whole line. The Austrians had reached one bank of the Fontanon, of which the French occupied the other. Each was firing on the other from either side of the ravine. Grapeshot flew from side to side within pistol range. Protected by its terrible artillery, the enemy had only to extend himself a little more to overwhelm Bonaparte's forces. General Ravaud of Gardens' division saw the Austrians preparing for this maneuver. He marched out from Marengo and placed a battalion in the open with orders to die there rather than retreat. Then, while that battalion drew the enemy's fire, he formed his cavalry in column, came round the flank of the battalion, fell upon 3,000 Austrians advancing to the charge, repulsed them, threw them into disorder, and all wounded as he was by a splintered ball, forced them back behind their own lines. After that he took up a position to the right of the battalion, which had not retreated a step. But during this time, Gardens' division, which had been struggling with the enemy from early morning, was driven back upon Marengo, followed by the first Austrian line, which forced Chamberlain's division to retreat in like manner. There an aide-de-camp sent by Bonaparte ordered the 2 divisions to rally and retake Marengo at any cost. General Victor reformed them, put himself at their head, forced his way through the streets, which the Austrians had not had time to barricade, retook the village, lost it again, took it a third time, and then, overwhelmed by numbers, lost it for the third time. It was then 11 o'clock. Depicts, overtaken by Bonaparte's aide-de-camp, ought at that hour to be on his way to the battle. Meanwhile, Lannes with his 2 divisions came to the help of his struggling comrades. This reinforcement enabled Gardens and Chamberlain to reform their lines parallel to the enemy, who had now debouched, through Marengo, to the right, and also to the left of the village. The Austrians were on the point of overwhelming the French. Lannes, forming his center with the divisions rallied by Victor, deployed with his 2 least exhausted divisions for the purpose of opposing them to the Austrian wings. The 2 corps, the one excited by the prospect of victory, the other refreshed by a long rest, flung themselves with fury into the fight, which was now renewed along the whole line. After struggling an hour, hand to hand, bayonet to bayonet, General Keim's corps fell back. General Champeau, at the head of the 1st and 8th Regiments of Dragoons, charged upon him, increasing his disorder. General Watrin, with the 6th Light Infantry and the 22nd and 40th of the line, started in pursuit and drove him nearly 1,000 rods beyond the rivulet. But this movement separated the French from their own corps. The center divisions were endangered by the victory on the right, and Generals Watrin and Champeau were forced to fall back to the lines they had left uncovered. At the same time, Kellerman was doing on the left wing what Champeau and Watrin had done on the right. 2 cavalry charges made an opening through the enemy's line, but behind that first line was a second. Not daring to go further forward, because of superior numbers, Kellerman lost the fruits of that momentary victory. It was now noon. The French army, which undulated like a flaming serpent along a front of some 3 miles, was broken in the center. The center, retreating, abandoned the wings. The wings were therefore forced to follow the retrograde movement. Kellerman to the left, Watrin to the right, had given their men the order to fall back. The retreat was made in squares, under the fire of 80 pieces of artillery, which preceded the main body of the Austrian army. The French ranks shrank visibly. Men were borne to the ambulances by men who did not return. 1 division retreated through a field of ripe wheat. A shell burst and fired the straw, and 2,000 or 3,000 men were caught in the midst of a terrible conflagration. Cartridge boxes exploded, and fearful disorder reigned in the ranks. It was then that Bonaparte sent forward the consular guard. Up they went at a charge, deployed in line of battle, and stopped the enemy's advance. Meantime, the mounted grenadiers dashed forward at a gallop and overthrew the Austrian cavalry. Meanwhile, the division which had escaped from the conflagration received fresh cartridges and reformed in line. But this movement had no other result than to prevent the retreat from becoming a rout. It was 2 o'clock. Bonaparte watched the battle, sitting on the bank of a ditch beside the highroad to Alexandria. He was alone. His left arm was slipped through his horse's bridle. With the other he flicked the pebbles in the road with the tip of his riding whip. Cannonballs were plowing the earth about him. He seemed indifferent to this great drama on which hung all his hopes. Never had he played so desperate a game, 6 years of victory against the crown of France. Suddenly he roused from his reverie. Amid the dreadful roar of cannon and musketry his ear caught the hoofbeats of a galloping horse. He raised his head. A rider, dashing along at full speed, his horse covered with white froth, came from the direction of Novi. When he was within 50 feet, Bonaparte gave one cry. "Roland!" The latter dashed on, crying, "Desaix, Desaix, Desaix." Bonaparte opened his arms. Roland sprang from his horse and flung himself upon the first consul's neck. There was a double joy for Bonaparte in this arrival, that of again seeing a man whom he knew would be devoted to him unto death, and because of the news he brought. "And Desaix?" he questioned. "Is within 3 miles. One of your aides met him retracing his steps toward the cannon." "Then," said Bonaparte, "he may yet come in time." "How in time?" "Look." Roland glanced at the battlefield and grasped the situation in an instant. During the few moments that had elapsed while they were conversing, matters had gone from bad to worse. The first Austrian column, the one which had marched on Castel Ceriolo and had not yet been engaged, was about to fall on the right of the French army. If it broke the line, the retreat would be flight. Desaix would come too late. "Take my last 2 regiments of grenadiers," said Bonaparte. "Rally the consular guard and carry it with you to the extreme right, you understand, in a square, Roland, and stop that column like a stone redoubt." There was not an instant to lose. Roland sprang upon his horse, took the 2 regiments of grenadiers, rallied the consular guard, and dashed to the right. When he was within 50 feet of General Elsnitz's column, he called out, "In square, the first consul is looking at us." The square formed. Each man seemed to take root in his place. General Elsnitz, instead of continuing his way in the movement to support Generals Melas and Keim, instead of despising the 900 men who present no cause for fear in the rear of a victorious army, General Elsnitz paused and turned upon them with fury. Those 900 men were indeed the stone redoubt that General Bonaparte had ordered them to be. Artillery, musketry, bayonets, all were turned upon them, but they yielded not an inch. Bonaparte was watching them with admiration, when, turning in the direction of Novi, he caught the gleam of Dessaix's bayonets. Standing on a knoll raised above the plain, he could see what was invisible to the enemy. He signed to a group of officers who were near him, awaiting orders. Behind stood orderlies holding their horses. The officers advanced. Bonaparte pointed to the forest of bayonets, now glistening in the sunlight, and said to one of the officers, "Gallop to those bayonets and tell them to hasten. As for Dessaix, tell him I am waiting for him here." The officer galloped off. Bonaparte again turned his eyes to the battlefield. The retreat continued, but Roland and his 900 had stopped General Elsnitz and his column. The stone redoubt was transformed into a volcano. It was belching fire from all 4 sides. Then Bonaparte, addressing 3 officers, cried out, "One of you to the center, the other 2 to the wings. Say everywhere that the reserves are at hand and that we resume the offensive." The 3 officers departed like arrows shot from a bow, their ways parting in direct lines to their different destinations. Bonaparte watched them for a few moments, and when he turned round, he saw a rider in a general's uniform approaching. It was Dessaix, whom he had left in Egypt, and who that very morning had said, laughing, "The bullets of Europe don't recognize me. Some ill luck is surely impending over me." One grasp of the hand was all that these 2 friends needed to reveal their hearts. Then Bonaparte stretched out his arm toward the battlefield. A single glance told more than all the words in the world. 20,000 men had gone into the fight that morning, and now scarcely more than 10,000 were left within a radius of 6 miles. Only 9,000 infantry, 1,000 cavalry, and 10 cannons still in condition for use. 1/4 of the army was either dead or wounded, another quarter was employed in removing the wounded, for the first consul would not suffer them to be abandoned. All of these forces, save and excepting Roland and his 900 men, were retreating. The vast space between the Bormida and the ground, over which the army was now retreating, was covered with the dead bodies of men and horses, dismounted cannon, and shattered ammunition wagons. Here and there rose columns of flame and smoke from the burning fields of grain. Dessaix took in these details at a glance. "What do you think of the battle?" asked Bonaparte. "I think that this one is lost," answered Dessaix, "but as it is only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we have time to gain another." "Only," said a voice, "we need cannon." This voice belonged to Marmont, commanding the artillery. "True, Marmont, but where are we to get them?" "I have 5 pieces still intact from the battlefield. We left 5 more at Scrivia, which are just coming up." "And the 8 pieces I have with me," said Dessaix. 18 pieces, said Marmont. "That is all I need." An aide-de-camp was sent to hasten the arrival of Dessaix's guns. His troops were advancing rapidly and were scarcely half a mile from the field of battle. Their line of approach seemed formed for the purpose at hand. On the left of the road was a gigantic perpendicular hedge protected by a bank. The infantry was made to file in a narrow line along it, and it even hid the cavalry from view. During this time, Marmont had collected his guns and stationed them in battery on the right front of the army. Suddenly, they burst forth, vomiting a deluge of grapeshot and canister upon the Austrians. For an instant, the enemy wavered. Bonaparte profited by that instant of hesitation to send forward the whole front of the French army. "Comrades," he cried, "we have made steps enough backward. Remember, it is my custom to sleep on the battlefield." At the same moment, and as if in reply to Marmont's cannonade, volleys of musketry burst forth to the left, taking the Austrians in flank. It was Dessaix and his division, come down upon them at short range and enfilading the enemy with the fire of his guns. The whole army knew that this was the reserve, and that it behooved them to aid this reserve by a supreme effort. Forward rang from right to left. The drums beat the charge. The Austrians, who had not seen the reserves and were marching with their guns on their shoulders, as if at parade, felt that something strange was happening within the French lines. They struggled to retain the victory they now felt to be slipping from their grasp. But everywhere the French army had resumed the offensive. On all sides, the ominous roll of the charge and the victorious Marseillaise were heard above the din. Marmont's battery belched fire. Kellerman dashed forward with his cuirassiers and cut his way through both lines of the enemy. Dessaix jumped ditches, leaped hedges, and reaching a little eminence, turned to see if his division were still following him. There he fell, but his death, instead of diminishing the ardor of his men, redoubled it, and they charged with their bayonets upon the column of General Zach. At that moment Kellerman, who had broken through both of the enemy's lines, saw Dessaix's division struggling with a compact, immovable mass. He charged in flank, forced his way into a gap, widened it, broke the square, quartered it, and in less than 15 minutes the 5,000 Austrian grenadiers who formed the mass were overthrown, dispersed, crushed, annihilated. They disappeared like smoke. General Zach and his staff, all that was left, were taken prisoners. Then, in turn, the enemy endeavored to make use of his immense cavalry corps, but the incessant volleys of musketry, the blasting canister, the terrible bayonets, stopped short the charge. Murat was maneuvering on the flank with 2 light battery guns and a howitzer, which dealt death to the foe. He paused for an instant to succor Roland and his 900 men. A shell from the howitzer fell and burst in the Austrian ranks. It opened a gulf of flame. Roland sprang into it, a pistol in one hand, his sword in the other. The whole consular guard followed him, opening the enemy's ranks as a wedge opens the trunk of an oak. Onward he dashed, till he reached an ammunition wagon surrounded by the enemy. Then, without pausing an instant, he thrust the hand holding the pistol through the opening of the wagon and fired. A frightful explosion followed. A volcano had burst its crater and annihilated those around it. General Elsnitz's corps was in full flight. The rest of the Austrian army swayed, retreated, and broke. The generals tried in vain to stop the torrent and form up for a retreat. In 30 minutes, the French army had crossed the plain it had defended foot by foot for 8 hours. The enemy did not stop until Marengo was reached. There they made a vain attempt to reform under fire of the artillery of Cara Saint Cyr, forgotten at Castel Ciriolo, and not recovered until the day was over. But the Dessaix, Gardens, and Chamberlain divisions, coming up at a run, pursued the flying Austrians through the streets. Marengo was carried. The enemy retired on Petrobona, and that too was taken. Then the Austrians rushed toward the bridge of the Bormida, but Cara Saint Cyr was there before them. The flying multitudes sought the fords, or plunged into the Bormida under a devastating fire, which did not slacken before 10 that night. The remains of the Austrian army regained their camp at Alessandria. The French army bivouacked near the bridge. The day had cost the Austrian army 4,500 men killed, 6,000 wounded, 5,000 prisoners, besides 12 flags and 30 cannon. Never did fortune show herself under 2 such opposite aspects as on that day. At 2 in the afternoon, the day spelt defeat and its disastrous consequences to Bonaparte. At 5, it was Italy reconquered and the throne of France in prospect. That night, the first consul wrote the following letter to Madame de Montrevel. Madame, I have today won my greatest victory, but it has cost me the 2 halves of my heart, Dessaix and Roland. Do not grieve, Madame, your son did not care to live. And he could not have died more gloriously. Bonaparte. Many futile efforts were made to recover the body of the young aide-de-camp. Like Romulus, he had vanished in a whirlwind. None ever knew why he had pursued death with such eager longing. The end.